Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Open
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where EcoCity Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in EcoCity Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome on board, and it's a wonderful morning to you out there. Welcome to another episode of The Morning Boss on Voice of People Television. Of course, you know, here we amplify your voice. Here we'll give you reasons for you to actually stay glued to your TV screen. So join me and my colleague, of course, as we take you through the ride. This morning, I am Savior Udo.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Top on our radar this morning.
Defense Ministry update. New minister promises troop welfare, coordinated operations nationwide.
Political defection. 16 Rivers lawmakers leave PDP for APC amid internal party rifts. These are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories for you. Before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel on Voice of the People Television. On other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Also, visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People Television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and, of course, reactions via WhatsApp on 090-4473-2605, because here you have more than a voice.
Of course, talking about having more than a voice, let me take you through this particular one here. Our Controller General, the Nigerian Immigration, Kemi Nadab, has urged Nigerians to avoid touts and middlemen when applying for passports or other immigration services. Speaking at the fourth quarter nationwide sensitization campaign in Abuja, she highlighted that the NIS now operates fully digital citizen-focused systems, including 24-hour call lines, monitored emails, and social media channels, allowing applicants to initiate and track processes directly and transparently from home. Nanda stressed that relying on unofficial agents is unnecessary and that citizens remain in control when they use official channels. She also emphasized the NI's ongoing reforms to improve transparency and efficiency, including automated passport applications, biometric verification, digital payments, and streamlined service center operations. She also noted that enhanced internal audits, stricter ethical codes, and collaboration with sister agencies and internal partners to align with global standards. She appealed to Nigerians to use official procedures to provide feedback and, of course, support reforms while paying tribute to officers who lost their lives in service, urging everyone to embrace positive change as collective responsibility. First, I must commend the controller of NIS, Kemi Nandab. She's been doing really well, okay? And of course, with the support of the Minister of Interior. Yes, but what I would want to talk about here is not captured there as regards to the payment of our passports now. You know, the hike moving from 60-something to 100,000 and 100 plus is quite high. So I would also want if we can have a reform or a review rather, you know, as regards to the prices, okay? I would appreciate if the Comptroller General can also have a review as regards to the pricing, because you can't expect, or you don't think that everyone should actually afford, you know, a Nigerian passport now from that particular, price. 100,000, 150 or thereabouts. It depends on the years and all of that. So first, we have to understand that it's not that easy for some people, you know, especially for someone that really needs it or who is quite desperate in getting a passport. But away from that particular one, yes, I would support that particular, you know, motion of saying we should avoid a tout, you know, or the middlemen. But the middlemen have actually played a wonderful role in the past. They've actually done that. And the middleman didn't just come up with being a middleman, okay? I like the fact that when she came, she actually changed everything. The former controller was a Wuraola, if I'm correct, yes. And back then, it was quite difficult to get your passports, you know, in a few days. And some NIS officers, you know, started giving these jobs to some middlemen outside. I've been this. I'm talking about my personal experience now, so many years ago, all right, in getting our Nigerian passports. So they gave some middlemen, the opportunity to always reach out to them, for easy access. So it now gives them the opportunity of charging more through the middleman, because the middleman will tell you, I can actually fast track it. This is the form. You can fill it. I'll fast track your captioning, and afterwards, I assure you, in few days you'll get it. But you have to pay through this particular, you have to pay me, and I'll give you a few days that you come back and do your captioning, and afterwards your passport will be ready. But I love the fact that the NIS has actually reformed, the system, and some of these people have been taken out, and some may be queried or suspended. But now you've made it clear now that we can actually reach out to the NIS, through your portal, and we can get so many things done online, which we still want you to really, really modify some things online. But of course, you're doing really wonderful. Okay, but I must also mention that our brothers and sisters in other climes in diaspora, I saw a particular complaint, I think sometime last month, that they've been trying to renew their passport, and it's been quite difficult of late. It wasn't so some months ago after the old reforms, but of course, they just raised that particular concern now, which I want you to look into. I think somewhere in Canada, US, to be precise. Yes, so please just try and look into that particular one and see how you can, balance everything. But sincerely, if we have issues with the NIS, I would have talked about it. NIS for now, they've been doing wonderfully well. So for every of their reforms, it's been laudable, and I must commend, the leadership. But the only thing I will talk about here is about the price review that needs to be done. 100,000 and above is quite much for some people, all right? And away from that particular one, please, I would like you to also, have some of your internal officers, look at some of their colleagues, because if you're telling us to shy away from middlemen and all of that, but if we still have some bad eggs in your system, they will still enable that. And that can still be working. And for proper transparency, let everybody pay money directly to the portal and not to any of your officers. If any officers get to tell you, or submit any money that this person came through me, you shouldn't take such. For proper transparency, okay, and accountability. So we want you to also look into that, and look at your agent and try as much as possible to make sure that you regulate all of this particular one you mentioned. Nina, what would you have to say about our NIS?
Well, she's doing a good job, and I like the fact that I like what she said. But I think what is more important is implementation.
Yeah.
If all of this can be implemented, and they ensure that this 24/7 lines that they said would actually work, and then Nigerians would have seamless transactions. Because when we don't have seamless transactions, that is when we get to resort to these middlemen or these touts in court. So they really need to really do the needful and ensure that they transparency, and of course their own staff members.
Just like I mentioned, it was also their officers that actually created this middleman.
Exactly.
To make more funds. It's just like the petrol station. Whenever they notice that
and there's a hike in price.
There is a hike in price. Next thing they just shut down. They say they're not selling.
They will
again.
now start giving out. You now start buying things in jerry cans. You now see those guys carry jerry cans. And you see the same fuel station that they will get them.
They will tell them, go get jerry cans. They fill it up and you start selling black market. You know that strategy. So please, I would want them to really do their good job, because it's not about us now. If you go there and we still see some middlemen tell you, okay, you just filled your form, and when did they tell you to come and caption? They say next week. No, I can make a caption tomorrow.
Exactly.
Or
and
now.
who wants to waste time? Who wants to come every day to just imagine? Even probably somebody who stays on the mainland.
Yeah.
You have to go to Ikoyi for your
and
then you have to
even that of Ikeja is crowded.
So,
do you understand? And of course, we have somewhere around Akonwojo also, the new place in Akonwojo. But of course, it's always crowded as well. So I would want you to also look into your own, offices to make sure that you regulate all of this, because If these guys are still outside telling you they have somebody inside and they call the person picks and tell them, yes, you are speaking to us.
Nigerians would take that option.
And please, let the 24-hour call lines be real 24-hour call lines. I believe you know what that means, okay? So I am not saying that it can't work. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Of course, just like I mentioned, the NIS has really done, so much for themselves and, of course, for Nigerians. But if you look at the trajectory with every other, sector, or be it parastatal or, for example, the police force, 24-hour call lines would actually ring. And even when sometimes it rings and nobody picks, when someone picks and they tell you, oh, your call is being recorded for quality assurance purposes, and before you want to even explain yourself and all of that, they tell you go back to that particular portal again, read it again, you would understand what we said. You didn't get it well. It's not about in the reading, it's about someone explaining properly. You understand? But please, we just want everything to be seamless and open for us. That's from me,
Yeah.
But Kemi Nandab is really doing a good job.
She is.
I'm not saying Wurala didn't do better, but of course, she's actually taking it to another level. Because back then, we were really, we were solely depending on, their officers and of course the middlemen to get our passports. But of course, now we can stay in the comfort of our home to actually do some of these things ourselves. So a good one. Congratulations to all of us. All right, a quick one. I would like us to also move from that of NIS to our wonderful portal here. All right, Nina, over to you.
Okay, Senator Ned Nwoko has renewed his push for the social media regulation bill, citing the weaponization of defamation on Nigerian online platforms. Reacting to a trending TikTok video in which a content creator falsely alleged that Nwoko paid him to kill his estranged wife, Regina Daniels. The senator highlighted how unregulated social media has allowed creators to make serious allegations for views with little accountability. He stressed that the ease of evading consequences encourages harmful behavior and undermines the credibility of online spaces. Nwoko said the proposed legislation would hold social media companies accountable, require them to establish offices in Nigeria, and ensure compliance with local laws. He explained that the bill would create jobs, support technology transfer, aid tax collection, and make litigation against tech companies easier and more accessible. The lawmaker added that it would also help track criminal activities and protect Nigerians' data by requiring it to be stored within the country, urging citizens to support the measure to make social media platforms safer and more responsible. It's of course, him coming out to say this is actually quite important because I think 2 days ago, we had someone who came out to say that Ned Nwoko actually paid him to kill his estranged wife, Regina Daniels. And when we actually watched that video, some of my colleagues were saying that this person, it's very, very certain that this is not true. And I'm sure that we're sure that this is just for content creation. And it's amazing how Nigerians have resorted to things like this to now begin to come out and, just because of views, not because you want content or you want persons to view you or you want high viewership, you just resort to doing things that are unthinkable. And this is one situation. We've had other forms of allegations, other forms of situations where people come out to say things that are untrue. Then after they are being asked, they say it's because of content creation. And having the social media bill is actually a good one. It's actually a very, very good one. That, of course, Nwoko had actually proposed this before now. I'm sure even when he proposed it, he didn't know he was going to be a victim of this social media. He didn't know he was going to be a victim of this same issue. And then today now we see him being a victim. And it's unthinkable. This is high level of defamation. How can you come out to say that it's not just an ordinary Nigerian, this is a senator. You're saying that he asked you to kill his wife. For me, I would actually say that guy should actually be found and, he should actually be taken to court, because really, why would you do such a thing? So that at least to be a deterrent, if he's punished, to be a deterrent to others who want to apply that route, who actually want to go that route and actually do things like this. What do you think, Xavier?
Okay, so my submission might actually be a mixed feeling here. Okay. First, I'm not in support of social media regulation.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not in support because I don't want Nigerian government to actually silence the youth.
I understand, yes.
But I'm not also in support of unverified news and, of course, people chasing clout with some people's situation. I'm totally against it. Okay, so it's not about Ned now.
Definitely not.
It's about so many people that have been controversial unnecessarily on social media, ever since the existence of social media. Sometimes you even go, I don't really go to Facebook like that. Sometimes you even go on Facebook, you see an announcement of someone's death who is still alive. And sometimes you see a particular information, they send it from Facebook, and some people will now share to your WhatsApp, please be careful of this, blah, 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 something that never existed. Share with your family members, putting people in that particular panic situation and all of that. So I'm not in support of, chasing of clout, using people's situation, people's story to actually, get viewership and followership. I'm not in support of all of that. And I'm not also in support of social media regulation.
But the thing about social media regulation is, if it could be well implemented, if Nigerian government doesn't now use that as a way to clamp.
Mention one thing that Nigerian government has regulated that is actually okay.
That is the issue that we have.
I'm just being fair.
No, I understand. Because like you said, I actually share that feelings as well, because there's a very high possibility that this will be used to clamp people down and ensure that
anything that Nigerian government, I am saying this clearly here, anything that the Nigerian government regulates, they have total control over. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I'm supporting,
what people do on social media.
What people do on some things that people do on social media, right? But for example, Ned said it will create more jobs. Creating of jobs that you are talking about, you mean when they come to Nigeria and they have offices here?
They set their offices.
But do you know how many jobs is already creating for so many people? Do you understand?
Yeah,
do you know how much some people are making from either TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp?
But it doesn't. The fact that they have these offices, or the fact that if they have these offices in Nigeria, I don't think it stops people from actually still getting to make.
Of course, but mention every other country that these guys have their offices. Why Nigeria? No, it's just a question.
But at the time they wanted to have I think Google wanted to have.
There was a time.
Yeah,
now mention. Let's go there. Since you want to toe that lane, let me remind you. Let me bring you up to speed. There was a time they wanted to, have that offices, right?
Yeah.
But they didn't. Why didn't they? What happened? Why did the so-called people like Guinness and the likes of them, some of them pulled out?
Yeah. Of course, we know.
Why are they pulling out of this country?
We know, definitely. We know what we have.
We have to get it clear.
We know the issues we have in
What
Nigeria.
did they agree? What was the terms that your legislators have with them? What were the terms that your government have with them? It's just a question.
My government.
And now you think they would come? No, it's the question. You think they would come? No, before you actually invite people over, your house must be put in place.
Good.
You can't just invite me to say, "Oh, Savior, come with your family."
When your house is not in order, when I've not even kept my house, when my house is not good enough,
yes,
or very good enough, this thing for you.
So you don't tell people to just come. No. They are also watching the way you are bullying some people on the same social media. Yes, on the same social media. The same social media you want to regulate today. That's the same social media you use in attacking your wife.
Exactly.
What are we saying?
Yeah.
You know what I've learned about life? When something is not in our favor,
you'll now begin to talk.
Do you understand? But once that particular thing is in our favor,
but let's call a spade a spade. The guy went too far. Let's even
he sincerely went too far. Guess what?
He went too far.
Then guess what? When I saw the video 2 days ago, I just said, this one will not do 25 December. No, because court will soon close now. Do you understand? And when once court closes, there is no so it will stay there till when they resume again in January.
it's a very sorry case because really he was so bold.
He was
and
bold.
He was so bold. And you know, one of my colleagues was saying that when he's been dealt with, as in he made it the way he made it very humorous that I laughed my eyes over, my head off. You know, he said it will be very as in when he's dealt with that what will be the outcome or what will be the repercussions, he would not like it. When he even hears N. As even when
he hears the letter N,
and like even
he
when
wait for the,
he will not wait for the. He doesn't even know if he wants to say Nena. He doesn't even want to know if he wants to say anything. As long as he hears the letter N, he's running. Because why would you come out to say something? Not just about just any Nigerian. It's even wrong. But this one is even a senator, somebody who you know that has. You know, our senators can do and undo.
No. But on the more serious note, no, I'm not in support of that particular word when you said it's not just any Nigerian, it's even a senator.
No. What I mean is, our senators, they have.
No,
well, we can't run away from that fact.
There's no
Sometimes,
fact there.
No. But
they are
really,
there to serve the people.
Yes,
so,
we know.
So there's nobody that's more important.
I'm not saying
than the you know. So if we voted them in, we employ them to go and work.
I'm not talking about who is important and who is not important.
That's the same way I'm not in support of VIP.
What I mean is, if somebody comes out and says, Nena asked me to kill someone.
Kill me, for example, which I know is not true.
I might not have the wherewithal to chase or to go out of my way to do what needs to be done to this person.
Okay.
Because of course we know how our courts can be. We know how things can be dragged unnecessarily.
I'm really loving this conversation because you are only helping me to actually give you my next submission. So go ahead.
But if it's for someone who is as powerful as a senator, he can go any length. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's where I was waiting for you. Now, we were not even meant to have that particular word as someone as powerful as a senator.
That is what it says in Nigeria.
Every Nigerian were meant to be as powerful when it comes to the judicial system in Nigeria.
Yes, but we know what is obtainable in our country, and that's what I'm saying.
Nigeria is fixed. Let him live. Social media regulation is not his problem.
So what's
and
the
even
problem?
the Anyoma state that is pushing his bill to become the governor is not his problem.
Very true.
First, fix your own constituency, fix your senatorial districts. Let your colleagues in the National Assembly do their bid. Let every Nigerian, just like you carefully knitted it, let every Nigerian have a voice in the courts and not for the powerful. Let a random Nigerian go to the police station and report a case and they will take it up.
True.
And do their due diligence and investigation. And not about the powerful person always oppressing. Today, senators are crying, saying that, oh, they don't have protection of the police anymore, that their life is at risk. Really? If truly, and if you've really served your people,
why can't you?
Why will you be afraid that you won't walk freely among your people? They should protect you. We should protect you, not running away from us. Staying in bulletproof cars. What are we discussing? I'm not in support of regulation. Neither am I in support of people using social media wrongly. That would be my take as regards to this conversation. So if no one who really wants to work, let him go and fix his constituency. Let him go and fix his own people. Take care of them. Forget about security. Fix them. Sincerely, let me tell you something. One thing that some of these our lawmakers don't even know is that if you have really done well for your people, we will be the one to actually shout for that extra state. Your people in Delta State would actually clamor that we want normal states and we want NED to champion it. When they over-amplify their voice, you understand, from there, you'll be able to have something to say. Not you pushing for something that personally you want to enjoy.
Exactly, that you want to enjoy and benefit from.
Then now, sincerely, today I might be a bit, but on this conversation, forget it. So, but sincerely, what I would just want Annette to do is to actually hand the guy over to the authorities, let them do
the needful.
The needful. Just like what I think Paul of P Square just did. Someone went on Facebook and he said, oh, he's a rapist, he sleeps around, even to his domestic staff and all of that. She's been arrested. So that's it. You don't need noise. You don't need... No. She's been arrested. Let her provide evidence. So the same way this guy said, oh, you paid them 5 million naira to kill your wife. No problem. Let him provide evidence. Otherwise, It's not left for
He
you
will
if you want
face
to settle out of court or you want to let him rot
exactly.
there. Sincerely, we have to be frank. Social media is not a negative tool, okay? It's a tool that helps people, you know, with better information. And not only that, so many people are getting paid on that particular platform now.
True.
So please, regulating it now means that Nigerian government can wake up one day and say, shut it down. The same way a Tanzania president allegedly, you know, did to our people. Because they were asking her questions before the elections. And it was shut down. Is that what you want for Nigeria? No, we don't. We don't want
that's
it.
not what we want.
All right. Let's go on this quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be giving you newspaper headlines and, of course, a review. Don't go to my station, please.
Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and this is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
All right, welcome back on board. It is still Morning Buzz, yes, on VOP TV. Let's actually go through the newspaper review together. Let's start with Saturday Punch. Real reason ex-defense minister Badaru resigned. Inside the Cold War, that's the writers of that one, inside the Cold War between Badaru Matawale, I'm here to lead, work, and deliver, says new defense minister Musa. Of course, the upper bar says acquitted Lagos doctor Olufemi Olaleye remanded in UK for recording sexual acts. And of course, beneath that particular one, our real estate firm duped 4,000 investors in fresh Ponzi scheme. Right? I was mocked, betrayed over 16 years of barrenness, Anambra man says. And Omishure mom as APC blocks government's ambition. Okay. Power drunk Edo official brutalized me for defending my cameraman. EBS journalist actually mentioned that. And the last one there says you are enemies of democracy. PDP slams defecting Rivers lawmaker.
We now move on to Saturday Tribune. First, the banner headlines here is saying Supreme Court says federal government cannot seize local government funds. And underneath that, we have council allocation should go directly to them. Another rider here says Osun government can't sue on behalf of local government. That's what the court is saying. And another rider we have underneath that headline is strikes out state suit against AGF. Of course, that's the Attorney General of the Federation. And above that, we have why I told U.S. Congress that Nigeria needs external help to defeat terrorism. That's coming from Professor Obadari. We have also above the banner, we have Tinubu Akpabio, governors bid Segun Awolowo farewell. Another headline we have here is APC disqualifies Omishore Adegoke, 5 others ahead of Osun governorship election. And we have OAU unveils 7-foot bronze statue of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. That's all we have for Saturday Tribune.
Okay, so that's all we can actually take as regards to the newspaper, headlines. But joining us in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Nosike, a philosopher of development economics and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Good morning, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome on board. All right, quickly, Doctor, I would like you to, pick any of the story you want to react to. But before you do that, I and Nina had a very wonderful banter here as regards to regulations of social media or not. So, what's your take? Ned Nwoko is actually calling for it.
For me, I'm a fan of regulation because anything that is not regulated is subject to abuse.
Okay.
Understand? Human being, the way our brain is wired, there's no boundaries. So regulation is used to put boundaries. Just as you have bumps on the road to stop excessive speeding, that is the role of regulation. Not complete shut up, no, understand? But there should be procedures, understand?
Okay.
Yes, so I'm a fan of regulation.
Okay, so since Dr. Anosike is a fan of regulations, I am not still a fan of regulations. But of course, this is how far we can actually go as regards to this particular conversation. Let's go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome back on board. It is the Morning Boss on Vop TV. The First Ministry updates new ministers' promises, troop welfare, coordinated operations, and nationwide. Retired General Christopher Musa has assumed duty as Nigeria's new Minister of Defense with a strong pledge to intensify joint military operations and improve troop welfare. He promised tighter coordination across all theater commands, quicker delivery of kits, prompt allowances, and better support for injured personnel and family of fallen soldiers. Defense Chief and Ministry officials welcomed his return, calling it a boost for Nigerian security architecture. Bishop Timothy Charen has dismissed allegation of state-sponsored Christian genocide in Nigeria, saying the insecurity affecting the country is driven by government persecution. Is driven by terrorism and bandits, I beg your pardon, not government persecution. He praised President Tinubu's security efforts, welcomed General Musa's appointment, and highlighted the upcoming Northwest Peace Summit led by the Sultan of Sokoto as a key step towards lasting stability. In Sokoto, police have arrested 3 suspected financiers of banditry and uncovered a motorcycle theft syndicate linked to Zamfara. Rusted cattle and stolen motorcycles were recovered with suspects confessing to supporting armed groups. The state police commissioner urged the public to continue sharing credible intelligence to aid ongoing security operations. Doctor. Okay. Of course, we still have in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike. Doctor, welcome again on board. Because I want to start with you, but I've been told that we have virtually Barrister Eze Eluche, attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister. Okay, we also have from Benin, Honorable Shedrack Udugabi, Special Advisor on Youth to the former Governor, Godwin Obaseki, Public Affairs Analyst and a Political Analyst. Good morning, Honorable.
Yeah, good morning. It's a pleasure being with you this morning. Good morning, Nigerians.
How is Benin today?
Benin is doing very fine, but in terms of governance, we are still struggling to get our feet right.
Don't worry, I will get there with you today. Your governor, okay? Even if it's not your principal, but your governor said that if the president loses your state, that he would resign because he said all of you are one party now. So we'll get there, but that's not the conversation today. So welcome on board, okay? Welcome on.
Thank you very much.
All right, Doctor, let me start with you this morning. You heard this wonderful news as regards to the new defense staff, but I want to pick something quite important there, which is about Bishop Timothy Charen. You know, for him to actually say that there is nothing like a state-sponsored Christian genocide in Nigeria, okay, saying the insecurity is about that is affecting the country is driven by terrorism and banditry, that it has nothing to do with politics and what have you. What would that be? Because this would be the second bishop that would be talking about something like this. And I think the governor of Benue also, talked about something like this. I don't know if they're under pressure saying it. I don't know how true this is, but I'd like to get your reaction as regards to this one.
For me, I am on the same page with them. Okay. There's no government-sponsored genocide in Nigeria. Understand? But government is guilty of negligence and inaction. Understand? Government is guilty of negligence and inaction. Understand? Government is looking away while this thing is going on. That's the truth. But there's no direct government sponsorship of genocide in Nigeria. There's genocide in Nigeria. Understand? Not directly sponsored by government. But government is guilty of inaction and negligence, because there's no way these people, these bandits masquerading as headers will be carrying AK-47, and government is seeing them. Government is seeing them without arresting them. But when they see other people with cutlass, they begin to harass them. Understand? So there's no direct government sponsorship of genocide, but government is guilty of inaction and negligence.
Okay, doctor, if you are saying that there is no sponsor, or
No.
okay, you are not in support of that, or you don't even think any government official is sponsoring genocide.
I said government. Individuals are different from government.
Government, okay. That was what I wanted to get.
It means it's a policy of government.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to get clear. But thank you for clearing that particular.
That will be
individually
a government who are sympathetic to what these people are doing,
okay,
but not as a government policy or government program.
Okay. I love that particular one. Quickly, I'd like us to call for a particular video as regards to this conversation from my team, and once we watch that, then we would actually have more conversation here.
It is a new dawn at the Ministry of Defense, Ship House, Abuja.
Shedding of innocent blood is over. Our children should be able to go back to school. Our farmers should be able to go back to their farms. We must address these issues on ground. And with the support and prayers we're getting from all Nigerians, we cannot fail.
But I want to assure the minister that collectively we're going to support its cause and make Nigerians believe more in us. And I believe going forward, Nigeria will be better. We stand still ready to work diligently under your guidance, upholding the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, discipline, and accountability.
General Musa pledges an inclusive leadership approach anchored on strengthening joint operations, ensuring timely welfare.
We must respect the human rights of Nigerians. Our loyalty is to Nigeria and the Nigerian people. Shedding of innocent blood is over. Our children should be able to go back to school. Our farmers should be able to go back to their farms. We must address these issues on ground. And with the support and prayers we're getting from all Nigerians, we cannot fail.
But I want to assure the minister that collectively we're going to support its cause and make Nigerians believe more in us. And I believe going forward, Nigeria will be better. We stand still ready to work diligently on.
Doctor, you heard that particular one. We just watched that wonderful, will I say address or charge from the new defense minister.
The new improved General Musa.
Okay, the new improved. I love that.
The new improved General
Doctor,
Musa.
I want to ask a very disturbing question. Why was he removed and why were they changed in the first place?
That's the question that Nigerians are not asking.
No, that's why I am asking you today. Okay. And I also asked Honorable in Benin. You people have to answer. You understand? Why was it changed in the first place? And why is it brought back now? Because the body language we got, the reason why they were removed, you understand? They were not capable. That was the body language.
That's why
they were not performing.
That's how I said they knew improved.
Yes.
They knew branded. Understand?
So why is it brought back now? And all of a sudden, Nigerians are
different things.
Yes, we're hearing different things.
Repackaged.
Yes.
Christopher Musa.
I didn't hear nobody talked about the Brigadier General that was killed initially. But when he was addressing the Senate, he talked about it.
Which government had not addressed.
Do you understand? He talked about it. Now, all of a sudden, you're talking about the families of the fallen heroes, and the fallen heroes, you take care of, you do this, you do that, the injured. All of a sudden, where is all this coming from? Don't forget, the governor of Kebbi State also mentioned that he has been asking the Nigerian army who gave the order for the troop to be withdrawn from that particular place before the attack. Today, this same new improved, just like a statement, improved defense minister is actually saying that he's going to do investigation.
Yeah.
So, doctor, Why was he removed in the first place if this man was the Messiah?
The issue is this. There's confusion in the presidency as we speak. If you listen to what Akpabio said 2 days ago, that Donald Trump is on their neck.
Is watching. Otherwise, then I think Akpabio, it's safe to say that Akpabio has actually, mentioned that he has buttressed our point as regards to that Senate being a rubber stamp.
Yes, yes.
That means we don't even need to say allegedly.
So even I don't like that word allegedly because they know what they are doing. And he said that Donald Trump is on their neck. Therefore, they cannot say bow and go.
Yeah.
Understand me? So there is confusion in government because of the pressure from the United States. Musa was removed for non-performance, no other reason.
That's it.
If he was a star performer, there's no way he would have been removed. But when you are under pressure, you are bound to be taking decisions without thinking about it properly. Understand? And maybe because there's nobody that they can, the person that is fresh in their minds is Musa. Let us get him on board. Because if not, somebody that you removed not more than 30 days ago, you are bringing him back.
Doctor, is he up to 30 days?
Let us say that's about, he was removed in November. December, you are bringing him back. Understand?
Yeah.
Why did you remove him in the first instance?
Question.
And to confuse Nigerians, they now rebranded him. Understand? As if he is now
a war hero.
But now,
I don't know.
This guy has capacity to command troops before. Right now, he has no capacity to command any troop. Now, Musa is a politician and no more a military officer. He has retired. He cannot command any troop. Yerima can do to him what he did to Nyesom Wike.
Because he's now a minister.
Because he's now a politician. Understand me? So they are now putting all the that's everything it takes to save Nigeria on his head.
Okay, let me
Somebody you removed just a month ago.
Let me ask you this, because of what you just said about the fact that he's now just a politician, and of course, he doesn't have the power.
Anymore.
He has to command troops.
When he was saying shoot aside, he doesn't have that power.
Okay, so I was speaking to one of our analysts, and he made mention of something I think I would need you to react to. He said he feels that that the Minister of Defense, as Musa, should be better off in NSA's capacity. That in that capacity, he has more powers to do what he needs to do. Is that, do you also align with that?
That's correct. That is correct. That is very, very correct. Service chiefs have more powers than ministers. Understand? That to come and bamboozle us. Well, let us see that I wish him luck. I wish him success. But he should know that he is no more a service chief. He is now a minister and has no power to command any soldier.
Okay, but doctor, let's look at the brighter side now. Okay.
That's why I wish him luck.
I understand that you're wishing him luck, but of course we cannot deny the fact that he has experience as regards to being an infantry, of course, and he knows the nook and crannies of this nation.
Then why was he removed?
Nonetheless, we might not be able to give the right answer, okay? Just the way some speculations are actually saying that Badaru, the former Minister of Defense, was asked to resign, okay?
But Ononuga told us that it was health reasons, which we know that is not true.
Some are saying health reasons. So, of course, these are just speculations. So, we can't build fact on nothing. Do you understand? So, we have to just leave all of that. So, we don't also know the reason why he was removed in the first place. But let's look at the bright side. How will General Christopher Musa's experience as a retired general impact his approach to national security?
Well, for this to work, there should be coordination. Coordination among all the service chiefs and the defense ministry, which he is heading. They should trust each other. There should be no ego of who is more important. Understand? Once a coordination is built around them and they put Nigeria first instead of their personal interest and the interest of and sympathies, because the issue is that many people in the north have sympathy for these terrorists and bandits, and that's why they are not giving they are sabotaging this fight. Understand? They are sabotaging this fight. Example with what happened in Kebbi State, where military was withdrawn, and 30 minutes after, the school children were kidnapped. So a lot of people have sympathy for them. And you have also heard what Sheikh Gumi said, that bandits should be put in our national budget. That bandits should also be put in our national budget. There are a lot
Have
of
we been
people,
able to take care of the ones that we have on our budget?
we have graduates, noble men and women who went to school have not gotten jobs.
I still have few CVs sent on a daily basis.
Understand? But they are not in the budget.
They are
but
not.
Bandits should be put in the budget. So that's the sentiment. So if there should be a consensus among the service chiefs and the defense ministry, and they put the interest of Nigeria first, understand? I feel that success, and with America mounting pressure, something will be achieved.
Okay, so one of the things that the minister said while he was talking is he stressed the need for those risking their lives for Nigeria, that they deserve utmost respect, and of course that the ministry will ensure seamless support for troops and their families. How do you think, how would he do that? How do you think that the ministry should actually ensure that this is not just mere words, but they should be put in action?
Musa is now a politician, understand? Assuming it was about a month ago, I would have believed him. Because one of the foremost British statesmen, Winston Churchill, said that politicians don't believe themselves. Therefore, it surprises them when others believe them. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The politician that is talking to you doesn't even believe.
They don't believe themselves.
So it surprises when you.
Why you are not believing?
So, but for this war to be won, and the soldiers on the battlefield need motivation. Understand? If you are fighting and you know that your family are well taken care of, understand? It will give you that courage that to do more. Understand? Just as I'm sitting here and I know that my family are not hungry, understand? It will help me that to bring out my best. So those families of the soldiers need to be encouraged. Understand? If it is possible, giving children of soldiers scholarship. Understand? Because they are laying down their life for Nigerians. Understand? These people signed to die for the country. In America, the two people that are given priority are the military and the elderly. Understand me? If you want to board a plane in the United States, once you see a military or an elderly, you make way for them that to go before you. As a sign of respect, because of what they have done or are doing for your country. While you are sleeping, they are protecting you. Understand? So they need a special preference, which they are not getting. And that's why I feel they are not even being motivated enough to crush these people.
Okay, so we've just been told that Barrister Ezeluche just joined. Hello, Barrister, are you there? Good morning.
Thank you for having me on.
Barrister, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
Just like they say, happy weekend.
Same to you, my brother. You can say I'm in the weekend mood.
Okay, I noticed. I wanted to ask you, are you going for any boat cruise anytime soon? I don't know.
Am I going for what?
Are you going for a boat cruise or something?
Oh yeah, I mean, the family is going for, for the weekend cruise. Not really a boat cruise, but
Okay.
for.
I just know there would be cruise in it, looking at the outfit, but of course, it's okay. We'll be working here while you cruise yourself. All right, let me bring you up to speed as regards to our conversation. We're talking about Defense Ministry updates. Of course, new minister promises troop welfare, coordinated operations nationwide. And this is actually, disturbed some of us. And just like I asked Dr. Anosike in the studio, which I would love to ask you again, all of a sudden, Nigerians have been celebrating the new defense minister, being grateful to the president for appointing him. And my question, take that, please.
Well, thank you very much. I think those who are celebrating General Chris Musa's appointment, mostly it's a pedestrian celebration. Those who are not aware of the situations of what is on ground. Why do I say this? This is a man who has been part of this system. He has been part of the system for a very long while. He was a sector commander in Operation Lafiya Dole. He has been a sector commander in several of these missions, which have recorded abysmal failures. He was also the former chief of defense staff, and now he's made the minister, and people are celebrating. Well, let me really tell why he was made this minister. If you recollect, there has been so much pressure from the United States about Christian genocide and all that whatnot. So the current regime now felt that by presenting a Christian, in quotes, as a minister of defense and removing a Muslim, then that will show that the government is actually trying to address the situation. But the answer is no. If you watch what happened at the swearing-in, General Musa rather fronted his Bible. He was just displaying the Bible during the swearing-in. Come on. I mean, we know
Barrister.
Listen, let me explain. We know the optics. If things will change, we will know. When he arrived at the Ministry of Defense, look at the kind of celebration. I mean, people were singing, "Now you be the Papa way we know," and he allowed such nonsense, such perfidy. If he was coming to make any change, at that moment, he would have told them to go back to their duty post and work. That he came here to work and not to celebrate. And what did this man do? He was rather waving at them and showing it was all the same thing that will be going on. Do I have any confidence that there will be any change in this? Zero, absolutely not. Because he had the opportunity to show that there will be a difference. He has worked in the system. He has been part of the rots, and he has not made any visible change. It only shows that he was appointed for the purpose of showing that, okay, we now have a Christian as a minister of defense. And let me let Nigerians know, the issue is not the religion you are in. Because recently we lost a very pious Muslim, an imam of his command, General Mbuba. General Mbuba is a Muslim. But he was set up by the system and he was killed. And nothing has happened to defend him. He was leading the war against these rascals, against these criminal terrorists. He was a Muslim. So the issue is not your religion. If Mr. Bola Tinubu thinks that by placing a Christian who has been part of the system all along, he will change the narrative, that is not true. Under General Chris Musa's leadership of Lafiya Dole, of all those contingencies he was leading, how was the soldiers' welfare? Was funds not released to him? Did the soldiers in those platoons, in those on the field, did they benefit? Now, what makes you think that based in Abuja, as the Minister of Defense, he would have made any changes? And let me give you one critical option he had. One really thing he would have showed us that he came to make a difference. About 3 weeks ago, in Kebbi State, the governor told Nigerians that 45 minutes before the abduction, the soldiers were asked to withdraw. As the Minister of Defense, General Chris Musa would have told us he was making a difference by naming and shaming the officers who did that. You don't need a committee in the military to know who ordered soldiers to step down, to remove from it, to be out of a place, just to allow the terrorists to come and carry out the girls. He has failed. So he has failed from, as far as I'm concerned, from the very onset. Chris Musa has shown he's just a poster boy to celebrate the same rot and lack of focus of this military. But will we allow him to succeed? Well, he now has an opportunity to redeem himself.
Okay.
But let all those who are celebrating know that there is absolutely no cause to celebrate the appointment of General Chris Musa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All he just did here in just a few minutes is to buttress what Dr. Anosike has said. He called him a politician now. You understand? So I think that's a new order of the day. And I believe in now you're in support of that particular one.
Well. Okay, let's move on to the next issue we have today. Political defection. 16 Rivers lawmakers leave PDP for APC amid internal party rift. We'll discuss this after this break. To stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the Morning Buzz and Voice of the People television. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has attributed the defection of the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly and 16 other lawmakers from the PDP to the party's deepening divisions. Speaking after inspecting road projects in Abuja, Wike said the lawmakers acted within the Constitution and stressed that he remains committed to the PDP. He urged party leaders to urgently resolve internal crises to prevent further defections and highlighted the importance of focusing on performance over distractions from misinformation. Wike also dismissed viral claims that he had been arrested in France, describing them as politically motivated fabrications. He stressed that steady performance and dedication to his mandate would eventually silence critics, that his focus remains on delivering results as the FCT minister under the trust of President Bola Tinubu. Meanwhile, a legal battle continues within the PDP over the party's leadership and control of its national secretariat. The Turaki-led faction has asked Justice Joyce Abdul Malik to recuse herself from a suit filed against the party's leadership, citing fears of bias. The suit, which involves multiple defendants, including INEC, the police, and DSS, seeks to restrain the Turaki-led faction from accessing the party's headquarters. The court adjourned the matter to allow parties to regularize their processes, with hearings now scheduled for January 2026. Still with us in the studio to analyze the stories, we have Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. We also have joining us virtually Barrister Eze Luche, attorney at law, and of course, a public and political affairs analyst. Also, we have in our Benin studios Honorable Shedrack Udugabi, a special advisor on youth to former Governor Ogodwin Obaseki. He's also a public affairs analyst and a political commentator. Okay, yes, let me come to you, Barry. Let's go virtually first. Let's go to Barrister Eze Luche. You know, when you heard of this defection, or what do you make of this defection by the PDP, by the lawmakers? I know some persons will say it's just been there. You just have to just now say it out. Of course, I think what was his name? The speaker had defected once and returned, and now he's defecting again. So what do you make of all this?
Well, I think it's showing that the nuisance value of Nyesom Wike will soon come to an end, because the shenanigans of this character is insulting. It's becoming the stench, the odor of what they are doing in Rivers State is nauseating. You cannot be jumping up. This will be the second time these characters are gallivanting from PDP to APC and back to, and it's a mockery of the entire process. It will be an internal stain on the Bola Tinubu administration that he orchestrated this kind of nonsense. Because where do you say this kind of stories? Are they not even ashamed of themselves? These characters today, they are in PDP, APC, AP. And look at Mr. Wike. Mr. Wike, like I said, his nuisance value is coming to an end because there are other issues which are greater, like the issue of security, which is now overwhelming the system, the issue of foreign intervention in Nigeria, foreign political intervention in Nigeria has made Wike like something I don't even discuss except maybe amongst old women in the kitchen. Discussing such a character here is not even the best for your station because he's on a downward spiral. What I rather note from this whole process, from what you read out, is the motion by the PDP under the leadership of Turaki, senior advocate of Nigeria, that a judge should recuse herself based on her previous judgments and pronouncements on PDP matters. I mean, there are about 2 or 3 judges. One of them is also this Justice Omotosho, and the judge that is handling this matter. These are judges who have become notorious, unfortunately so, and I have to use such language to address the judges on the bench. But they have become predictable and notorious to the extent that a political party, the major opposition party, is now saying, we don't want you guys to be handling over our matters. So I think everything will soon come to a head, and the shame will be that of Mr. President for having allowed Wike and his courts to perpetuate all this nonsense for such a long while. And we'll be looking onto the new INEC chairman. Nigerians should begin to monitor this INEC chairman and watch what he does. Let us not wait until 2027. The moment, like now that these people have defected, what is the reason for your defection? Does it align with the constitutional provisions? If it does not, they should be made to lose their seats. So if the INEC chairman does not begin to act like INEC chairman, we will begin now to tell him that there will be no need for wasting of time or budget in 2027. So let us put these public officials, let us hold them to account. Let us hold them responsible. But for goodness sake, the perfidy and noise that Wike and Mr. Tinubu have made of Rivers State has become a stain and an insult on Rivers State indigents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's, Dr. Peter. You know, one of the things that Barrister said was these lawmakers should be made to face the law if it's not constitutional. But we've seen so many defections, really, and nothing has been done. Nobody has actually asked them to, to leave their seat. And, in all of all this, and what is obtainable. And then you would say, okay, that there's a constitutional approval, for lack of a better word, to allow people defect if the party is in crisis. And I think that's one of the things that Mike said. But really, is Rivers PDP, is it in crisis? Can you just bring us up to speed?
In their first missionary journey to APC, PDP then was not in crisis because then they had only one national chairman and one NWC. Understand? So, but in this their second missionary journey, there's crisis in PDP, even in Rivers PDP, because some of them belong to the Turaki faction, some of them belong to Wike faction. But Simi Fobra has done some homework, understand? And that is why only 17 of them defected. Mind you, before they were 27. But now 10 has to remain. 10 remaining, and the three of Martins Jumbo, making it 13. So, which means even if they insist on impeaching Fobra now, they cannot get a 2/3, which is good politics for Fobra. And mind you, there's still no peace between the Amawende and the Fobra. About 3 days ago, Amawende accused Fobra of neglecting education in Rivers State. Understand? He attacked him, And after their defection yesterday, they adjourned till next year. Understand? Because Amagone couldn't get what he wanted. He thought that the 27 will move with him. But he doesn't know that their ranks have been broken. So on Nelson Wike, that's my people of the year for 2025 include Yerima, because he has humbled him. And mind you, after that, Wike went under. Nobody was hearing about him. That was how that allegation came up, that he was arrested in France. Because after the humiliation, he has to eat the humble pie and have to go under. And as Barrister Ezenuche said, Wike is finished. Do you understand me? Because there are other important matters. He's no more an issue. There's a fire burning on Tinubu's hand. And Tinubu will first of all remove that fire before he will begin to look at any other person. So the reconnaissance of Wike has come to an end. We are just waiting for his interment, his burial.
His political burial, you say?
His political burial, understand? Because his case has been overshadowed. That is why even in PDP secretariat in Abuja, the Turaki faction is the one in charge, not the Wike faction. So this shows you that he's no more getting the support that he was getting from the Mr. President.
Okay, you know, one of the things, what you just said now, the last statement you made about the Turaki faction looking as if it's stronger. And let's talk about this suit that is coming up now. How would the outcome of this suit affect the PDP's leadership and, of course, you know, the control of the National Secretariat, which is the bone of contention here?
Well, for now, Turaki, that's Sheima Kinde faction are there. Understand? Because when the word was invasion, when they invaded, Sheima Kinde said that he wouldn't mind being there for 2 weeks. Turaki said that he was ready to die. Understand? So, and with the pressure coming from United States, understand? Wike cannot be as reckless, as mad as he was before. So everybody is watching himself or herself in the country as we speak. Even Akpabio has to wake up, understand, to do the right thing for the first time in 2 years. Understand? No more bow and go that Donald Trump is watching. Imagine, and they are shouting sovereignty. They are shouting sovereignty. And the third citizen of the country is telling you that a president of another country is on their neck. So you can imagine the contradiction, understand, in this government. Well, I'm happy for what is happening. Everybody is jittery. That's especially in Tinubu's government, because they don't know how this thing will end. And my prayer is not, let it not end.
Your prayer, let it not end.
Let it not end. The more they are under pressure, the better for the Nigerian masses. The more they are under pressure, the better for the Nigerian masses.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Anosike, for that particular one. You know, PDP situation is quite deeper than what we are even talking about here. And sincerely, left to me, I would just say all of these elder statesmen need to just come together to share their sword and settle what they have to settle. Otherwise, they would only make APC, you know, to grow stronger and become one.
No, with America, APC is not getting any stronger.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Doctor, with America, APC is not getting stronger in the books and in the news. But when it comes to election, if we don't have formidable opposition party...
Excuse me, this INEC chairman can never do what the other man did.
Why are you
I'm
having
not
a vote
talking
of
about
confidence on him?
Governor.
Let's even ask him
Okay,
why he has a
doc-
vote of
doctor.
confidence on the INEC chairman.
I said there's a pressure from external.
Doctor, I think you're not getting what I'm saying here. You are talking about maybe APC using INEC chairman and all of that. What I'm saying here is that if we don't have a strong opposition party for people to even vote for in the first place, if PDP continues like this, they will get more defections.
We are not talking of PDP. We are not talking of PDP.
Okay, outside PDP and Labour Party, is it ADC alone that you want to put head to head with APC? Doctor, we'll talk about that. Let me go to Barrister Ezeluche. Hello, Barrister, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I am. Thank you.
Barrister, you agree with me that this has been the new pandemic in the country as regards to, both the executive arm, the legislators of PDP, representing PDP, defecting. The other day it was in Taraba. The whole of the house left and they moved to APC in Taraba State. And Rivers is actually following suit today. We had governors, several governors, mentioning that APC is actually, the party that is aligning with their vision and their mission, just like what they said. And of course, in Wike's comments in the news story my colleague just read, he also, acknowledged the lawmakers leaving, because of the crisis. So he said they have the rights, of course, for them to actually leave. So let's talk about the internal crisis. What steps can PDP, take to address this internal division to prevent further defection? Because you agree with me that I think we have less than 10 governors remaining from PDP? As we speak.
You are talking of old Nigeria. We now have a new Nigeria.
Okay. So now I love the fact that Dr. Anasike is really, really believing in this international pressure. But I would like to be factual. I would like to, talk with facts and figures. So, Barrister Ezeluche, I would like you to, take up this particular one, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think before I answer your question, let me just correct that very wrong notion that your guest in the studio is trying to project, that with international pressure, Nigeria will become right. Nigeria can only get right when Nigerians decide that enough is enough. Those who are under the delusion that the United States will want to risk their own soldiers on our grounds when we're not ready to die for our country, they are jokers. The US will only talk, but it's left for Nigerians. The day we decide that enough is enough, these characters who are driving this country on the ground will stop. But so long as we are ready to continue to listen to them, to collect peanuts from them, the rot will continue. And now, with regards to your question, what can the PDP do? We should understand what is actually happening. The APC is the one engineering all this crisis. I mean, and they have several ways of doing it. They use the Nigerian police, they use the EFCC, they use the DSS, the Department of State Security, to pile pressure on these state governments. For instance, if you don't join the AP, like the Oshiomhole said, the moment you join the APC, all your sins are forgiven. These are politicians who are exposed, who have involved themselves in quite a lot of shady deals in all parties. So what they are really doing is not that they are coming over to the APC for any ideological or real grounds, but it's just to escape accountability. So that is what is going on. But how will it favor Nigerians? When they all come into the APC, that is when the APC will explode. And we saw that happen in 2014 with the PDP. Governors were coming from all over to the PDP. PDP was now thinking that they will last forever, until suddenly, boom, they lost the elections. So they can keep on jumping over to the APC. Even the new PDP chairman can even jump into the APC. But at the right time, when Nigerians decide that enough is enough, when we begin to send the messages, the feelers to their ward chairpersons, in APC ward chairpersons, to the local government chairpersons, to even the governors in the state, that Nigerians will not tolerate what they've been doing for the past 4 years, will not tolerate the continued debt, the increased poverty, the increased taxation that will start in January, that will render more Nigerians hopeless and pauperized. If Nigerians are able to communicate that message effectively, I mean effectively, it's not just by talking, but by in real terms, let them feel the pain of Nigerians. Then we realize that all this joining and collapsing of structures to the APC amounts to naught. Because APC itself, even the way it's structured, I don't know if if you interact with them, even at their ward and local government levels, it's not a party. It's not a political party. It's a top-down hierarchical structure. The governor says who he wants to be the ward chairpersons, and that is that. So there's no politics, no politicking at the local levels. All they are doing is how do we capture, and that is the language they use. How do we capture states? So if the question is, what will the PDP do? PDP will, and the other opposition parties, is to continue to sensitize Nigerians. Let Nigerians know where we are headed to if we allow this rot to continue. And then Nigerians will be galvanized to act and not wait on Americans or anybody. Dr. Adosike, please stop spreading that message that because of foreign pressure, Nigeria will become an El Dorado. No. Nigeria will only become an El Dorado the day we say it should be. Nigerians say it must be. And if we say it starts today, and we head into the streets, where will these guys run to? Even the police will be afraid of shooting because now the world is looking. So if Nigerians say enough is enough and we're going to protest, I will dare Egbetokun to do anything about the killing Nigerians. Let me give you a practical example. For over 5 years, a group of a police unit in Imo State called the Anti-Kidnapping Squad, the Tiger Base, has been maiming, killing people extrajudicially, extortions at the highest levels, but because the world is watching, the people of Imo State now came out and began to protest, to talk about it. And for the very first time, the police command in Imo State took journalists into the anti-kidnapping squad to show them that everything was right. So what am I trying to say? Nigerians need to increase the pressure. Let these guys know that we know they are stealing us blind. We know that they are dealing with us wrongly. And when we come out and speak, they must listen. The only good thing about the so-called international attention is the shootings, the killings by the military, by the police must reduce. Because by the time they kill one or two, they know what is awaiting them. But not that the US or Britain will come in and try to rescue Nigerians. A clear example that they will not do that is this. Not too long ago, about 2-3 days ago, the former British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, came into Imo State for a fake scam conference, the Imo State Economic Summit. And the point was saying that he feels safe in Imo State. We should ask ourselves, what was this man paid for what he did? So we should not hope on these external actors because they are actually coming for their own interests. But we should use the opportunity of the global interest in our country to ensure that we do the right things and get these guys who are ruling us to account. That is how it works. That is how it has worked every other place, but not that they'll come in and put boots on the ground. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Barrister, I beg your pardon. Barrister, I love the fact that you're giving clarity as regards to some things, but I'd like to know, what are the implications of this defection, in our political terrain? It has become...
The implications of what? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
What are the implications as regards to defection, and what would this particular, defection situation or shenanigans, as I would call it, turn into as regards to our political landscape, in the nearest future? Because it has been a normal thing where almost everybody now who came together to form coalition was coming from somewhere. For example, the article they're trying to present to us has moved from the PDP to APC, moved back to PDP, now has left. Peter Obi came like that, Labour Party, PDP, and now we are waiting for him to also announce. The Dave Mark, of course, the same thing. Aregbesola, also the same thing. When you look at the political space, it has just been like assorted. That's what I call them. They've just been moving from here and there and here and there. So I'd like to know, should there be, maybe a law or something that should actually stop all of this particular thing? Because in other clients, it's not happening that way. It is not. But it is only in Nigeria, that we get things like this. So what are the potential legal implications of defection? That is, if there is any.
Well, thank you very much. I think, you see, the way the international system works, let me broadly explain it, is that when, like the current INEC chairman, for instance, he now has a task before him to make his name strong to leave his footprints in the sands of times. We know what his predecessors have been doing. The laws are there that when you defect from party A to party B, you lose your seat, particularly if there is no division on your political party. So INEC must begin to act. Otherwise, he will just be collapsed into the same level as we have Mahmoud Yakubu and Atahiru Jega. But this current INEC chairman has an opportunity to behave himself. And the consequences are very clear. When they don't behave themselves, now the international community is looking at Nigeria. It will be easy to pinpoint who to deal with, because all these things they do against Nigerians, what do they benefit? They steal money and go and dump abroad. Now, if the US can help us track all those funds, make sure that they are seized, then these people have no other choice than to behave well in the country. So the laws are there. It is now for those who are in charge with implementing the law to act. So, and the ball falls squarely on the table of the INEC boss. He can make a difference, or he can decide to be swept alongside the same gutter as his predecessors. But Nigerians should also become aware that these people we call His Excellency, Her Excellency, these people who become political leaders and overnight amass incredulous wealth. That wealth is what they have stolen from the public purse. They are stealing your money. Do not respect them or regard them highly. Regard them the same way you regard the pickpocket in the market, or even worse. So Nigerians will be, I mean, that is the role that networks like yours can play. Bring up issues that will highlight to Nigerians that these characters they respect or that they call my honorable or my lord are in real terms criminals who should be behind bars. And when we are sensitized, when people realize these issues, then they will now be more organized in tackling this crisis. Because all over the world, it is not the courts who change systems. It is not the military who changes systems. It's not the external forces. It is when the people feel enough is enough and they react. We've seen it happen several times across Africa, across Asia. So the Nigerians have to decide our suffering is too much. It's not a matter of politicians because they keep on defecting. It should be, when do we say enough is enough, and put a shame to these characters, because they're the ones that should feel the pain, not Nigerians who are hardworking, who are trying their best to make sure their country is good. So the short answer to that question is the INEC chairman has a duty to play. If he does not play it, he should be put at the same pedestal as the criminals who have chaired INEC before him, and the international community can be invited to do what they should do. That is, ban their assets, seize their assets, visa bans, and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, Nigerians must decide, what do we want to do with our garbage? Do we put our garbage in the presidential villa or in the state governor's seat, or do we throw our garbage in the dustbin? Unfortunately for now, in most instances, Nigerians have been placing their garbage in the executive mansions.
Thank you very much for your submission there, Barrister. Let me come to you, Dr. Peter. You know, one of the things, the major thing that Barrister highlighted or kept highlighting is Nigerians should act. Nigerians should act. Do you see Nigerians really acting? Do you see Nigerians really coming out to say enough is enough? Because it looks like this is what we need. But how can we get to that point? Because the Nigerians that we know, and of course we've seen what happened in NSAS. We saw how, I think for the first time, everyone saw how Nigerians united, irrespective of religion, irrespective of ethnic bias. They all came out, and we saw the end point of that. Do you think Nigerians will actually want to even go that route again?
You are saying that Nigeria united during NSAS because you are from the south. You were in the south in 2020. There were no NSAS protests in the north because then the president was from the north. So this shows you the strong sentiment, how ethnicity it has eaten deep into the fabric of Nigerian system. Just as end bad governance was mostly in the north, because the president is now from the south. So for me, the only thing I feel that can unite Nigerians is suffering. But we have not really suffered enough. Excuse me. We have not really suffered enough. Understand? So I'm not seeing Nigerians uniting at this point in time. Just like change will really come when the people desire that change, understand? And change has never come from the top anywhere in the world, because the top is comfort, the top is calmness, the top is quiet, understand? And the change, people who are comfortable does not desire change. It is the masses who are suffering that brings about change. That's why change comes from below everywhere in the world. So it is Nigerians, understand me, that will say we have suffered enough. Understand? Just like the guy in Tunisia that poured fuel on his body and struck that match, which led to the Arab Spring. Understand? We've not gotten to that stage. Nigerians are still hopeful that things will change. And once we continue being hopeful, things will continue on the way it is.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for that wonderful submission. We're told that Honorable Shadrach is back in. Hello, Honorable, are you there?
Yes, very well.
Okay, welcome on board. Of course, we're talking about the River State defection. So I'd just like conversation. How does this defection reflect on the current state of politics in River State?
For me, all of this thing is just political drama that has been previously orchestrated. Here you see members of the People's Democratic Party who are now an appendage or a subsidiary or an extension of the APC being led by Nyesom Wike. And the man is still trying to come out with some political, dubiously arranged, orchestrated drama to still give it a semblance of democracy. Because I seriously do not understand how a man who claims to be a chieftain of the PDP, a leader in the PDP, working for his greatest opposition, and the Nigerians are still making it look as though the man has some moral justification to his actions, or perhaps there's an atom of legality to his status quo. But for me, I see all of these things as a political shenanigan. It amounts to nothing. For a man who works in the People's Democratic Party, who claims to be a member of the PDP, to be receiving salary from the APC, working assiduously for the APC, a man in PDP mobilizing for his opposition party and saying that Tinubu is endorsing Tinubu 2027, and yet with one straw is trying to hold the PDP to the jugular.
Hello,
to ensure that the people
Honorable Shadrach, can you hear
what
me?
we see in River State just
Honorable Shadrach, can you hear me? Honorable Shadrach, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just want to ask a disturbing question. Is it wrong for an opposition party member to be chosen by a particular opposition party or the ruling party when it is based on merit? It's just a question.
Yes, it is wrong if the man still chooses to remain in the People's Democratic Party and mobilize votes.
Wait, so hold on. No, Honorable. What I want to get is clear. What I want to get is this. Okay, I want you to actually give me in a clear term. You are a PDP member, Obaseki being your principal. Okay, so for example, you have a new governor. Okay, just like the APC took over your state, and because of your position with Obaseki being a special advisor on youth, okay, to Obaseki, and you did it well. And Ekwobolo decided to appoint you for a proper, administration, for the administration to go seamlessly because it's based on merit and he feels you deserve it. So are you telling me that it is wrong for an opposition ruling party to appoint you?
It is not wrong for me to be appointed. Get me right.
It is changed. Let's go.
I can be appointed and I will move into the government to work for Monday Okpebulu. But having moved into the government to work for Monday Okpebulu, I cannot say I'm a leader of the People's Democratic Party and perhaps proceed to fractionalize the party. I cannot say while in the People's Democratic Party and working for Monday Okpebulu, I will now be mobilizing votes for Monday Okpebulu, who is a member of the APC, without being a member of the APC, is unholy, is uncalled for. You, as a member, you are a staff of VOP. Is it wrong for you to wear the shirt of Chinese television or Arise television and come to air to read your news? Is it wrong?
My question. Hello. Honorable. Honorable.
Yeah, I will give you a branded shirt of Channel Television.
Honorable.
So that you will wear it to VOP and read morning news for me to know whether it's wrong or
Honorable, my question, where will I even get the shirt? Why should I be given the shirt?
I will buy for you. I will buy
No,
for you.
we see, the problem now is that I have enough shirts already from VOP. So if you want to give me that, you want us to give it out.
You need that particular shirt. See,
Honorable, I see what you're doing there. But go ahead.
No, let me explain to you. I've watched Bola Ahmed Tinubu while he was governor of Lagos State.
Yeah.
And after he became the leader of Lagos State politics, even while Obasanjo was president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the man made sure that opposition practically did not exist in Lagos State. Even when Kolo Kebele Jonathan was president, there was practically no PDP in Lagos State because the man cannot withstand opposition. The man kills it. It does not exist, let alone thrive. So the attempt of bringing Nyesom Wike into his camp is not because he wants to empower Wike or because he believes in his capacity. He believes the man can do the dirty job of holding the party at the jugular and pressing it to the ground.
Okay.
To the extent that we will wake up in 2027 to discover that there is no other political party to vote for apart from the APC. There is nobody on the ballot. It is not just the PDP alone. We can see what's happening in the Labour Party, where Julius Abure has held the party to the jugular. And Peter Obi has been kicked out. He's now dangling around the coalition, not knowing where his party is. The only governor we have in Labour Party, Alex Otti, could not use Labour Party to run local government election in Abia State. He had to go and borrow the Labour Party. That is where we are. Even the New Nigerian Labour Party is not spared. They were attacked, the leaders and elders of New Nigerian Labour Party in Kanu gathered together and they suspended the only governor. If not for madness, if not for external influence, how will a party suspend the only governor on this political platform? We have seen it in post, it's not just Wike. We see the Sam Dadi, the Sam Wanyanwu, the Bature, Danobi and their likes. Ayodele Fayoshe were putting on a PDP cap, claiming to be a cheated people. PDP went to an APC rally to endorse Tinubu. What do you say about that? So
but honorable,
people have a basis for their
honorable. Okay, honorable.
Honorable. And I thank God the party has kicked them out.
Honorable, I love the fact that you're actually giving this a clear term. But you would agree with me that it was also your party leadership. As at the time people were calling for the expulsion of Wike, your party leadership said that Wike has not indulged himself in anti-party. Hence, they could not export him, hence they could not expel him and his colleagues as at the time. So we don't actually know what he has done differently now that suddenly made PDP, wake up to feel that it is time for them to actually expel him. But that's not the case. You talk about Labour Party. You mentioned that of Abure, how he's actually destroying the party and all of that, But my question, should this particular conversation be an Abure's problem in that of Labour Party or the INEC problem? Because you would agree with me that Abure was actually sacked by the court. And till date, as you and I are speaking here, it has not been changed in their portal that the new interim chairperson is Senator Nanadi Usman. It is still showing Abure that is there. And your judicial system needs to also, be held responsible because they actually stopped Abure from contesting, conducting any congresses. But he just did one again in the Southeast. And some of this situation is also reflected in PDP. So who should you blame? Is it Wike or the system? It's just a question.
No, when you say the system, you make it look as though there's some elaborate institutions that is working behind the scene that we need to follow the due process or the rule of law. There's no system here. The judiciary is practically inside the pocket of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He calls the shot as he pleases. We've seen the kind of judgment that comes out from the court in recent times. We see judgment, there's no reflection of justice. We've seen that you carry a case to the court. The court will leave the legality of the matter and begin to focus on trivialities. They will focus on technicalities. They will begin to hand over judgment to people who are inconsequential. Judgment, there's no reflection of justice. We have seen it repeatedly.
All right. Thank you so much. Honorable, we're pressed for time. So we've actually exhausted the time on this conversation. We just have to move. But before we leave this conversation, Doctor, I want you to just
add what Wike is doing wrong.
Okay.
In 1979, there's PDP, there's NPP, MPN accord.
Yes.
Because the MPN couldn't form a government, they have to get PDP, then MPP, then that's Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and Shehu Shagari. So that time MPN produced the senator, that's Senate President.
Yeah.
Then MPP produced the Speaker, that's Edwin Umezuoke.
Okay.
Understand? So that they were in government, they were not talking, the people in NPP that were working in Shagari government were not talking down on their own party.
Okay.
That's in Nigeria. John Kerry, who Obama used as Secretary of State, was a Republican.
Yeah.
Understand? But John Kerry never worked against Republican, even though he was working in a Democrat
yes.
government. So
yes.
there's nothing wrong getting someone from a different party to work in
an administration, yes.
But he must not be an enemy of his own party.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So that's what Wike is doing wrong.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Anosike, for that wonderful light there. Quickly, we'd like to go straight to trends because we're pressed for time. And the trends we have today, Bibi Naija stars Leo Da Silva and Nina have joined growing complaints over skyrocketing shortlet apartment prices in Lagos this festive season, of course, at the Yuletide season. Leo alighted apartments in Victoria Island and Ikoyi charging over $9,000, which approximately is 14 million for 11 nights. While Nina revealed paying 4.2 million for 13 nights in Lekki, with some places charging as much as 700,000 per night. Both stars criticized us for inflation, of course, inflating prices, warning that hotels may attract more bookings this December as travelers balk at the exorbitant rates. Lifestyle influencers and travelers echo the frustration, citing better value, convenience, and fewer hidden charges in hotels. Industry experts note that the shortlet market is unusually slow this December, despite Lagos' festive boom in previous years. Real estate agent Jennifer Ike explained that only apartments listed early in November are seeing bookings, while most remain empty due to high prices, economic pressure, and security concerns. In 2024, shortlet contributed 21 billion to Lagos festive economy. But rising rates and low demand this year are forcing us to reconsider pricing strategies, signaling a shift in holiday accommodation trends. All right, in as much as we'll talk about this particular one, I would also like to talk about the aviation system because there's also a hike in fare price. I think prices presently now is rating from 330 something upward, wherever you want to go to in the east or the south, presently in Nigeria. So,
but Abuja to northern states still remain the same.
I just mentioned the east and the south.
Why did you mention Kanu, Abuja, Kanu?
I would only give you facts and figures. Presently, the airfares that are hiked are people going to the south and the east. That's all.
For what?
Shortlet, yes.
Shortlet, it is a high end. It's not all the problem of Nigerians. Understand me? If you want comfort doesn't come cheap.
But must the comfort now come with choking our
No, if they can't afford it, they should.
If you want comfort, it doesn't come cheap.
Okay.
Understand me? So that's not what we are talking at this point in time. A lot of our people are going to bed without food. That should be our concern. Lots of people are sleeping without closing their eyes. Over 250 Nigerians are still in captivity in Niger State. So that shortlets are expensive. It's none of our problems. Understand me? Those who want it should.
Doctor, you're not even having it.
Understand me?
Okay, let me go to Barrister Ezeluchi, because Doctor is not even having this particular one. He said, if you want comfort, go for it.
It doesn't come
Don't
cheap.
come and come. It doesn't come cheap. Don't complain to us. But of course, the best I can actually tell you is you can still get a very, very conducive environment at Golden Tulip. Okay, just come to Airport Road and you'll be fine. Don't stress yourself. All right, Barrister Ezeluchi, are you there, sir?
Yes.
Barrister,
Now,
what can you say about this particular comfort situation in Nigeria?
Well, thank you very much. It's a very sad narrative on the Nigerian state that the country deliberately undermines a particular region for the benefit of any other place. Now, as we approach December, what will you see? You will see that there's a deliberate orchestrated effort by the Nigerian state to stop traveling to the southeast. The Inspector General of Police will send 1,001 roadblocks and checkpoints on the way to the east. The Custom and Immigration will do the same. Even the Civil Defense, the Road Safety, they will all go to the southeast to try to make it impossible for the southeasterners to travel to the east. In all means. And somebody has the temerity to tell us that there is increase in rents in dirty Lagos and all that stuff. Look, my dear, if this travel cost to the southeast is ₦1 million, the Igbos will move. If they put 1,001 roadblocks, armed robbers in police uniform,
Barrister,
because they will listen. They will be on the road. You'll be seeing, and there'll be between the Ore and Benin Road, there'll be a place you'll be in one spot, and you see 6 police checkpoints. You will see military checkpoints. You will see road safety, all on the side going to the southeast. But on the reverse side, there is
always
no
free.
checkpoint.
That I have driven that road several.
Now,
it's always free. Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yeah.
Yes. What I'm trying to say is we have to understand these things for what it is. And all this dirty December with the high price of Lagos, who cares? If you're paying ₦1 million for a chocolate,
okay,
if you want to pay.
But
for goodness sake, hello,
yeah.
Allow those who want to move in peace, and not to you frustrate them. You use the state machinery to make it uninhabitable in the southeast. The people causing the insecurity in the southeast are the security agencies, the police and the military. They're the ones creating the havoc in the southeast. And then you now tell us that because the shoplifts have increased, they should stay back in Lagos. You guys are joking. The people will still travel once is the time. If it costs them $1 million, if they spend 2-3 days on the road, they will go.
Okay,
so
Barrister.
Yeah.
Barrister,
yes.
We were not this particular conversation, of course, just like I mentioned that of the airfare. Yeah, just like I mentioned the airfare that it has unnecessarily increased, over 300,000, and of course the shortlist here. But I was not streamlining this conversation or to channel it to a particular tribe, or a region in Nigeria. But with your submission, are we having an Igbo problem here?
Look, like the vice president said in Owerri.
Okay.
The Igbo problem is what will destroy this country, because you see an energetic people who are progressive, and you want to tie them down. That's where you tie the entire contraption of Nigeria down.
Okay.
Because they will keep on moving.
All right,
There's no two ways about it.
Doctor, because of our time, we'd just like to go to...
Okay, because of the time, let me just run it in a nutshell.
Okay.
Between Lagos and Owerri now, maybe you'll see about just 20 or 30 checkpoints on only the southeastern road. In the next 1 week, you will see 120 armed robbers. Because when the policeman is armed and is extorting from the road user, he becomes an armed robber in uniform. So Mr. Gbotoku should go and remove those armed robbers in the uniform on the roads. He should, the people who are making it impossible for the Igbos to travel east should release these issues, because they will still travel no matter what happens. So let us be realistic. It's not a matter of the high rent of shortlists in Lagos or whatever. Let us address the primary issues. The primary issues are that you are frustrating an entire nation. Let them be, and Nigeria will progress. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Ezeluche. Honorable Shadrach, are you there?
Yes, very well. I'm still
Okay,
here.
so please, in just 30 seconds, I'd like to get your final submission.
For me, I still see it as private business. If you feel they are too expensive, there are other hotels that see less than 30,000 that you could you could make do with. There are places 100,000 will be enough for you to feed in this Lagos state, and then there are places the same 20,000 you get a very good antecedent meal. So it's all about your taste and class. If you can't do it in Ikeja, Lekki, you stroll over to the mainland.
For you to be mentioning Ikeja and Lekki, I'm suspecting you should be in Benin. You should be knowing things about Benin. For you to be talking like this, honorable, I'm suspecting. You don't let me see in Lagos. In short, after this show, I will call the head of our head of station in Benin to make sure he monitors you for us to know where you are moving to. All right. Thank you so much. Honorable, for joining the program, and thank you, Dr. Peter Anosike, for being part of this wonderful, production. And of course, Barrister Ezeluche, thank you so much for being part of the ride this morning. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. All I would just tell you is to enjoy your weekend, okay? And believe that everything will be fine. My name remains Savior Udo.
And I am Nina Ndomdioto. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions beyond the surface? Exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions are claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries, and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on Vop TV. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. And today happens to be Friday, but I can promise you lots of things to discuss and dissect, right? So if this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us. So I say welcome because this is like a collabo. So my name is Vivian Uguche and
I'm Ikechukwu Ago, and you're welcome once again to Hashtag. And like Vivian said, thank God it's Friday edition of it, and there's a lot of conversation that we'll be having. Vivian, let's go.
All right, guys. For starters, our first hashtag is going to be hashtag Nnamdi Kanu. So yesterday there was a hearing, right? Nnamdi Kanu, who is in Sokoto, serving a sentence, actually life imprisonment, had appealed for a transfer from Sokoto to the Federal Capital Territory so that he'll be closer to the courts where he wants to appeal his life sentence. So the hearing was yesterday, but there was a little bit of drama, all right? And this drama led to the deferment of the hearing to the 8th of December. Now, this is what happened. When Justice Omotosho, the same person who had, slammed the life imprisonment on Nnamdi Kanu, is the same person trying this one now. When he called for the hearing of this case, Nnamdi Kanu's brother stepped up. And Justice Omotosho said, no, you are not a lawyer. You need 6 years to be a lawyer to appear before me for this case. And so he rejected Nnamdi Kanu's brother's appearance and then deferred the case to the 8th, like I said. But so there are nuances to this. I'm going to be walking you through it, right? So walk with me. Let's go to X now so that we get down to the nitty-gritty, shall we? Thank you. Vanguard newspaper says you need 6 years to be a lawyer. Judge rejects Nnamdi Kanu's brother's court appearance. The next one. So this is Vanguard again, telling us the same thing. You need 6 years to be a lawyer. Judge rejects Nnamdi Kanu's brother's court appearance. So credit goes to the Vanguard for that. The next one now. So this one is reporting by the Punch newspaper. So credit goes to the Punch for this. Says that Thursday's proceedings, the trial judge, Justice James Omotosho, fixed the date for the hearing after declining to give audience to Kanu's younger brother, Emmanuel Kanu, who announced his appearance for the IPOB leader despite not being a lawyer. When the case was called, Justice Omotosho asked for the appearance of a lawyer. However, Emmanuel, who is not a lawyer, rose and announced his appearance. There's a continuing part of this post. Let's continue to take a look at it. Thank you. Justice Omotosho then told him that such an application could not be moved by him. Quote, this ex parte motion cannot be moved on the convict's behalf because you are not a legal practitioner, end of quote, Justice Omotosho stated. The judge, insisting that only a legal practitioner can move the motion, advised Emmanuel to either engage a lawyer or approach the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria for representation. Quote, when I said representation, it is not his. In bracket, Kanu's father, brother, sister, or relations are meant. I mean his counsel. Finally, let's see what Nnamdi Kanu's brother now said. So when Emmanuel asked for the next adjournment date, or the next adjourned date, Justice Omotosho said that although there were cases on the docket on Monday, that's next week Monday, Kanu would be accommodated. Thank you, sir, Emmanuel responded. The judge cautioned against misleading the public over how Kanu could compile his record of appeal. So, there's one response that I'd like for us to take a look at. Shall we? Let's do it. The next one. So, Ashipa Esquire says, the right of a defendant is different from the right of a convict. Then Tim say, nah, play. I want us to talk a little bit about that before we go back to X, because something else is playing out regarding this Nnamdi Kanu's case. Yeah. So do you think it is time for Nnamdi Kanu to reconstitute a legal team?
Well,
considering what played out.
The truth is, for me, I never think it's right. It was never right for him to actually had let his legal team go. I mean, even though I might not be in support of certain persons within his ranks, but I think that I don't think it is actually advisable for him to actually have allowed the SAN Kanu Agabi go. Yeah. It's actually very wrong. But again, like I always say, Nnamdi Kanu is just like every man, and I believe this particular move he's making, this decision he's making, is coming from someone who's actually a lawyer, who's actually pointing him that okay, yeah, it's possible you can actually do it, and that's why he's doing it. Because
even though it might not be right.
Yes, of course. Even though it might not be right, but
because it's really not right for his brother, who is not a lawyer.
Absolutely.
Like someone said, the case of a convict is different from the case.
True. A convict is already a criminal in the eyes of the law, and of course there are certain rights that you have. But someone who is yet to be found guilty, you're as innocent as even the man that's trying you.
Until you are proven guilty.
So at that time, that was why the judge actually dismissed his motion about his human rights, because at that point he has been convicted. So that's why it became an academic issue, right?
You're talking about the appeal court.
Yes,
so
the appeal
prior
court.
to that, before he became a convict,
that was very much a case.
The judge allowed him to represent himself.
It was very much a case.
He was not guilty.
It was very much a case. So now you have this particular. So I mean, but then, like I said, he okay, again, one thing you need to also take your mind back. Before the eventual conviction of Nnamdi Kanu in court, you recall that there was a session that was held himself right there in court where Joseph Moto tried to excuse him, Nnamdi Kanu excuse Igabi, excuse Ejimako. They all sat before Nnamdi Kanu finally said, okay, I'm going to represent myself. So he had meeting with them. And of course, I'm not privy to that meeting, but I want to believe that one of the things he would ask is, can I represent myself? What is the position of the law in this, right? And who knows what must have been said there.
Yeah, but there's water under the bridge.
Yes.
I mean, this is something that happened.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying.
You mentioned Ejimako, who you said in the past is someone Nnamdi Kanu respects
very close,
and who has referred to himself as Nnamdi Kanu's consultant.
Nnamdi Kanu even referred to him as special counsel.
Yeah, but Ejimako himself is referring to himself as Nnamdi Kanu's consultant lawyer, right?
Which means...
So wouldn't it have been even proper for him to be the one to make an appearance instead of Nnamdi Kanu's brother?
So this is exactly why, thank God you read the post of the wife the other day, talking about, courtroom theatrics.
Okay.
So these are the things, right? So you just go and, tell your client this and then come create some sort of scenes in court. I mean, these are not necessary. These things are
I don't know if you're thinking like me. Probably on the 8th of December, when they're going to be hearing this appeal case now, for him to be transferred from Sokoto, there just might be a lawyer representing Nnamdi Kanu.
It's very possible that maybe Maxwell Okpara, one of the lawyers, the other guy who was not arrested amongst them, who was actually talking about when the Sowore, protest was led. Yeah, the other guy who was actually talking about, the process. The other one might actually be the one who will step in, or Ejimako himself will eventually step in as, since he's actually a lawyer to actually, take charge. But then again, why will you go through all of this process when you know that this is basically the right thing to do?
Yeah, that's $1 billion question.
It's funny.
But we keep our fingers crossed to see how this one pans out. Be sure to get the update when it happens. Talking about the hearing on the 8th. The hearing, like I said earlier on, is about Nnamdi Kanu's appeal to be moved from Sokoto to Abuja so that he can be closer to the court where he wants to appeal his life sentence. That said, we move on to the next hashtag, which is defection rumors. It's still related to Nnamdi Kanu. So you do know that Governor Oti had visited him over the weekend, and a couple of days after his visit to Sokoto to see Nnamdi Kanu, he visited President Tinubu. And shortly afterward, we saw a post put up by Nnamdi Kanu's wife to say that, look, this visit was all about Nnamdi Kanu. That's what the governor said. But rumors have been swirling online that the governor visited President Tinubu because of something related to a defection to the APC. So the governor came out today to categorically say, look, I am not defecting to the APC. I just went to President Tinubu to discuss Nnamdi Kanu's case because they're seeking a political solution now that Nnamdi Kanu has been convicted. So I take it to X now. So you see that post by the governor and, of course, how netizens are responding. Hashtag defection rumors. Thank you so much. Vanguard newspaper says, I visited Tinubu for Nnamdi Kanu's release, not defection to APC. That's the Abia State Governor, OT. Responses now. Mustafa Halilu says, you visited in vain. Droppy.nft collector and gifts. Gosh, that's like a sentence. Says, your second tenure is secured. Radical Duke says, if you like, defect or don't defect, 2027, you are definitely stepping down from that seat. Amin says, if he knows what's good for him and his state, then he should defect to ADC. Now, ADC is the biggest and the only platform that can amplify him. That's all. ADC is the only rescue. ADC or nothing. So these are quite varied responses. What do you make of them?
Well, for a governor like Alex Oti, these ones are actually governors with who, I mean, naturally look at them, you know they're definitely going to come back. They have the leverage. They've done a lot of work. People can actually see. The last 24 years before Oti came on board in Abia State was actually a mess. And he came on, a lot of persons have been celebrating ever since. Going to the APC will not change anything. He contested in 2015 as APC candidate. He lost narrowly to Okezikpa as the first term. He would have won that election, trust me, if he had come under another party. But because it was APC, I mean, Southeast would really, really reject APC, and particularly Abia State.
So he's the poster boy of APGA, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, no, LP,
Labour Party.
It came with the LP, the OB wave in 2023, and he actually won. He's been doing so well. So I don't think defection will definitely be up his sleeve at this point.
So talking about defections, let's go to Osun State, where the Accord Party is intensely wooing Governor Adeleke, who said he's resigned from the PDP. And it looks like he's not going to the APC. You even said you predicted ADC, but there are lots of permutations that he's going to the Accord Party. But that's not the crux of the matter right now. The next hashtag, even though it's related to Governor Adeleke of Osun State, is Osun LG funds. So it's over, right? Is it over till it's over? But it looks like it's over now. The Supreme Court struck out the case that the Attorney General had put up, the Attorney General for Osun State had put up against the federal government for withholding Osun State's local government funds for months. You remember it was right here on this platform that we broke the news to you that Chief Bode George of the PDP said Governor Adeleke of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, had confided in him to say that it was himself, his elder brother, and David Doe, his nephew, who have been paying the local government staffers for months from their pockets. Looks like that's what's going to continue to happen because right now the case has been struck out. It's an elaborate one, so be patient as we take a look at it. Arise TV put up that post. Let's walk through it and see how netizens are reacting to it. Hashtag Osun LG funds. The Supreme Court has delivered a split decision in the case over withheld Osun State local government funds. By a majority of 6 justices to 1, the Apex Court on Friday struck out the suit filed by the Attorney General of Osun State against the Attorney General of the Federation. The court ruled that the Osun Attorney General had no legal right to institute the case on behalf of the state's 30 local governments. Yeah, I repeated that for a reason. It goes on to say it held that only duly elected and inaugurated local government officials have the jurisdiction to sue or be sued directly. There's another part of the post. Let's take a look at it. Thank you. It goes on to say, in its judgment, however, the Supreme Court also declared that the federal government was wrong to withhold local government funds, describing the action as a grave breach of the 1999 Constitution and its recent decision granting full financial autonomy to the local councils. Justice Mohammed Idris, who delivered the lead judgment, said the federal government's hands were soiled by the unlawful seizure of funds and admonished it to ensure allocations are paid directly into local government accounts. The court dismissed contempt allegations raised by the AGF against Osun, noting instead that the federal government was in greater contempt by failing to release the funds as required by law. Justice Idris added that since there was no evidence the Osun Attorney General had been formally briefed by the local government, he ought not to have filed the case on their behalf. Finally, in a minority judgment, Justice Emmanuel Agim disagreed with the majority, holding that the Osun Attorney General did have the right to bring the case. He condemned the federal government's withholding of funds, warning that it was capable of crippling the activities of local councils. So even though the majority struck out the case, they said it was contemptuous of the federal government to have withheld the LG funds, granting that the local governments have been granted autonomy. It's the same thing the minority said.
Well, basically...
it was the same administration that won the case for local government autonomy.
Absolutely.
That case was instituted by the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Yeah. So what do you make of this?
So this gives credence to what it means to say you have local government autonomy, right? It means that the local government will just be giving the money directly instead of giving it to the governor, and then the governor will give to the local government. Meanwhile, in a senior climb, local government autonomy means that the government has to generate its funds, give certain percentage to the governor, the governor of the state, right? And then the governor will definitely give.
Yeah,
to
but
the
that's where there is true federalism.
True federalism.
But in Nigeria, we don't have that.
We are supposed to be practicing.
They go to Abuja every month to go and share money.
Absolutely.
So
so let's speak to the judgments. So the judgments, I think for me it's a good judgment. If you look at it,
you're not confused?
No, I'm not confused. So the thing is this, right? It's different when you say your case lack merit. This is just a constitutional matter.
Yeah, the Attorney General of Osun did not have legal grounds.
Since it's a constitutional matter, they can really, sit again, go back, and then, fight their case, and then it will be heard.
So they can still go to the court.
Absolutely.
So, but this time around, it will be the local government chairman.
Yes. They just have to follow the right
that
channel.
That would go to the court.
Because, of course, from the judgment, it's obvious that they agree that the federal government is in the wrong.
Yeah, but bottom line, the funds are still withheld. That's what I meant.
That means they have to go back, in the right channel, which means they said it's a constitutional matter. Come back how, 30 of you, through the constitutional means that is right, constitutional channel that is right, come back and, plead your case, and then we can definitely hear you out. But for now, in law, you don't build a case on the wrong ground.
Yeah. So what this means is Davido, his father, and his uncle will continue to pay the local government staff.
Absolutely.
But you see, net is... Oh, please. This is not even right by any means.
It's not, but unfortunately...
Yeah, but I'm even glad the local government staffers are receiving pay at the end of the month. They are not hungry.
Thank God they have people. See, again, another thing is, there are certain states this won't happen.
Yeah.
Right? But it's unfortunate that it's happening, and it's happening in Osun State.
And the man is not even making much noise.
And Osun State is one of those states that churns out the largest votes in Southwest.
Aha.
So it's for me, I think this is more of a political thing.
I think this makes it more obvious that he's not at the governor, even though he has defected from the PDP. He's definitely not going to the APC.
It's going to be a long ride.
It might just be their court
because
party.
you recall also here, we talked about Davido and his uncle visiting the Aso Rock. At some point, where a lot of person were like, oh, maybe is this the sign?
Yeah.
But hey,
looks like it's not working. Yeah, but netizens, Ikechukwu looks, it seems he's convinced and not confused by the judgment. But netizens are actually confused. That's really the consensus. So I take you back to X. So you see how netizens are reacting to hashtag Osun withheld LG funds. Yeah, it's very long. Osun withheld LG funds. Let's go back to X now. Thank you. Yusuf Adebanjo says, this judgment to me seems to have created more confusion. The more paramount issue to be addressed now is who really are the authentic local government chairmen in Osun State? Is it the Adeleke faction chairman or the APC faction chairman? The SC, that's the Supreme Court, should please clarify that. And that actually is the crux of the matter. Yeah. Cefash of Ife. Ooh. You see how I paused? Because I'm not very sure of that name. Cefash of Ife. Wow. Says the confusion continues. Who is the authentic owner of local governments or of the local governments in Osun State? That's a question that netizens are asking.
There was an APC election, an election where they have a lot of APC local government chairman, and of course the Osun, the PDP local government chairman, and there's this tussle between who is right. And of course, in every state, governors will always assert their power over local governments. And maybe this is just a way for the government in the center to actually look at the APC in the grassroots in that particular state. So if you want to actually come get your fund, and then you have to clarify, come through this means. So you have to find a way now to either hold a by-election first to ensure that yes, we now know who the authentic local government chairman are, and then we now move. It's going to be a long
This is what I have to say. Democracy has a long, long way to go.
But to think that the president here, also suffered the same thing.
Yes, under the administration of former President Olusegun
one would have
Obasanjo.
expected to say, okay, I've been there before, we shouldn't be doing this. Okay, and of course.
Yeah, but hey, it was the same president who, when he wasn't president, campaigned against the removal of fuel subsidy.
Okay.
And, you know, so hey, let's let that lie. But I was talking about democracy and this whole drama that is always playing out. Because Osun State does not have a monopoly on what's playing out.
Absolutely.
Go to River State right now, things fall apart. Classic things fall apart, I'm telling you. About 15 lawmakers defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress live on TV. So the House right now is divided. But see, what they're doing is making things very difficult for Governor Fubara. And they're saying he's not competent, infrastructure poor, and they're saying all sorts of things about him.
It will even shock you,
and they're
Vivian.
also, they've adjourned sitting till January, meaning that they're not going to approve his budget, which he's supposed to have presented.
Vivian, it won't shock you. You know, one of the, when the fire started between Fubara and the governor Fubara and his XY, you know,
XY suspended governor, who is now the governor. Yeah.
And, you know, the governor of FCT and the proxy governor of River State today.
Governor of FCT?
Yes.
The mayor of FCT?
Yeah, mayor of FCT.
Wiki.
Well, potato. You know, when the fire started there, right, one of the grounds that Governor Fubara had to actually dismiss the lawmaker was that they defected. They defected. And then they went to court, and then the court gave a judgment that they technically, in the eyes of the law, didn't defect. But today now we are seeing the same thing happen, and I just wonder what's going to happen this time around. It's so sad.
Crossed. You see, it's why we're not even having that hashtag today, because I'm saying they've just opened a can of worms. So it's going to continue to play out over the weekend into Monday. Hopefully we'll see what Governor Fubara is going to be saying, and then we can have a hashtag Fubara or defection or whatever.
Or Rivers Assembly.
Or Rivers Assembly, or Rivers State, whichever. It depends on how it plays out on X on Monday. So let me take you to another hashtag we've been following all through the week. It is hashtag Christopher Musa. Let me rephrase. General Christopher Musa retired, who is now the defense minister. So I just want to bring you up to date, right, as to how the Ministry of Defense received him today. They are doing to him what they've never done to President Tinubu. Love. They are doing to him what the ladies in Cross River State, the nurses, refused to do to the first lady, which led to alleged suspension of one of the nurses who posted a video of the nurses refusing to sing Our Mama Bidis. So staffers of the Ministry of Defense today were singing Our Papa Bidisu. To the new defense minister, it's just crazy. Just to let you know, guys, that this is an amateur footage, but it's enjoyable, right? And it's just an update. We've been walking you through General Christopher Musa's walk from being called from retirement into being nominated, into being confirmed by the Senate. Now he's resumed office. He was sworn in by the president yesterday. Now he's resumed office in his ministry. Take a look. All right, so it is unexplainable. I don't know the kind of spirit General Christopher Musa, retired, has, but it is so beautiful to watch. This has been his story. Yes. When he was retired as the CDS, we saw the same honor accorded to him.
Yeah.
When he was nominated by the president, for the first time, netizens spoke with one voice. He went to the Senate. Some were saying bow and go. Akpabio said, no, we'll ask you questions. He did well. He was confirmed, sworn in. And look how they are receiving him at his new ministry. It's just beautiful. It's glorious.
Very glorious. Like I said, I'm just, I don't envy him really, because I mean, this point really means that he has to really put in the work, right? A lot of work, because I mean, now Papa be this, right? So your children are missing in Kirby. They've been recovered, but you have to now tell us who gave the order for those kids.
And he said he's going to jump on that.
That's going to be the very first point.
In fact, he said it yesterday that he went to social media and he was overwhelmed by the kind of expectations, but also the support. He now said, because of that alone, it is going to be his utmost decision, and he'll be determined not to fail his family, not to fail himself, and not to fail Nigerians that are expecting him to turn things around. It looks like Nigerians have shifted their expectations from trusting in the president to now trusting in the defense minister. It looks like they're looking to him now as their father.
Absolutely, because I mean, he's shown. That's exactly why you look at people. Sometimes you look at people in their profession. You don't know persons. A lot of persons are actually watching.
They're watching.
And this guy has been doing this over the years. Nobody,
said anything.
Nobody said anything about him.
So you mean there's a time for everything?
Yes, but then when he started that, when the news got out that he's been relieved of his or he's been retired, people started talking.
People raised eyebrows.
Soldiers, under him,
civilians,
rank and files, people under him directly, people who under him through a third party started talking, and people were like, okay, what then is it about this man? And now he got back this job as Minister of Defense, and everybody's happy. Now there's a lot of work for him to actually do. I just hope he finds the strength to actually do it. And I also very much important that whenever he seeks the counsel of the president or the help, to actually do certain things, those things happen immediately, because whatever it is, the box now stops at his door. Nobody trusts any other person to keep us safe. But General Christopher Musa.
Yeah, but I do remember the Senate President Godswill Akpabio saying to him yesterday that whatever support he needs, that he should be sure that he's going to get it.
I don't trust politicians.
Well, at least Senator Akpabio said it.
He said it, but me, I don't trust politicians.
Okay, so we move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag PMB. Loretta Onoche has stirred the honest nest. She used to be a member of the late President Muhammadu Buhari's kitchen cabinet, right? So she put up a post today that's got people talking online. She was painting President Buhari in very glowing colors. I wonder why she did that. Well, let me take you to X now so you see what Loretta Onoche is saying about her former boss, her late boss. Loretta Onoche says President M. Buhari was honest, open, and sincere to Nigerians. He did not sneak around with the presidency in his pocket while dealing with health challenges. He obeyed the Constitution. He informed the National Assembly and completely handed over to Vice President Prof. Oshibajo to run the country as he deemed fit. President Muhammadu Okechukwu Adewale Buhari is the patron saint of all good people. How did she come up? She's rechristened President Buhari Okechukwu Adewale Buhari.
That's the title he was given in the East.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
What does Okechukwu mean?
What's this word? A portion. Yeah.
Of what?
Yeah, God's portion, something like that. Yeah.
So probably Adewale is the title too in the Southwest he got.
Well, more like I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm just.
But Okechukwu is actually someone's name. What it means is that
a portion.
Yeah. Like when you say something is my portion, this is the portion of God, for me, my share, yeah, something like that.
Interesting. So netizens are responding to her post now. I'm wondering why she actually put up this one. But hey, netizens are responding. Let me take you back to X so you see how they are responding, shall we? Yeah. So Kelechi Donpido says, may his kind never happen to Nigeria again. Hattie says, thank God I experienced his presidency. No one will tell me what I saw. Keep your epistles for for your kids. Oluwaseun says he obeyed the Constitution. How did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu get to Nigeria? So netizens are having none of it. I can tell you that, right? So I'm thinking it's safe for us to let that particular one lie as we move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Senator Ned Nwoko. It is a follow-up to what we put up yesterday. We put up a post yesterday regarding Senator Ned Nwoko threatening legal actions against a TikToker who had said he was paid to assassinate Senator Ned Nwoko's separated or ex-wife, Regina Daniels, even though he said it was just content creation. But the senator is serious about this issue, and there's a follow-up to this matter. An apology is in this mix. So let me take you to X now to see the post Senator Ned Nwoko put up today. Shall we do it? Yeah, thank you. Senator Dr. Prince Ned Nwoko says, the accompanying video trended a couple of days ago. That was the video which said someone was paid to assassinate Regina. And then he goes on to say, it is testament to the fact that Nigerian social media space has become one of the most unregulated in the world. Laying very serious allegations have become a common trait to attract millions of views without recourse to the damaging effects on the people involved. Knowing that there could be evasion of consequences because they can easily prey on the emotions of Nigerians, encourage this deviant behavior. This case and many others has now clearly justified the urgent need for the social media bill in the National Assembly. You can't lie to make money and turn around to apologize after criminally defaming and hurting people. It is time for social media companies to be mandated to open up offices in Nigeria and to take responsibility for what they allow on their platforms. If landlords are being threatened with punishments for actions of their tenants who are Yahoo boys, what stops social media companies from being held responsible for allowing defamatory contents in their platforms? All our local media houses comply with laws concerning defamation. Why make an exception for foreign companies who don't pay taxes and ultimately avoid all manner of liabilities because of the absence of regulations? We must effectively be able to apply regulations, or there is no end to this. Is Senator Ned today? Who knows who is next? There's a concluding part to that, but just hold on. Let's keep this on the screen while Ikechukwu and I, tear this apart a little bit. Two things I want to bring to your notice. First, he's talking about regulating social media. Remember when this happened under the Senate presidency of Bukola Saraki, and the likes of Dino Melaya and all wanted that to happen? Nigerians revolted, and that bill was dead on arrival. I don't know if it's going to happen. Said that social media companies must be mandated to open offices in Nigeria to take responsibility for what their tenants do. Once upon a time, it used to be X, it used to be Twitter, it's now X, had an office in Nigeria, right?
No, they don't.
Or they were supposed to have an office in Nigeria, but they decided to put it in Ghana.
Yeah. Google as well.
Google as well. So it was because, according to them, unfriendly circumstances. Yeah, so I don't know if that's going to fly as well. Those two things.
So the thing is, I don't know why. Yes, I can understand the place for you saying, okay, their content's actually hurting people, and there should be a way to actually regulate it. But before you open a social media account, it's just that people don't read terms and conditions. Everything you do is just on you, and the company only has certain rights to actually. I'm talking about the company now, only has certain rights to your back ends. That is if required by law. I'll give you a classic case of what happened between some fraudsters in Nigeria and a 17-year-old kid in the US. They actually defrauded this guy, and then they blackmailed him, into committing suicide. When he died, the FBI swung into the case in the US, and because they wanted these Nigerian boys to actually be extradited. And when they got to the company, in this case Instagram, that's Meta, which is Facebook, the parent company, and Meta, which is the parent company of both Facebook and Instagram, they asked for the access to actually those guys' back end, and the company denied. They declined them. FBI declined them this access to the. Why? They said you don't have any rights, and then they now only the conditions that these things that we're actually asking for is to protect. It's going to affect minors.
So your point is what?
My point is simple. What Ned is actually talking about, saying you should the companies to come set up shop here because people
it can be done remotely.
They can't even do it.
Okay, yeah.
You can't force them to do it. That's what I'm saying.
You can't force them, absolutely.
And if you think you will have to ban social media because one person is actually using it to actually look at the countless number of persons that have actually used it for good.
Yeah.
What are you going to say to the companies in this case?
True.
Again, right?
So there's a debate, and actually the jury is out on this. You're going
Absolutely.
To see, the jury is out on this.
There's no way.
Netizens are reacting. Let me take you back to XAC, the concluding part of that post. There's a video he put up. But before we take a look at that video, we'll take a look at the concluding part and how netizens are reacting, shall we? So Senator Ned Nwoko goes on to say, please support my bill on the regulation of social media companies, which simply seeks to get them to register in Nigeria and open their offices here. This will mean the following employment for many Nigerians: technology transfer, payment of taxes, litigations will be easier and cheaper instead of suing them in foreign countries. They will also help in tracking bandits and other criminal activities. And lastly, our records will be domiciled here and not controlled by foreign countries who can use them to destabilize our dear country. So let's take a look at the responses. So Abbas says, sir, I don't see any need for the bill. You know the person who posted the video.
Simple.
Simply arrest him and let everyone move on. Starboy Gucci says, Baba, we no need any bill. Leave social media regulation bill and hold who defame you for him. Okay, I'll stop there. The tech boss says, strongly disagree with the unregulated part of the message. Social media actually self-regulates. I don't think there's anyone who saw that post and supported it. Most people likely disagreed with his lies and cautioned him against it, myself included. We have bigger issues to deal with as a country than to focus on a desperate rascal. Charge him to court and let him turn a new leaf in jail. Problem solved. So what video is Ned talking about? What video are netizens talking about? Take a listen.
I'm not talking to you. Ned, Regina's husband, I was not talking to you. My name is Liar of TikTok. My name is Liar of TikTok. It was my name. It's my name. I'm like, that's my name. I do lies. I lies on I go online and lie. I was not referring to Ned Okonkwo. I did not even call his name. I did not put his picture. It was not him I was referring to. I was not referring to, but please, sir, if this video is they are referring it to you, it was not you. I'm sorry, sir. I'm very, very sorry. I'm very, very sorry, sir. Oh boy.
You say, oh boy.
I'm trying not to laugh. So that's an apology, right? Yesterday, he was very bold when he was online saying that he was paid some monies by the senator to assassinate Regina Daniel. Now he's apologizing. And it was Senator Ned Nwoko who put up his apology. He attached it to that long post. Apparently, netizens are saying, look, there is no need for regulating social media. Charge this person to court. Apparently, they've put the fear of God in Liar of TikTok. And he's saying, sir, I am so sorry. But do you think Ned is going to let him be? Because Ned already put up a post that he was going to fight this thing to a logical conclusion.
So it's two ways, right? The old boy part got me, you know. I mean,
he's like...
He now understands, you know, the level of mess he's in. And yesterday I was saying that he should be punished. But me hearing old boy... I think, yes.
He also said he's an orphan. There's another video. He said he's an orphan.
See, at this point, that I really don't care. But what I think...
You don't care he's an orphan?
I don't care, sincerely. What I really think... seriously, what I really think should be done to him, even... I don't support him being in jail now. I want to see him do community service. Yes, some serious community service. Maybe, you know, tasked with him cleaning, you know, his local government for like 6 months, clean the drainage. Yeah, something like that, you know. I think that will suffice.
Yeah.
That. But...
You'll make a good judge if you try it. Yeah, but hey, Senator Ned is saying that there is no justification for trying to make money by defaming someone.
Now you're making
and
money.
Then come and apologize.
You're making money. The family is, you know, is hurting. It's not fair for anyone. Right?
Well, let's see if Senator Ned, as a lawmaker and a father, would have mercy on Liar of TikTok and let him off the hook.
Will he stop being a liar?
Well, that remains to be seen.
Okay.
But we'll keep our fingers crossed, and I will continue to keep you updated on this one. Another story we've been following from the beginning, and we are going to keep following it to the end, is hashtag Two-Face. You know, the whole blah about Two-Face and Natasha and his family. For the very first time since Two-Face has been embroiled in marital crisis from Annie Idibia, because she's taking back the Idibia names. People are wondering why Annie is now answering Annie Idibia again after Natasha and Two-Face quarreled. But hey, that's an aside. Since Two-Face was with Annie, and after he left, and now with Natasha, he's never ever come out to talk against his family. This is the very first time he came out to denounce his family publicly. Now I'm thinking the dude is at the end of his rope. I'm not going to detract from it by paraphrasing what he said. So I just love for you to take a listen to Two-Face.
My family has been, this whole thing has gotten dangerously out of hand. I'm not just gonna be quiet anymore. I feel I have to say some facts here. I'm a grown man, and I believe I have the right to be whoever I want to be. You understand? My family has, in trying to say they want to save me or say they want to help me, they have actually destroyed me. And they have killed somebody's daughter's character, like they've just literally killed somebody. Because Natasha is getting death threats right now. Fine, we've had our quarrel. Please tell me who doesn't have with their spouse, who doesn't have a quarrel every once in a while. Please. But this has gotten out of hand. I'm perfectly okay. I'm good. Everybody has been seeing me out there. Anybody that has eyes to see, they've seen me out there. I did my show recently in Abuja. A whole lot of people were there. How can you say you say you're trying to save somebody, you're trying to, and then you're messing my life up. This is unacceptable by me. I'm not gonna take this lightly anymore. It's my own family, my brothers. Sorry to say, but this is not right in any way. Natasha is getting death threats. This is so unfair. It's not nice. I have the right to be with whoever I want to be with. I've not gone to anybody's house.
So for the very first time since his very illustrious career, Two-Face is calling out his brothers. He's saying Natasha is getting death threats now. He said over and over again that he's not a child, that in the name of wanting to save him, his family has assassinated Natasha's character and has also messed up his life. This is actually not pretty anymore. It's totally, it's painful.
So when a man starts, making statement and saying, I'm a full-grown man now.
I'm not a child.
It means he's a child.
Oh my gosh, what are you saying?
No true king says, I'm a king. You see it. And also...
So you're saying Two-Face is childish?
I think there's something wrong.
What's wrong?
I don't know. But there seems Two-Face is off his person. And also, this may now start giving credence to people who've been saying, must have been under some influence. I don't know, but...
Well, I disagree before you go too far.
Well, again,
I think he's just denouncing too much interference from his family. That's why, if you listen, it's a 9-minute long video. If you listen to it, he said he has not gone to anybody's family to put mouth in their matter. Pardon my grammar. I'm mixing pidgin and English right now.
The thing is, if you've listened to Two-Face over the years, even before now, the way he talks, I think there's something off.
Did you follow Two-Face and Idibia when they were having their hassles and all? His brothers were the ones that would bring the matter to the social media. They were the ones that would crucify Annie. The same thing is happening again. So maybe they should just let him be. If they can actually let him be for now, yeah. I don't want to. This is a family affair. Yeah. So Two-Face has a right to ask for people to let him and his family be. How about Natasha that is receiving death threats and she's even pregnant at the moment? But can we put our pulse on this?
Family issues is something especially when it comes to this.
We'll keep our pulse on this story as it continues to unfold. Who knows? Hyacinth, Two-Face's brother, who was on Instagram saying his brother needs help, might respond to this. Who knows? His mother might actually come to say something. But I'd like for us to quickly take a look at one more hashtag, Morayo, before we go quickly. We're just going to do a mention. Morayo is raining right now. Let's go to X now. So you take a look at that post that was put up. Hashtag Morayo quickly is about Wizkid. Can we do that? Let's do it. Thank you. Charts Africa says Wizkid is Apple Music's most streamed Nigerian artist in 2025. 25 of his songs made the top streamed list. Morayo is the #1 album in Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa. Kese is the most played song on Nigerian radio with 1.87 B impressions, and he did not drop a single track in 2025. Someone in the response segment is actually latching onto that particular one, that phrase. Can we quickly take a look at the responses? Yeah. Oti says, emphasis on he didn't drop a single track in 2025. Slim Big Boss 22 says, see greatness. G says, grace you can't deny. Ikechukwu, 20 seconds.
No, I don't understand anything.
All right. On that note, we wrap it up. Congratulations to Wizzy. And we do hope that Two-Face and Natasha will sort out their issues. Ned Nwoko. It was TikTok, liar of TikTok that called him Unkocha or something. We do hope that Senator Ned Nwoko and his ex-wife also sort their matters out. Guys, I need to say thank you to this incredible team. Every Friday, they make my job easy for me. So I know Manfred, I'm wrapping up. So I need to say thanks to Manfred, thanks to Adira, thanks to Paul and Ikechukwu. You guys are the best. Maximum respect. And to every other person that contributed to making the show a success from Monday till this very day, respect. Thanks to you guys for watching all the way. If you liked it again, keep a date with Ikechukwu and I for another edition next week, Monday. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice. Well
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. the red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, it's another time to sit around the table and hear what is going on in the world of sports. It's your weekend sports roundup, and you're very welcome to our ultra-modern studio here in Abuja, VOP Television. Thanks for joining us. Now, I'll tell you something straight up. The inaugural Para Games, West Africa Para Games, Zone A and B, ended just last night in Abuja, in Abeokuta, Nigeria. All West African countries were there. We have the results for you right here. I can tell you that. And of course, the Abuja Half Marathon Let me check my time. It just ended. Okay. Yes. Okay. I have the result. That's what I'm telling you. We have the results right here with Kenyans taking over again. Just happened a few minutes ago. And I'll tell you the big one. The World Cup draws have been made yesterday. That is a big story in itself. But of course, you get to know that Haaland and Mbappe will be fighting it out in the group stages when France will meet with, Sweden, right? Now, but that's not the story from the FIFA World Cup draws. Human Rights Watch is up in arms over something that happened at the World Cup draws yesterday. Of course, don't forget Super Eagles getting ready for the Africa Cup of Nations. What is happening with that? We have all these stories and more. And of course, I have someone to talk about it with me right here in the studio. But you only get to find out if you stay until after this very short break. Don't go away. All right, thanks for staying there. We're still here on Weekend Sports Roundup. My name is Ernesto Sobwe. Every day, every time we come here, keep you up to speed with what is going on in the world of sports. This morning, I'm very glad to welcome once again my friend. He's making a return to the program again, and it's my pleasure to welcome my very good friend, John Nkamiang, to our studios. John.
Ernest. It's great to be back.
Yeah, it's like you dropped your militancy in the last couple of weeks.
You know this thing they talk about age.
So you've aged.
I'm aging gracefully like fine wine.
Okay. Yeah. That's correct. See, the same wine, the older the better.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Just like jazz as well. The older the jazz piece, the more mellow.
The more classic it becomes.
You're welcome, John.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Para Games ended yesterday in Abeokuta.
Yeah.
If we can see that, the Para Games just ended in Abuja with Nigeria smashing everybody else, like you would expect. This is where, Nigerians have been saying it, that they say disabled athletes over time, and before we stopped all of that, there is ability in disability. We started with Nigerians, and we go to the Olympic Games. They are the only ones who come back with gold medals and things like that. And so, for the first time, West Africa, an opportunity to be selecting from an international pool of talents, international championship. Say, let's have a Para Games where let these people come together and do. Just at the Olympic Games, you just select people. Now, we have regional Para Games taking place, and possibly, as we go into the future, maybe there will be an African Para Games as well, where we can meet all these people. My friend was there who covered the whole thing. Very exciting. He said, look, I can't believe that even able-bodied persons cannot pull some of these results. Nigeria was smashing Benin Republic 11 goals to nothing in the para soccer, and everybody was just shouting. Yeah, so I don't know. What do you feel about that?
Well,
if we can see the medal table first, yes.
Basically, it's not surprising that Nigeria is topping the medals table and putting out quite an impressive performance at the West African Para Games. The para athletes over the years have proven to be a dependable bunch.
Yeah, I just, a minute to interrupt you, just hold your thoughts there. We see that there, you see Nigeria there. The first one is for male, female. So the male, 33 gold for Nigeria. Female, is that 26 I'm seeing there?
Yeah.
That is correct. And then, so that's how it's tallied. But at the end of the day, Nigeria finished with, I think that's 59 gold medals. Yes, 59 gold medals, 39 silver, and 31 bronze medals. Double figures to top it up. And Benin Republic coming in second there with 4 gold, 4 silver, and 14 bronze medals. So you begin to wonder. That's a really smashing by the Nigerian team. But you see the West African teams there. Even Togo did not medal. No, they didn't. John, am I seeing double?
Yes, Togo, no medals at all. But you see, it's not just about winning the medals. It's about the exposure. Being exposed to standard facilities, being exposed to global standards of rating the various events as far as the Para Games is concerned. What you see there in that table is a reflection of the either intentionality or non-intentionality of the various governments of those countries in para sports. Nigeria over the years, we've not done fantastically well in terms of intentionality in investing, but in terms of exposing our athletes, yes.
But I like to think that it's the individual athletes themselves, like the Nigeria thing you mentioned.
Yes.
Those para guys, they are always very
determined, very
personally
always looking for opportunities to go out there to improve themselves, expose themselves to improved officiating standards, improved facilities. I agree with you completely. That has been the albatross of Nigerian sports, not just para athletes, even able-bodied athletes. If we delve into the AFN, the glory we celebrate in athletics, as far back as Imoluiva, as they would like to say, is based on individual quest to want to excel, to want to put not just Nigeria, but also themselves on the global stage. Of course, at the end of the day, it is Nigeria that is celebrated because it is the green, white, green they will wear when they run the tracks, in Europe and across the world. But the bottom line is, it is the individual determination of those athletes to want to, pursue glory, pursue the highest level of athletics. So I think the recent developments in Nigerian football highlights years of corruption, years of neglect, years of lip service to sports. I will say this without any fear of favor. As far as Nigeria is concerned, sports is still seen as recreation, not business.
Okay, John, we will take that. I don't know what I have to say in advisement. I'm not in position to use the advice anyhow. But it's individuals just driving themselves. How long can we continue with that, John? These are the questions we would have loved to explore. But on this show, time keeps running. And all
it's
of
very
that.
simple.
I don't know how long can
I
we
will say
depend
this
on individuals
directly to Mr. President. While you're talking blue economy, diversifying from fossil fuel to natural resource, one of the biggest natural resource untapped in Nigeria is the sports industry.
But John,
it's a multi-billion-dollar industry.
But John,
in
no
Nigeria.
president in Nigeria has been as proactive about sports, at least as far as I know.
What do you call proactiveness?
First,
is it by rewarding athletes with money? That is just an aspect.
John, if you're saying this, then you should be looking at Bukola Olopade and Shehu Diko, whom we put there to lay the foundations for him. The president cannot leave the office to come and be running the sports.
I agree with you, but the buck stops on his table. The buck stops on his table as the president.
He's rewarding
He brought Bukola Olopade and Shehu Diko. Please, what were the perimeters?
Well, that's the Nigerian thing.
That is exactly my point.
Right.
And that's why it goes back to what I said earlier. The box stops on his table.
Okay.
What perimeters did he use to come to the conclusion that those were the best hands, most exposed hands, when it comes to sports administration, sports development, taking Nigerian sports to the next level?
Okay, John, we'll look at that maybe another time. We'll be looking at that. But look, John, just a few minutes ago, the Abuja Half Marathon ended with the Kenyans dominant again. But this time around,
no story.
I see Nigerians doing very well in terms of the female category. If we can see those results, let's see the male first. Let's see how the Nigerians did in the Abuja Half Marathon. I had to get here because I didn't want to come and tell you stories that they blocked me out on the way getting here. Most half of Abuja was blocked off to give the marathoners space to run. John, look at it there. Look at the Kenyans coming out first is Kepa.
You just have two Nigerians, three Nigerians.
Yeah,
actually.
with the Nigerian is in 4th position. Is that 5th?
Three Nigerians.
No, it's not about that. Nigerian is in the 4th position there. Adamu Shehu Muazu coming up there with 1 hour, 8 minutes and 25.49 seconds. To be in 4th place with the winner coming out 1 hour, 5 minutes and 39.73 seconds. I think that falls far below the world record, but it's okay. It's a good time for the winner. We have Edwin Kipyago winning in 2nd place, and of course Ezekiel Chepkovoni
of Kenya
as well, coming in 3rd there. And you see Nigeria defeating some Kenyans there. You know what I think is Kenyans, what they usually do is send some of their upcoming stars for this kind of events to give them international exposure and see, because we don't really see the big name Kenyans there coming to run the half marathon.
That is exactly what I'm talking about.
That is correct.
Intentionality.
Okay.
Kenya as a country have found their area of strength.
Absolutely.
Which is the distance, the marathon, the half mile, the quarter mile. And what do? They have built their entire athletic architecture.
Athletic ecosystem.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Right?
Exactly. They're using every best marathoners in the world. Adamu, you're talking about it. Obviously, the name suggests it comes from the Sahel, the northern part of Nigeria.
Yeah, the middle belt.
We have that same ecosystem.
That is correct.
But there hasn't been any intentionality on the part of the Athletics Federation, on the part of the Nigerian Sports Commission, to say, look, let's build a facility in the northern part of the country, the plateau, to be precise. It has that elevation. It has the right...
but John, in Nigeria, we have a lot of marathons coming up. The one Adam Shomole introduced in Okpekpe
Road Race.
We have Abuja Marathon. Even in Lagos.
Supposed to be tools, instruments to improve Nigeria's participation in the marathons, the mile, the quarter mile. That is how you are intentional about developing sports. And then the sports ministry is supposed to be the administrator, ensuring that those marathons
harvesting everything,
harnessing, and then we have a pool of runners who are over the years are exposed to these various events locally and internationally. Okay. That is what the Kenyans are doing.
Yeah.
They come here, they rake our money, and they go back.
John, they have to rake your money because they are doing well. Let's see the women's results and see how we did there. And we have Mercy Jep Kemoy. I've never heard that. But there, John, do you see that?
Yes. Nigerians, several Nigerians.
Second and third.
Yeah.
There. With the Ethiopians just behind them, with so many Nigerian women. The people are saying now that the Nigerian women are generally shoving Nigerian men off the sports radar, and it's been proven here. Shambo, Blessing, Solomon. Definitely, like you said, Solomon La. Maybe she's from Plateau. Yeah, that's right. And in 4th place is an Ethiopian.
Yeah.
Ebste Atago Tao. Wow. And then we have, okay, let's see who is the next Nigerian there. In 6th position,
Obadiah Vivian.
Then
you have Kelvina.
Wow.
Then you have Emily Emma.
Middle belt names.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing well. Yeah, John, you were saying something, but for me, let's just celebrate the athletes. Over time, we've talked about Nigerian sports, the administrators. It's really frustrating. We just get
everything you see is self-determination. Athletes who believe they have the potential and do not allow the system to derail their dreams, and they keep pushing. That's what we're seeing. But at the end, why we would talk about the administrators is simple. Because at the end of the day, if we don't talk about the athletes, we don't talk about how they fought to get to where they are, it's usually the administrators that take all the glory, because they are the ones that will come, snap all the pictures, and they are the ones that will speak to the microphones. The athlete, I'm sorry to say, I have to also indict sport journalists in Nigeria. How many sport journalists truly do what we call investigative sports journalism? Tell the story of the athlete. How did you get here? What support did you get? Did you get support from your state sports federation? Did you get support from the athletics federation? How do you train? That is what the Kenyans
But
have done.
the information we have is that the average Nigerian sports writer is a hungry person. And
But that's the truth.
And he's just looking for the administrators to prop him up. He wants to join them on the trip.
That's the truth. Sport writing has been seriously impoverished. I mean, it's no news that
John, you are one of them. So
are
you a hungry journalist looking for Shehu Diko to take you to Bauchi, and then you are going to write against him?
I'm happy you asked that question. It is on record that I am one sport journalist who was asked to bring his passport to. I think it was under 7, and I said I didn't need it.
Okay.
Because
they had an international
match
to play.
So there are some of us who believe in being professionals, who believe in doing our jobs, and that's why sports journalists, we've excelled to certain levels that even within the circles, people don't understand. They look at us and they're like, are you still in this? Once a sport journalist, always a journalist.
That's right.
That's the fact about it.
But you need to rise above a certain level.
You have to rise above.
And the administrators don't like
right now. I
that.
sit at a level where even those who call themselves sports administrators cannot assimilate the kind of ideas I would bring to the table on how to turn Nigerian sports around. But of course, Nigerian sports has also become political, which I mean, I don't want to be part of.
John, the last time you were here, we were talking about the idea space in Nigeria being very, very thin. When people get into position, they seize it. They don't listen to new ideas to come so we can develop our country together. People just feel, I own this seat. I can do what I want, and I've been appointed. So, John, I don't know. I feel for you and people like you who think that your ideas are going to come in to help the country, but those who are in position don't want new ideas to come in, except the ones they support.
Well, they should continue. They should continue. The truth is, for people like I belong to the school of thinkers. I mean, and one thing we have realized is that, you have to allow this phase of people fade out, either naturally or modern nature or fate has a way of filtering the system. Okay. And when that happens, it becomes very clearing. I mean, it becomes very clear that we need to change direction. We need to change trajectory. And then that's when you say, oh, yes, we recognize we have people who know what to do, who know how to do it, and will come into the system. Right now, everything we see is politicized. And as long as we keep playing politics, instead of governance, instead of proper administration, we will get flashes in the pan like we're getting. Haven't you noticed? Immediately Nigeria failed to qualify for the World Cup. There was explosion of reactions. But where are those reactions now? They've died down because, everything again has been politicized, and especially when the man whose table the ball stops says, okay, we've lost out of the World Cup, let's focus on the Nations Cup. So basically it's business as usual.
It's all good. It's all good. One day we'll get there. But now, let's get, I don't know if we have the fixtures, the English Premier League fixtures for today. Let's quickly take a look at it as we begin to look at the issue of the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations, where 17 English Premier League clubs are set to lose 40 African players. And that is why they keep telling you, we don't want to buy African players. So let's first look at the fixtures for today. Very briefly, John. I don't understand what the English people are doing. There's a story I was reading, and they were discussing how Arsenal has always been hated in England from years since they were formed. And Arsenal just played on Sunday, the late game. They had a day less to rest than Chelsea, and now they are playing the opening game on a Saturday.
Arsene Wenger, as manager of Arsenal, has always complained.
I don't understand that.
Always complained.
Even if you let them play at 17:30, I think the players have about 5 hours extra of rest.
Exactly.
But no, you fix them to play the very first game of the next weekend. I don't understand it. But here we have it. Aston Villa, Arsenal. These were the guys 2 seasons ago who stopped Arsenal from winning the league. And at the Emirates.
And bookmakers are looking that might happen again.
With so many injuries with Arsenal players, Arsenal squad. I mean.
But the Arsenal squad, as it stands, seems solid.
Absolutely, they have depth. They have a lot of injuries.
They have a lot of injuries, naturally, but Arteta seems to have his work cut out for him, especially. Austin Villa are no pushovers.
No, it's not because they're not pushovers. Unai Emery is angry with Arsenal. You sacked me for nothing, and you bring someone because his name
this is an opportunity for him to draw his own pound of flesh.
Absolutely. So here we see Chelsea after getting a stalemate with Arsenal. They were shouting. They forgot they were playing in Stamford Bridge. I was very angry with Chelsea fans shouting. You were playing at home, and you think you got a draw, and you are celebrating that you beat Arsenal.
I think it's only fair to recognize the fact that they were playing Arsenal. Right now, Arsenal is probably one of, if not the best team in the Premier League right now.
Okay.
They look set. Okay. I'm not an Arsenal fan. Okay. But when you look at what Arsenal on paper and you look at the results they've chunked out, Chelsea had, especially in the start of the season, were a bit wobbly. Now they seem to found their rhythm. So against a solid Arsenal, they had, I foresaw that game was going to be a stalemate. Okay. The way it was. And so I don't blame Chelsea fans for celebrating a stalemate against Arsenal in Stamford Bridge. So I give it, but now they have a chance against Fulham to be able to redeem their image and once again, buy Mount. Bournemouth. And
I was in the stadium. I was at Stamford Bridge some years ago when Chelsea smashed Arsenal by 6-1, and then to come a few years later and Chelsea celebrating a draw.
What you must understand is that the dynamics of the English Premier League football has changed. It is highly competitive. Years ago, we would have looked at this, the La Liga and the Italian Serie A to be the most competitive, but with the continuous injection of players from all across the world.
This injection of finances.
And I was coming to that.
We don't have all that time. We have more important things to talk about. I don't want us to dwell on the English Premier League like that. So you just look at Man City, you'll be home to Sunderland, you expect them to win that?
It's going to be a tough one, but I expect Man City
to win. Then what about Liverpool away to Leeds? From the way Liverpool has been wobbly.
Liverpool right now is highly unpredictable. For those who place bets on Liverpool, it's a 50-50 chance against Leeds. Leeds are underdogs and they will take advantage.
All right, so let's see. We have this compilation done by Niyi Busari, my very good friend and colleague, of all the countries that English Premier League teams will be losing players to.
As a result of the World Cup.
Only 3 clubs. Lucky for Arsenal, they don't have an African player. Arsenal, Chelsea, and Leeds United are the only teams that will not lose players to the African Cup of Nations. So let's see some of that. Let's see. Let's look at that Burkina Faso. You have those 2 players playing for Brentford and Sunderland.
Traore for Sunderland.
They'll be traveling. Lucky for them, though, this is FIFA has told the clubs, don't release 2 weeks to release only 1 week before the AFCON. So they're going to be released on the 14th. Very, very painful.
But I don't think FIFA is being fair to African countries especially. And considering the fact that these players, 1 week is not enough time for them
the teams to play.
It
is absolutely. But look, the clubs spend so much money. Some of these players are going to come back with injuries. This is the reason why some teams in England especially don't like to buy African players. They say it's going to leave December, January, when we're trying to just get our acts together and move up the league table. And then we're going to lose them. So that is why. So
Egypt, Mohamed Salah.
So Mo Salah and Mamouche from Manchester City. Let's see Nigeria and see how many of those. That is a Nigerian player playing for Man City, Ryan Adnori. They're going to lose it for a couple of DR Congo, Sunderland, and Burnley. It's like Sunderland is going to lose a lot of players.
So
Senegal has a bundle of players that I believe in. Senegal has a bundle of players that I believe in. Nottingham Forest has 2 there. Manchester United.
I think the most heat will be Sunderland.
I'm telling you, Sunderland are in trouble.
Sunderland will be the most heat.
Trouble. But there you go. That's it. If we can get Mali, just 1 player
from Crystal Palace.
Daku from Crystal Palace. these players will be leaving for the AFCON by FIFA new ruling on the 14th, just 7 days away from the very first game of the Africa Cup. And here we have our
own Alex Iwobi, Calvin Bassey.
We lose 3 players.
3 players.
And Samuel Chukwueze is performing
at the peak.
Look,
he's at his peak right now.
My goodness.
Fantastic goals. I got to watch the highlights of those goals over and over and over again.
See, look, what was the name of that the Fulham coach again? Wait, I can't even get his name from my head right now. He is going to complain. These are 3 of his key players. These are 3 key players for Fulham.
And we know that in the English Premier League, the Christmas season, the holidays is the peak.
Look, I don't want us to argue too much about this, John, but look, you are saying that you have a balance of squad. No, your team is playing in the league, 15 weeks going, and you already have the players that are doing very well. So it doesn't matter whether you have a backup plan or whatever. When those players leave, if they have to leave, it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem.
These are the calculations you must take into cognizance when you're taking up the job as a manager. I've had opportunities to step up to the plate to be manager, but I run away from it because being able to work out that quadratic equation or knowing that at some point you have to let your key players go and also be able to strike a rhythm where all the players understand the scheme of things so that when one player leaves, the next one slots in almost perfectly. It's a situation that gives a lot of coaches headaches.
You think that is up to the manager or up to the players? Players come with different things. And they come, I don't know, and every match has a different rhythm.
So
that's like
Foster for South Africa, but then, you know, others will ask, how does the likes of Carlos Ancelotti in his days with Madrid and
squad depth, and they spend some of these clubs are not spending at that level, like Manchester City, Liverpool, or Arsenal, Chelsea. Not all of them have that kind of squad depth. You know, some of them just buy players. Maybe they just hang in there, maybe to sell the next time and so on.
Yeah, it's part of the business. So you have to sit down and work out that equation. It's very interesting. Senegal,
Here we have Senegal.
Everton is
Sunderland
also going
to stay here.
Yeah, Sunderland. Sunderland. I told you, Sunderland is the worst hit. Sunderland is the worst hit, and then it's looking like Everton too. Crystal Palace. Okay, Crystal Palace.
How important are these players to this team? That is just the thing. How important, because like the Algerian player in Man City, I don't think it's so important.
It's also important.
But you have the Egyptian Mamouche, very relevant. And of course, Liverpool losing Mo Salah. That's going to be hurt. Absolutely. Although recently people are saying drop him. He's disturbing the team, the rhythm with the new players you brought in.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's see. Maybe
Hannibal.
It's a good time for both sides to cool off. Liverpool cools off a little. Mo Salah goes to Egypt and cools off a little. Maybe when he comes back,
he will now be able to integrate into the team.
Integrate back again. You know, so that's it. And that leads us to one of the big issues that we are looking at today: the retirement from international football of Troost Ekong. John, I don't know. How do you feel about that? Troost Ekong saying, "Look, that day when Stephen Keshi gave me that balls, the big balls. Say, look, you are Nigerian. You want to play for Netherlands." This is your home. And he came here, and there was an Oyibo war with Balogun back then. And then suddenly, I'm asking myself, why did he decide to suddenly say, I don't want to play international football anymore, when he had a chance to lead the Super Eagles to another AFCON?
Okay. There are several factors. Let's not forget, Nigeria failed to qualify for the World Cup.
There he goes, the best player at the last AFCON.
AFCON, yeah.
Fantastic.
Don't forget, he was fingered for some blunders during the qualification process. I want to believe that those are the ghosts that kind of haunt my brother Troost Ekong. But there's that saying that you must know when to take your bow when the ovation is loudest. And I think...
if we can see the love letter he penned to Nigerians.
I think he has looked at it and said, look, I have contributed my quota. It's best to take a bow at this time and now contribute from off the field to developing Nigerian football, because I see Troost, he has a few vested investments in Nigerian football and some charities here in Nigeria, which will continue to endear him to come home and continue to contribute to the growth of the game, especially at the grassroots level. So these things happen. Yeah,
so with all these reasons you've given, do you think that when he sees the embarrassment, the manner with which Balogun was dropped from the Eagles suddenly, uninvited, there was no ceremony, nobody valued him, despite all he had done for the Super Eagles,
I was going to come.
They just feel he's off form, they just drop him like that. You didn't, the man was shouting from where he was, I still want to play. And nobody invited him. Maybe me, I'm thinking, that is what Truth Ekong said, look, these people could embarrass me one day, just stop inviting
That's
me.
why I started with the fact that what would be seen to be justifiable reason for overlooking a Truth Ekong? As I said, the flaws, the blunders, right? Good. I mean, he's lucky that somebody didn't come out to say, oh, blame Truth Ekong for Nigeria not qualifying for the World Cup. And he just looked at it and said, look, this is the best time to take a bow.
Is it possible we'll get the retirement letter he wrote, please? If that is possible.
You know, and then let's look at the, you know, I talked about politics.
Fantastic. Oh, it's so blurred. You can't even read it.
You know?
He's talking about the big boss there, giving him a call, and all of that.
So
that's it.
If you look at the politics as well.
Thank you.
If you look at the politics as well, look, why we've not seen the kind of commitment that we have seen in years past in the current crop of players is because of the politics that's going on in Nigerian football.
Because I think Truth Ekong is going to be missed in that team.
Will be missed.
I'm telling you.
He will be missed.
There was matured player over time, so much experience.
Exactly.
You don't throw those things away. I don't understand why the NFF were so eager to allow him to leave. I feel they should have, say, okay, let's finish the Cup of Nations, then you can leave in January.
It goes back to the question I asked. Who is in the NFF that truly understands the history?
The same thing was done to Ahmed Musa.
Musa, exactly.
Yeah.
The history, the philosophy of the Nigerian national team called the Super Eagles. We keep making the same mistake over and over again. And that is why the next set of players, trust me, they are going to be very skeptical.
Very, very skeptical, man.
About their commitment to the national team.
Yeah. So, especially if we keep bringing them from outside of the shores of
Nigeria.
They don't understand the politics of Nigeria.
Thank you.
I'm telling you.
Thank you.
Truth Ekong watched clearly how Ahmed Musa was treated as captain of the Super Eagles.
Exactly. No fanfare, no celebration. So imagine if if Kanu Pillars did not do what they have done to celebrate Ahmed Musa, put him to the highest peak of football in Kano State that he is currently enjoying. Ahmed Musa would have just faded into oblivion.
Just fade like that.
Exactly.
Why do you think we do that all the time? Stephen Keshi suffered the same thing.
Thank you.
And Mokachi, you can go on. Why do you think that is, John? That we don't give that honor to these players.
We don't celebrate.
We don't celebrate them.
We don't celebrate our
We have a captain for so many years, do so well, committed to Nigeria, and suddenly he's about to leave. You just stop inviting him. You just silently tell him, we don't need you again.
We don't celebrate.
We've used you, we're dumping you.
We don't celebrate our players. We don't celebrate our achievements. And that's why I tell you, every glory that any athlete, footballer, basketballer has won, the administrators take the glory. You understand? And that's one of the reasons why you see our players.
Okay, we have a clearer visual of it. So those of you who have big screens, you can read it. That's the love letter from William Truth Ekong to Nigerians retiring from international football. A great servant of Nigeria, did very well. Stephen Keshi giving him a call, a very young boy at about 21 at that time. And they said he never wavered. As at that time, some players are waiting to say, I may be invited by the Netherlands.
Let me tell you,
never hesitated.
I
want to play for Nigeria.
I have read articles where parents who have struggled to take their children abroad to play football, expose them to the best standards of football, vow that their children will never play for Nigeria.
I am telling you.
You know,
Ekong is that overemphasizes his own commitment.
So,
and
these are the things that I would expect over the years that the NFF would pay attention to. But you see, there is no intentionality. The only intentionality is to go out there and hunt for finished legs that have been brushed up by Europe's and bring them back.
I agree. I didn't want to say this, but you know that a friend of mine, his son, is the fastest under 1500 meters runner right now. Divine Iheme. His father, Innocent Iheme, is my friend. There's something we do in Umuahia annually. All the time. Innocent Iheme is a part of that. Innocent, the boy is running, Divine Iheme, you can Google it. Divine Iheme is the fastest. He did a 10.30 seconds for the 100 meters, which Usain Bolt was not doing at that age. And right now, I was asking him the other time, man, what are you, your son is talking like, you want him, his mother is from Nigeria, he wants him to run for England. He was laughing. So it's already clear that gradually, the boy may not run for Nigeria. And yes. I'm worried. I called him, innocent. Look, don't tell me this boy is going to run for England. You see, look.
We just heard.
They are giving scholarship, they are giving him things, they are helping him already from the school, from this, from
we
that.
We just heard that, it was because of training allowance. That's why this young lady changed allegiance to Turkey.
Look, just leave those people.
But look,
training allowance.
Who has sat down to talk with those athletes?
See, I've reached from Tokyo to Paris.
I was, fortunately, in the early stages of my journalism career, I had the fortune of following the developments with Nigeria's first Olympic gold medal, Chioma Ajunwa. I mean, if you hear Chioma's story, so you find out that if somebody like a Segun Odegbami did not have the political will, let me use that phrase, to go after a Chioma, we may never have had that gold medal.
That's right. That is true. That is true. All right, John, our time is... let's see who takes over the captaincy. I understand that right now, the next senior player is...
Wilfred Ndidi.
Wilfred Ndidi. But I don't know. Let's see, we have these four persons battling. People are singing the Through Your Weight here, Moses Simon, Victor Osimhen, and of course, even Alex Iwobi is in that mix. But me, I've already written a week ago, I wrote a story that, look, give that captain's armband to Victor Osimhen. If the young man is not in the team, they don't do anything. It's only when he's there that we know we have Super Eagles. So I don't know. Look.
Traditionally.
Yes, no. We need to break traditions.
I agree that we need to break tradition at some point. But traditionally, the captain armband, as far as the Super Eagles is concerned, it's always gone to somebody in the back. Somebody who can see from the back. Somebody who can dish the orders from the back. And if we're looking in terms of seniority, I think a Wilfred Ndidi.
No, I don't agree
between a Wilfred Ndidi
captain the team. JJ also did. They weren't at the back. Olise was in the middle. I agree with you. We've had a Peter Rufai from behind.
Now, this is my opinion.
Okay.
I may be wrong. I think giving the captaincy to Osimhen would be a distraction.
Without him, there's no Super Eagles.
That is my point exactly. We need him focused on delivering the results.
But
we need him focused on delivering the results.
Wait now, John, did you see Ndidi on the field of play in the second half against DR Congo and in the first and second half of extra time? And that team was like a headless chicken. Even Eric Chell did not even know the substitutions he was doing, substituting a substitute and running all over the place. Like they didn't know what they were doing. I was so embarrassed, I had to tune off.
After a Stephen Keshi.
Okay.
And a Kanu Nwankwo who could read the game both on and off the field.
Okay.
We haven't had classes of players who could truly effect change when the code
on the pitch of play.
A Kanu could do that.
Kechi was superb with that.
With that.
So very, very. I think
every
Kechi
time I
is the
think
best.
about these two players, I remember Effenberg
I think
of Bayern Munich.
Yeah, your friend Stefan Effenberg.
You understand? So you can't, until we are able to breed a class of players who can perform.
I think we've lost that. We've lost that. But yeah, so you tell me quickly, of these 4 players, who do you think you are voting for Ndidi?
I think we should give to Ndidi.
Okay, me, I'm voting for Osimhen. So I'm voting for Osimhen. But let's leave that quickly and move on to the international space where yesterday in Washington, D.C., the World Cup draws were done.
Yeah.
But before that, let's look at the little issue of the Human Rights Watch is shouting blue murder. Say, tell us, who were the nominees? What were the criteria behind the Peace Prize
going to Donald Trump?
We are giving to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was fighting for the Nobel Prize. And then he didn't. So maybe I think he must have called Infantino and said, boy, come, you can arrange a prize for me now. And they must say, yes, of course, I can do that, so long as you're supporting my World Cup. And suddenly, Infantino, FIFA is a neutral body that is apolitical. So how come FIFA is suddenly making an inaugural Peace Prize? And there they are. These two, look at that bald head even. I'm sorry about that, but look at Infantino dishing a Peace Prize to Donald Trump. FIFA has never given a prize like this before.
Well, let's look at it as an initiative on the part of Infantino to try to. Football has always been seen as a sport that unifies across the world. Give it to Donald Trump. He's been at the center of several conflicts across the world. At least now we have some level of sanity. I don't want to say peace, but sanity in Gaza. He's tried to quell.
Can you check your headlines? Let's check his headlines. Looking at William. Okay, so look, you see. Okay, yeah, please. Sorry to have it.
He's tried to quell a few conflicts here and there. So he may not.
And he's causing some. He says it's a quick fire in Nigeria with boots.
No, he hasn't caused anything.
Guns are blazing.
He may have used a phrase.
Don't let me distract you. I'm just pointing out.
He may have used a phrase that anybody and everybody have given their interpretation to. But we cannot run away from the fact that the fear of Donald Trump has put some...
Has gingered some... John, let's leave that.
You understand? So when you look at all of them, whether big or small, to some extent, a Donald Trump could be said to be a catalyst to achieving peace.
Okay, so you mean this Venezuelan opposition leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize didn't deserve it?
She deserved it. Okay. But what did she do? She also ceded it to Donald Trump.
No. You have to understand the politics behind that.
Politics
Donald
or
Trump
no politics.
Wants to remove Maduro.
No.
And this is the
politics or no politics. She acknowledged.
Of course.
It's an acknowledgement. We cannot run away from that fact.
She wants Donald Trump to put her in power. So you must bound that.
Even if that be the case, it is still speculation until it happens.
Okay. Let's see the World Cup draws now that were made yesterday without the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Nigeria's flag, it becomes stark.
I have a feeling FIFA is going to feel the effect of Nigeria not being in the World Cup.
John, take it or leave it. FIFA, CAF were interested. They pushed Nigeria. They helped us to qualify for the World Cup. We messed it up. I'm sorry. FIFA, CAF were doing things. The kind of appointments FIFA was making, the kind of criteria for qualifying for the playoffs. When you check all those things, it was absolutely clear that FIFA and CAF, they know the value of Nigeria at the World Cup. The large population, the money that will come in, all those things.
Exactly, my point
exactly. So many things coming in from Nigeria. Forget all these small African countries. They need Nigeria at the World Cup. And unfortunately, we shot ourselves in the foot. So there it is. So let's see those draws and see how
there's no investigation going on.
How Mbappe and Haaland are going to meet and who is going to smile home. Okay, here, that's Group L. You see that? England, Croatia,
Ghana.
What do you think? How do you think Ghana is going to fare here? People say, look, Croatia, England. That's a terrible draw. Lucky for Ghana, however, Croatia and England are going to open this thing in that group. They will play first. So maybe one of them will defeat the other and then open the door for Ghana if they can beat Panama and then there will be...
Naturally, Panama looks the weakest
That is correct.
in the team. So it's now a bit of permutation for Ghana to be able to qualify from this group.
Absolutely, a bit of permutation. Let's see if we can get some other groups there. Okay, here we have France,
Senegal,
Yes,
Norway. Interesting group.
Very interesting
Very
group.
interesting group. Senegal are no pushover. They understand the composition of the French.
Yes,
Though
okay.
France right now, they also pose quite an impressive squad. The wild card here is Norway, and as I've said, the Scandinavians they play very.
A team is going to join them from a FIFA play of two. From
Yeah.
the FIFA play of two. So if you check that team will join Norway, Senegal, and France. That's trouble for Senegal. Actually, that's trouble for Senegal there with France and Norway, and then another European team. Joining up with that. But of course, you remember that France will meet Senegal, and everybody remembers the 2002
World Cup,
where Senegal did the number on France and they derailed their World Cup completely. They didn't win a single game.
This current Senegalese squad, though interesting, as I said, the French pose a very intimidating team. Okay. Whether Senegal has the wherewithal to be able to reenact what they did in 2002 is dicey for me.
Okay. But just to one point out here quickly, that South Africa, the African side, and Mexico will be playing the very first game of the 2026 World Cup.
Yes.
A repeat of the 2010 World Cup fixture.
Yes.
I was in the stadium there in the Soccer City on that day. I don't know. Oh, you were yet to arrive in Johannesburg.
Johannesburg, yeah.
Okay. I was there in the stadium and I wanted South Africa to lose. I don't know why. This former Arsenal player from Mexico who scored the opening goal before Shabalala did that very fantastic strike to get South Africa back in that game, and unfortunately they couldn't win it. So we're going to see maybe one very exciting game. I thought I could get some of the pictures I took during that game from somewhere, but I couldn't get them. But let's look at this team now.
Canada, Qatar, Switzerland.
Look at that group.
Interesting. But I will put my money on the Swedes.
That is Group B. Group B will a UEFA playoff Group A member who wins that will be joining them. But that's a group. Switzerland can beat those two teams.
Exactly. That's why I said I'll put my money on the Swedes.
Yes, of course. I mean, Swiss, they have a very good chance of getting into the very next round. And then we go to Group C, where Brazil,
Morocco, Haiti, Scotland.
And Scotland.
Very interesting group.
Very interesting group.
Very interesting group. You see colorful football from the Brazilians and, of course, the Moroccan. Moroccan football has taken a very unique turn.
It is what you are talking about that Nigeria should be doing. I think we should be able to borrow from the
Moroccans
what they are doing.
Exactly.
We should borrow. If we can just humble and go to Morocco, we can get a template from them. I think they are doing something very special.
Exactly.
Around the whole world right now, I don't think there's any country that is investing in sports the way Morocco is doing. And I really need to commend their leaders.
They just might be the surprise team.
I think so.
They just might be the surprise team.
I agree with you. Let's see some other groups. Okay, fantastic. The USA, Paraguay, Australia, that's Group D.
I would say they are evenly matched, but we need to know the fourth team that will be joining them in that group.
See, these Americans are cunning. Sometimes you think they don't play soccer.
They do.
They call it, but I'm telling you,
they do.
I remember the Lalas, and which World Cup was that again? Was that 1994?
94.
Yeah.
You had,
and then the Lalas came to Nigeria here one time, and we met at the US Embassy, and then he came for one clinic and invited me over and all of that. So look, I don't know, the Americans pull a surprise every time. We have Paraguay, Australia, that looks like a weak group. And then you'll be joining
Paraguay football
the
hasn't
UEFA
really
playoff Group C. Who wins that will be joining them to complete that group of 4. And then in Group E,
interesting,
very interesting here.
Germany.
Curacao are excited just to be at the World Cup.
Yeah.
So they're going to say, we'll give every one of you 3 points. Just go and sleep.
Exactly.
So what happens with the others?
The game to watch is Germany, Ivory Coast, and Ecuador. I mean, the Ecuadorians.
You think the Ecuadorians, how do you rate them? Play. I don't know.
They play good football. They play colorful football, but I think the teams to watch out for is Ivory Coast and Germany. Okay. The Ivorians definitely.
You think they have a chance?
They have a chance.
Okay, fantastic.
They have a chance as against the iron machines of Germany. The German football team has not been fantastic in recent times. Right. We've not seen the very best of the German national
team. But this young man who is their coach now is doing something. Let's see how it goes. Then the Netherlands,
Japan and Tunisia.
And of course, you have the UEFA B, one of UEFA team will be joining them to complete that one. So you think Tunisia can get out of that? The Japanese play slick football. You can't write them off.
Yes, very smart football. Very of course, the Netherlands.
And then we don't know the European team that's going to join them. Okay, let's see what Egypt can do. Iran, New Zealand. Egypt has a chance. Look at that, John. Egypt has a chance. You have Iran and New Zealand. I don't think whether Egypt can get something from that.
Yeah, I think Iran is the weak team in that. But
what about New Zealand?
New Zealand,
yes.
They may play hardball and spoilers.
John, at our time is fast running, but let's see. What do you think Spain can do?
Spain, Cape Verde, Saudi Arabia, Uruguay. We'll look at Spain and Uruguay.
Who is your money on? People are saying Spain, France, Argentina, England, likely to win the World Cup. Spain, France, Argentina, England. Spain, France, Argentina, England.
Messi says Argentina will retain the trophy.
Okay. You, John, tell me.
I probably would put my money on the Three Lions.
On the Three Lions. Oh, so you're saying they're going to break the dog since 1966?
Possible.
With Thomas Tuchel. Okay. With that, it's about time we just wrap it up. There's never enough time for us to talk sports on this show. I want to thank you so much for investing your time with us. And I want to thank my colleagues, Manfred, Goodwill, and Elijah from the Lagos end for a job well done. And from right here, Callistus Ahanano. Hey, thank you so much for the job you do. My name is Ernest Osobwe. John and Kamen has been my guest.
It's a pleasure, also.
We'll see you next time.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV.
Good day and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. I am Precious Agbanu. We bring you major stories from across the country through the eyes of our correspondents on the field. We begin with the events from Lagos. Community leaders are calling for fairness and justice as the concerns grow over demolition and ethnic relations in Lagos. The Igbo Nine Great People's Assembly held its Lagos end-of-year celebration, honoring distinguished members and speaking strongly on issues affecting the Igbo community. The gathering also sparked wider conversations on demolition justice and rising ethnic tension. Our correspondent Onyeka Ovolo reports.
Lagos, as the Igbo Nile Great People's Assembly held its annual end-of-year celebration. The event brought together Igbo and Yoruba traditional rulers, market heads, and social cultural representatives to promote unity and reflect on the year's event. Two prominent community figures, the Eze Igbo of Agoro and the Eze Igbo of Mushin, were honored for their support to Igbo residents across Lagos. The organization also used the event to address streaming issues affecting Igbo community. The national president strongly criticized the justice system over sentencing of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu.
When the justice system has collapsed, when it has failed, the nation has gone down completely. I don't know where to start because we have corrupt judges everywhere.
The National Secretary Elder Massey also lent his voice.
This war that is against Igbos, I will call it war because it has gotten from crisis stage, conflict stage, now it is war. Igbos are no pushovers all over the world. And there's nowhere, any country you go to, you don't find an Igbo man, that country does not exist. So we must not be stifled for anything. So the Igbos should rise, be themselves, but let them not fight. Let them not be in conflict with any other tribe or organization.
He also called for global unity among Igbos, saying the assembly stands ready to defend any Igbo person facing injustice. Another speaker, engineer Dr. Victor Ezeoke Ezeindingbo of Agura, Ikorodu, said the gathering serves not just as a celebration, but as a time to reconnect with culture and chart a way forward. Reflecting on recent tension between Igbos and Yoruba communities, he said Nigerians must see their differences, the way couples navigate cultural backgrounds in marriage, something that improves with time, education, and tolerance.
Igbos don't understand Yoruba too fully. Yorubas don't even understand Igbo at all. So it becomes very, very difficult to have them in a very, very peaceful marriage and cohabit easily in Lagos. But I believe it's just the beginning. It's getting better. If you look at it from the start, it's getting better. I mean, people are being educated. People are being more tolerant. People are being more understanding. Forget what is happening is just politics. Politics will come, politics will go.
He expressed optimism that political decisions around Kanu's case may still shift. He urged Igbos to remain steadfast, obey the law, and continue excelling in commerce, education, engineering, and innovation.
About Mazi Kalu's situation, I would say it's highly political and it's been looked into. I'm very, very sure we have a good listening leaders. I'm very sure when they go in and sleep, when they wake up, they will reconsider. And it will be very free. I'm very sure I have that conviction within me. Within this period, it should be out. I'm very, very sure about that.
Concerns over demolition in Lagos also resurfaced. Community leader Dr. John criticized what he called discriminatory treatment of Igbo property.
I'm telling the Yorubas and using this opportunity to tell them to handle this very issue as per se we are one Nigeria. The way they're treating Igbos, that was what brings up this agitation. And there's somebody that is agitating, you cannot tell him stop agitation. Because if you want to tell him to stop agitation, then look at the reason why he is agitating, then solve the problem so that we will live like brothers.
On his part, Yoruba leader Mustafa Olarinraju emphasized proper enforcement of building permits, warning that sudden demolitions threaten investment and deepen ethnic anxiety.
Appeal to the government to do the right thing in order for them to check very well before they give them the permit to build their houses on. Not that after they are finished building their houses, that's when they are going to come back and start demolishing. Many investors will be afraid to come to Lagos and invest their money when it comes to real estate.
While the event marked the end of year in celebration and cultural pride, it's also provided a platform for frank discussion on justice, ethnic harmony, demolitions, and the future of Nigeria unity. Leaders from both communities say dialogue, tolerance, and fair governance remain essential to sustaining peace in Lagos and across the country. From Aga Palaswe in Lagos, I am Onyeka Golo reporting for Vop TV.
Thank you, Onyeka, for the report. Still on the community welfare and public support. Edo is death battling various health challenges are receiving vital help as the Dr. Paddy Emmanuel Foundation launches the 10th edition of its free surgery program in Benin City, targeting 100 beneficiaries this year. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
The Dr. Paddy Emmanuel Foundation's 10th edition of its annual free surgery program is ongoing in Benin City, providing medical support to people with fibroids, hernias, breast lumps, lipomas, and other conditions. The program continues to assist those in need of surgical treatment, targeting 100 beneficiaries this year. Dr. Paddy spoke on the purpose of the initiative and the foundation's role in supporting community health care.
We keep increasing the number, even in as much as you are seeing 100 free surgeries. Majority of the time we end up doing 110, 130, 140, So we keep, the first thing is consistency. We have been consistent over the years. So many families, so many people depend on these surgeries to lift the burden. And we have a lot of testimonies because of the fact that they are happy that God still help people through people.
The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Ize Iyamu, also addressed the event, highlighting the significance of the program for healthcare delivery in the state.
They've got a crack team of surgeons that are here, and most of the cases that we have seen, high spirits, there's been no mortality, there's been no infection, everybody is smiling. We're very proud of our boy, Khalid Iyamu. We have this great show of love. And we are calling on more people who have to give back to the poor, to the needy, to those who are helpless.
The lead surgeon on the medical team provided updates on the procedures.
No, Stefan, we're just chemical partners. So you do all the surgeries, we do all the. So bring our team from Lagos, we just sit down here. We just take out of the monster and do all the surgeries. It's annual. People look forward to it. It's usually around his birthday. Every year is birthday parade. That's why we do this particular time. And he doesn't want to do a lavish birthday. He does birthday for the less privileged, the downtrodden. Either give it to the poor, lend it unto the Lord. And Lord always preach that. So for us, we're giving back to those that cannot say thank you to us.
Beneficiaries who took part in the outreach shared their experiences, expressing relief after receiving treatment under the free surgery program.
I've been battling with this so-called fibroid for, let me say, close to 3 years plus. Maybe from one about to another, but then it is still there. So by the special grace of God, I am really relieved. I am happy. I don't even know how to say it, but I really am happy and I'm grateful to the foundation. I'm grateful to Dr. Paddy's foundation. I'm grateful to Dr. Benjamin and the entire team.
In Benin, Rhoda Jenny, Vop TV News.
From excellence to national concerns, Nigeria have been urged to uphold positive values and reshape global narratives about Africa. This was the message at the 14th African Voice Achievers Awards, where outstanding African and international personalities were honored. Vop TV's Matthew Ngosuada reports.
The 14th edition of the Voice Achievers Awards, themed Debunking Notions, Reshaping Mindset, brought together exceptional Africans and international dignitaries to reflect on the continent's evolving global influence. The convener of the Voice magazine, Elvis Iro, alongside other organizers, say the award seeks to celebrate the achievements of the honorees and inspire new ways of rethinking Africa's role as an innovative partner on the global stage.
When I came to the diaspora, there was nothing for us as Africans. Living in a strange country, a strange language, I just felt that I needed to create something that would bring us together. So I started with the magazine, and then we were every year having an anniversary, just having party. And I thought, oh, there should be more to it than this. And then we thought of recognizing our friends. People were supporting we as Africans. And then we thought, okay, why should we just only appreciate our friends? What about ourselves? And I realized that if we don't celebrate us, nobody will celebrate us. And so that was where the whole idea of the Voice Achievers Award started. And our motto is that it is actuated towards Africa's advancement. So this is all about encouraging people to do more in what they are doing.
It's an African award. Africans in diaspora, friends of Africa, in every walks of life, be it for sports, be it, name it, media, entertainment, it cuts across.
Awardees and other stakeholders also expressed excitement, noting that the recognition reinforces the need to keep adding positive value and to maintain a mindset that drives progress.
Africa is rising. The time has fully come for Africa. Those of us who went overseas to study, I was funded by the federal government of Nigeria as far back as 1977. All of that knowledge is coming back to Africa. It's not only about remittance anymore. The tide is changing. The Gen Zs, the millennials, the Gen X, and the boomers, such as myself, we are ready to bring to bear global standards into local adaptation.
We need to celebrate ourselves and feel worthy in order to feel comfortable to be celebrated, right? Everything always starts on our inside, in our own heart, and how we feel about ourselves.
It's important that people have an open mind. And not everything is rosy and beautiful, obviously. So, there are also problems. Every country has their challenges. Every country has their problems. But you should at least not come with already an idea of what the problems are. Go and see for yourself and talk to the people.
Sometimes we go through breaks and we go through pauses, and it's God's divine timing. So sometimes you just have to be patient, and sometimes the dream you want, maybe you're not necessarily prepared for it. So you need to ask yourself, what is it I need to do to get myself prepared? Am I causing blockages, or are there people in my life that are causing blockages? And just figure out what is it, the steps you need to take to make your dream come true.
We know that actually there are some few ones among us who are not doing the right thing, but that doesn't mean that Nigerians are not good people. We are good people, but I advise every Nigerian to go out there and shine and give us a good image and good name.
The best thing we can do for the whole country is to have a renewed mindset, and we need to start speaking positive stuff. Because what we see outside now is what is going to determine the future of not just my business, your business. It's going to be for everybody in the country. Every time anybody speaks anything negative about the country, it's us the marketing ourselves. Investors are going to go, and this mindset of blaming everything on everybody should stop. We should start taking ownership.
Look what you have and try to build from there. And that's what I did. I made a comic about my neighborhood. And then before I knew it, I started to get awards. Big companies started to ask me if I could do the same for them. So it all started by just showcasing what you have in your direct environment instead of looking out.
Love is very expensive, but it's scarce. It's scarcity. When we try to impart love in our mindset, I think the world is going to be a better place.
As the night unfolds and achievers are being recognized, organizers believe that tonight's celebration is not just about the awards, but about inspiring a new culture of excellence in the African continent. Matthew Buswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
And you are still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying tuned. Security concerns continue to generate debate across the country. The federal government's plans to reveal sponsors of terrorism has sparked mixed reactions in Benin City. While some residents commend the move, correspondent Roger Jenny reports that others insist on transparency and concrete evidence to ensure justice.
Actions to the federal government announcement to publicly name individuals and organizations allegedly financing terrorism. Some welcomed the move, describing it as a positive step toward tackling insecurity. Others, however, voiced caution, stressing the need for transparency and proper investigation to avoid wrongful accusations.
It will be a step in the right direction. Now, it's not just only pointing them out or mentioning their names, but also doing the needful, persecuting them. Because nobody is bigger than the federal government. But again, I must be sincere, from what we are hearing everywhere, even most high-ranking persons in the government are involved in terrorism. So let's see how they can point out themselves, because sincerely, it has gone beyond be careful.
People are saying they want to go and expose this, expose that. They are all part of them. They are 10 and 10%. It is all politics. Just to blindfold the people around. They know what they are doing. They know what they are saying. They just want to tell all of us that we are working, whereas they are not working. Both the federal government and the terrorists, they are all terrorists. They are all terrorists. How can you say now, say, no subsidy? Whom are they paying it to? From where the subsidy emanated? I remember I was buying 45 kobo per gallon here, 74. That on 51 years now, 74 at fuel. Otin Babangida came and destroyed the whole nation. Where the surplus was surplus, Gawan declared Udaji. Everybody was everybody that time. But after Babangida and his episode, down to our era today of the same no subsidy, they are all terrorists.
If they want to expose them, they don't even need to take permission. Evil is something we need to remove from our society. Those sponsoring them, this present government is a fake government. From the onset, a country where a Boko Haram member was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, and Nnamdi Kanu fighting freedom fighter, life imprisonment. A country where, what do you call them, repented Boko Haram bandits are put into the military. How will they fight the battle?
Many residents said they hope the plan will lead to real action against terrorism, while also urging authorities followed in identifying suspects. In Benin, Brother Johnny, Vop TV News.
Road safety remains a major concern nationwide. Billions of motorists remain at risk due to the widespread use of second-hand tires in Benin City. Drivers say the lack of reliable companies offering them to depend on used ones, prompting calls for government regulation. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
Millions of Nigerian drivers remain at risk on the roads due to the widespread use of second-hand tires, which experts warn can fall unexpectedly and lead to serious accidents. Feedback from motorists in Benin City shows that many rely on second-hand tires because reliable dealers offering affordable tires are scarce. Others said used tires are simply the only option their budgets can accommodate.
The cost of tire in the market is so much. When you have maybe the new tire, 45,000, 50-something thousand, and you can easily get a fairly used tire for 20,000-25,000 naira. We know that the fairly used tire is not that too good, but we are trying to manage because the cost is too much by buying a new tire. That is why we are not just okay with it, but we just have to manage it.
This is my own tire I'm using now. It's not up to 2 to 3. Let me say 2 months. You don't define for side. If you go check and I don't define for side. I don't know that they put tire joint tire. They put on joint tire. I don't know why. So I don't know. But they will fear us. We will not afford new one. Now the fairly used is still there. To buy new one now, the new one it's too expensive. But that fairly used we can manage it. But at least let's see they do one way. Let's see they do one way.
The tire that we have nowadays is of no use. It's all fake tires. And because of that, every one of us are buying fake tires, and we spend unnecessary money for what we're not supposed to spend. Because since we don't have Dunlop and Michelin company, no longer exist in Nigeria. But maybe those ones they are existing in other part of the world. But no longer exist, so they make us to buy
fake tire. And tire nowadays, tire is one of the essential in motor. Because if you does not have a good tire, like for example rainy season, if you don't know how to drive, it can cause accident.
Motorists are appealing to the government to regulate the market and ensure access to safe and reasonably priced tires. With trusted suppliers limited and a growing number of drivers depending on second-hand tires, road safety remains a major concern, prompting renewed calls for government intervention. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda, for that report. Still on commemoration and public policy, Edo State joined the world to mark the International Day of Persons with Disabilities with activities highlighting inclusion and accessibility. Correspondent Roger Johnny provides more details.
Some participants shared their thoughts and experiences on the significance of the day, highlighting the importance of inclusion and equal opportunities.
So today, I'm happy to be proud to be part of this celebration, because since I became the commission chairman, this is my first assignment as a commission chairman to celebrate with my people, persons with disability Edo State. So I'm very happy to celebrate with them today, and it's a dinner joy that Senator Monde Okpewo, the governor of Edo State, as soon as entered into power, the first thing he did, it was set up this commission for persons with disability Edo State. I say kudos to the governor. I say thank you to the governor for remembering the persons living with disability in Edo State to carry us along in all the things he has promised. In all the things that he's going to do as a governor, we must be carried along. And he's carrying us along. The governor is doing well. We have an office, we have a staff, and he's committed to the commission.
The day provided a platform for reflection and dialogue, emphasizing the need for continued effort toward a fully inclusive society. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
You're still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying tuned. Next is a developing political matter. The Senate has proposed an increase in exercise duties on non-alcoholic drinks, describing it as a public health measure. Reactions remain mixed nationwide. Vop TV's Matthew Nogunswada has more reports on this.
The Senate advanced a bill seeking to amend the Customs and Excise Act to increase excise duty on non-alcoholic beverages. The sponsor of the bill, Ikpalibo Ari Banigo, senator representing Rivers West, said the amendment was not merely fiscal in nature, but a public health investment to ensure that existing excise revenues were redirected towards improving healthcare delivery and promoting healthy living among Nigerians. Meanwhile, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise has urged the Senate Committee on Finance to withdraw its proposal, warning that the measure is ill-timed and potentially harmful to Nigeria's fragile economy. In a statement issued by its CEO, Dr. Muda Yusuf, CPP argued that imposing additional tax burdens on soft drink manufacturers is inconsistent with the nation's current economic realities. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of Nigerians towards this new proposed legislation.
Anyway, I don't blame the seniors. They are on their comfort zone. They are enjoying every largesse of government, and they don't know what we common people are suffering in the streets. When you continue to increase this thing, you are suffocating the people the more. Nigerian people are already overtaxed, already suffocating. In fact, many are suffocated to death. And when we continue to increase these things without taking cognizance of the hardship in the land, the hardship is the highest. Since I was born in Nigeria, I've not seen this level of hardship. And statistics are there. It's not because somebody helped Mr. President or somebody else, the elected officials and this. The point is that let's take the statistics for the past 10 years, for the past 20 years, for the past 5 years. How has Nigeria been? How has been the prices of things? How has people cope? In the past, government subsidized everything for the people. Petrol, diesel, kerosene, gas, education, call it even food. Government subside everybody. Now you pay everything. You even pay for your security. You pay for your water. What can Nigerian man benefit from government of the land?
What the first thing they have to do in this country is that, first of all, security, no food, nothing. Oh, people are suffering. People are suffering too much. Okay, can I have 1,000 naira to solve myself in the morning? It's not enough for me. I know how much I spend a day. No food, nothing, and no work. So they should not increase it. It's affecting us. So okay, look what I did about the subsidy. It's affecting us up to today. It's affecting us.
They should consider the masses because that is what matters. So if the masses cannot afford it, who are they producing it for? So there's no need of increasing it.
As the proposed legislation awaits further proceedings, many Nigerians will be watching closely to see how this will impact the nation's economy in the years to come. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
We move now to Lagos, where inclusivity took center stage. Reactions continue to trail President Bola Tinubu's new ambassadorial nominee list. While some view the choice as strategic, others raise concern about the competence and representation. Vop TV's Matthew Ogunsada sampled opinions and fielded this report.
Separate letters addressed to the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, President Bola Tinubu requested the confirmation of 15 career ambassadors and 17 non-career ambassadors, a move seen as part of the administration's ongoing diplomatic restructuring. Among the high-profile non-career nominees are Ogbonaya Kalu from Abia, Reno Omokri from Delta, former INEC chairman Mahmood Yakubu, former Ekiti First Lady Erelu Angela Adebayo, former Enugu State Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, Musa Maigari, former Katsina Speaker, Yakubu Gambo, former Plateau Commissioner, Otumba Femi Pedro, former Lagos Deputy Governor, Chief Femi Fani Kayode, the former Aviation Minister, Fatima Florence Ajimobi, former Oyo First Lady, among others. For the career ambassadors list, the president nominated Monica Okuchukwu from Abia State, Yakubu Danladi from Taraba, Maimuwa Ibrahim Besto from Adamawa, Musa Abubakar from Kebbi, among others. If confirmed by the Senate, these nominees will represent Nigeria across various diplomatic missions around the world. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of Nigerians on this new round of ambassadorial nominations, and here is what they have to say.
I want to say first of all that I was so disappointed on the list the president brought out for submitted to the National Assembly for approval for ambassadorial positions. It might not be all, but a lot of them are people of questionable characters. Government dwell in wisdom, integrity, and honor. And based on that, every government must show seriousness in appointment of people to represent that particular government. And it has to do with image. The image of government is assessed by people that represent that government. Based on this appointment, I will call name because people like Reno Mokri has no business to be an ambassador of Nigeria.
They are using politics. I don't believe they can perform. Is that their profession? So there's no assurance that they can perform well. What of those ones that they have already sacked or resigned? What's their performance? They don't perform. They are just using politics for us to do. So those people, they are in the same caucus.
As the Senate begins the screening process, citizens say they will be watching closely to see how these nominees will shape Nigeria's diplomatic future in the years to come. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Moving on, as the world marked the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, Lagos State renewed its commitment to strengthening inclusion. Persons with disabilities shared their experiences as new policy directions were announced. Our correspondent Onyeka Ogolo reports.
Lagos today joined the global community to mark the International Day of Persons with Disability with a strong message on dignity, access, and inclusion. At the event organized by the Lagos State Office of Disability Affairs, participants from across the disability community highlighted the progress made so far and the challenges that still limit full participation in society.
We are also human beings like them, that what others can do, we can also do better.
Our mobility, how to deal with our challenges. People don't sometimes, like I am partially sighted. Most people don't know that there's a condition called partially sightedness. So when they see me move around and they ask me to write, maybe sign a paper or something, and I'm like, I can't do that. They wonder why and stuff like that. And then maybe I want to use my system and I need assistive technology to like a talk back, like NVDA screen reader to read it, or it just people wonder why. Why am I not just using a regular laptop or just doing things the way every other person is doing it? So that's our some challenges we face at work, and sometimes maybe in marketplaces, at home with different people. People don't understand that there is a condition called partially sighted, or sometimes when people see the blind, they look like aliens. So they don't understand that when you see someone is blind, the person is not necessarily caused by a god.
Speakers stressed that when persons with disability are included, their skills and contributions become undeniable, their relevance becomes visible, and their success is guaranteed.
When the disabled are accepted, there will be provisions for their needs, just like every other person.
There is ability in those children if they are given the chance to participate, the chance to be around their peers, their age group, and they can also bring out that ability in them only if they allow that inclusion, allow them to be together with them. They can ginger them to bring out that ability in those children.
Persons with disabilities can do a lot more. And like you said, the advocacy is helping us to really shape the minds of people. Disability is not a disease. And so, because it's not a disease, then, there's so much that can be done about it.
The state government reaffirmed its commitment to global principles such as the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those focused on equity, education, decent work, and inclusive community. They emphasize that inclusion is a right, not a privilege.
Today, I am pleased to announce that very soon, Lagos State will introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact. It's a comprehensive policy framework designed to deepen accessibility, expand inclusive education, strengthen transportation support, enhance economic empowerment programs, improve digital accessibility, and reinforce LASODA's regulatory and enforcement powers.
The government also called for stronger partnership, noting that it cannot build an inclusive society alone. It appealed to private sectors, employers, technology creators, faith-based organizations and communities to open doors, design accessible platforms, and dismantle discrimination.
Our administration and policy is about everyone. Our Themes Plus developmental agenda speaks to this. The plus is an intentional, deliberate focus on inclusivity, youth, and gender equality. No one, and I repeat, no one breathing on the surface of this great state must be left behind.
According to the state, persons with disability are innovators, creators, professionals, and visionary leaders who enrich workplaces, inspire creativity, and strengthen communities. The government announced that Lagos will soon introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact, a comprehensive framework to expand inclusive education, improve transportation support, enhance digital accessibility, deepen economy empowerment, and reinforce LASODA's regulatory power. The state commended on its agency for swift action in addressing recent discrimination incidents, insisting that accessibility must become a natural part of every system. As Lagos marks the 2025 International Day of Persons with Disability, the call is for every resident to recommit to dignity, justice, and empathy. And people build a strong society where ability is defined not mobility, vision, or hearing, but by courage, creativity, and potential. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Thank you, Onyeka, for that report. Meanwhile, communities are speaking out against violence. The Edo State government has announced plans to plant 1 million trees over 4 years under its Green Revolution program. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
The Edo State government has unveiled a plan to plant 1 million trees over the next 4 years as part of efforts to tackle climate change and improve resident health and well-being. Speaking at a press briefing in Benin City, the executive chairman of the Edo State Ecological and Climate Change Funding and Management Commission, Blessing Agbomere, highlighted the initiative as a key component of the state's Green Revolution program. He explained that the Green Revolution will extend beyond tree planting to include better sanitation, climate-smart agriculture, conversion of vehicles to cleaner energy, and expanded access to potable water across communities.
We are officially launching and unveiling Monday Okpebholo Green Revolution in Edo State, and also launching the Edo State Ecological Climate Trust Fund. The Commission has a mandate, and the mandate we all know is ecological. But I can tell you that we went around the state firsthand. We saw so many gullies. We visited sites and saw more than 50 to 70 gullies. And if you look at Edo State's budget for 3-4 years, cannot even resolve the issues of the gully. Because to resolve and provide and to remediate one gully, at least you will be spending about 5, 6, 7 billion naira. We have some that will cost as much as 20 billion. So that means that the state government alone cannot fund this project. Because the budget for the state is not just meant for gullies, but for so many other projects. So for this year and for next year, because this year is already coming to a close, our budget was about 160 billion naira. To resolve many of the issues, we need about 160 billion. It's doing so much in planting trees. Like the state today has a mandate of planting 1 million trees within the 4 years of the governor's administration. We can plant 3 million trees, we can plant 5 million trees, but at least the trees that we are going to plant will not be less than 1 million. And the governor also has this agenda to ensure that every community in Edo State has potable water to drink. This and so many other things our commission is intended to do.
He also revealed that the state plans to set up the Edo State Ecological and Climate Trust Fund to attract support from individuals, organizations, and partners for the initiative. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
As the global 16 days of activism continues, residents across Edo State are speaking out against intimate partner violence. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has reports that communities are calling for stronger protection for victims and improved reporting systems.
The focus on intimate partner violence and the roles of men, the convener in his opening remarks called for collective efforts to address violence within relationships.
The men should be given opportunity to speak, opportunity to participate, opportunity to also hear their experience. We actually commence this thing with when we organize the Edo Men Stand Against Rape, because we felt men are the one raping women, but again, nobody wants to believe that a woman rapes a man. So let the man come out, speak about their own perspective, what they experience. And so that's why we also chose a day out of these 16 days of activism to say, okay, let the men come, let the men learn, let the men interact, and let the men also speak up that we are not just perpetrators of gender-based violence, but again, we are allies who can help prevent gender-based violence.
A keynote presentation highlighted stronger community response, better reporting systems, and improved protection for victims.
Violence against women and girls. But we also realize that this violence not only about women and girls, but it also affects intimate partners. You see a man abusing the wife, the wife also abusing the husband. So just feel that this particular gap, which most persons have decided to ignore unconsciously, is actually affecting the fight towards ending gender-based violence. That's why for the past 3 years or 4 years or so, we decided to say the fine, let us see how best we can get the men especially involved with these conversations.
Findings revealed that intimate partner violence affects both men and women, with many men not speaking up due to stigma.
Men should speak out because I see a lot of situations where men go through domestic violence and they tend to hide it because of ego. You have to speak out and be saved.
In that same environment where such thing is happening, that's the only way you can hear from the men. If not, they decide to keep it to themselves because perhaps they feel so ashamed to talk out or to speak out. But I believe that it's good they speak out, just as the women speak out.
I'm glad that this kind of advocacy is coming out, to create awareness for everybody to speak out. There's what we call communication. If you communicate, we'll know where your pain is coming from. We can't help you if you don't communicate, not only when.
A panel discussion examined reporting channels, available support services, and the need for stricter policy enforcement. Participants urged sustained awareness, preventive measures, and stronger community involvement to curb intimate violence across Edo State. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda, for that report. That's a wrap up this week's editions of Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Stay connected with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel and following us at Vop TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, send videos or photos to 081-460-64057 or email us at news@vop.ng or malito.news@vop.ng. I am Precious Agumano. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up Vop TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a
264 VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
All right, hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check. Here we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being here on the Voice of the People television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV, channel 264, and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Now, today, we're talking about something really interesting, a condition where many people think only affects the elderly, but one that can actually affect anyone, including young adults. We're talking about arthritis, yes. And it is more than just a joint pain. It can cause stiffness, swelling, and reduced mobility, affecting a person's ability to walk, work, or even carry out simple daily activities, really. Globally, arthritis affects about hundreds of millions of people, with osteoarthritis being the most common, impacting around 528 million people in 2019 and projected to rise. The prevalence of rheumatoid arthritis, is also significant, affecting an estimated 17.6 million in 2020 and projected to reach 31.7 million by 2050. Osteoarthritis disproportionately affects older adults and is more common in women. But here's the question: what causes it? and how can it be prevented? How can it be managed? And when should someone get to see a doctor? Well, to help us understand these conditions better, we will be speaking with a medical expert who will share professional insights and practical tips to guide us through, because that's what we do here on Voice of People Television. We bring you information from the right source. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Akinloye Gabriel Oluwafemi, a doctor and a physiotherapist, DPT, from Osun State. He's the founder and CEO of Therapia Rehab, Lagos State. Doctor, you are welcome to Health Check today.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, it's really, really good to have you. And Doctor, I must say, I really love how you appeared today on TV. It's
Thank you
really,
very
really
much.
amazing. You look handsome. Really
Thank you very
handsome.
much.
Well done.
Yeah.
You're welcome. All right, so before we delve right into the topic
Okay.
of discussion today, I'd just love to ask you one thing according to
Okay.
your area of specialization.
Okay.
So you're a physiotherapist, yeah?
Yes, please.
All right, so what is that one thing that you would advise everyone to do, everyone watching, probably something we're not really doing well in our daily life and that you would advise a lot of us to do to help us live a better life?
Okay, as a physiotherapist, there's one thing I will always advise, and I've been saying it, I will continually to say it. It is good to exercise. Exercise, I tell you, is good. If you want to live a healthy life and you want to live long, you have to exercise. Thank you.
Exercise is a very good.
Yeah, very good.
Hmm.
Without exercise, there's nothing you can do actually.
Really?
Yeah.
So how good is it? Is it that without exercises would not live long or something?
So I've heard it and I've seen it on social media where some persons come up and tell you that, oh, you're going to the gym, six pack. So they fail to understand that it is not just about six packs. So the what we call the cardiovascular system in the body. No, now I will use high blood pressure as an example. Now, for someone that has high blood pressure, you have to exercise. And this is how it works. When you exercise, a lot of blood has been pumped into your body, into the heart, into the brain. So at that particular time, there's enough flow of blood into the body. When you are at rest, that heart will be doing a lesser work.
Oh.
And it's going to bring down your blood pressure. So it's not just about weight, six packs and all that. There are more to it than just what people think it is. I don't even understand what I'm trying to say. So exercise is just the foundation of good health. Exercise is the foundation to live long. If I will give you an example, look at the Japanese, the Chinese, they live long. So what is the reason behind it? I could remember when I was in university, we did a study why they live long. So in the morning when they are going to work, unlike us, I would drive in our cars, in our Bentley and all that, they either they walk or they use a bicycle to work. Or when they are coming back, the same thing, they walk down. But unlike people like me and you, what do? You always bike from here to there. Most of us even find it difficult to even walk.
Yes.
And that's the problem. Before you know, you start panting. You can't even climb staircase. Start panting. And you're telling me you're fit and you don't want to exercise. You die young now.
Okay, that was very direct. All right. Thank you very much, doctor. So it's more than just the physique, right? It's actually very good for the health.
Yes.
All right, that's something our viewers should actually take home. All right, so let's go deep into the topic for today.
Okay.
Arthritis. So what exactly is arthritis and how many types? How many types of arthritis do we have?
Arthritis. And if I'm going to talk about arthritis, arthritis is something probably when I was growing, I know of arthritis. And they'll tell you your mother, your father, your this, they have arthritis and all that. So arthritis is just, in a layman's language, let me explain, is inflammation
of the joints.
Of the bone, rather, inflammation of the joint or the bone, anyhow you want to put it, just an inflammation. And what is inflammation? So inflammation has to do with swelling, redness, pains, and stiffness. So when something is inflamed, what happens? So things happen. There will be swelling, there will be redness, and joint mobility, you won't be able to move your joint and all that. So inflammation of the joint, that's just a way to explain.
Okay. All right, but we usually think that the elderly are those that suffer from arthritis the most. How true is this?
Most, maybe, but not just the elderly. So in short, we have a juvenile arthritis.
Juvenile
arthritis, which is more
for children
from the 16 downward. Yeah. So it's not just for adults. So, but most times it's because of probably people just say, okay, because these people are elderly people, so they are more prone to it. Do you understand? But then we have juvenile arthritis, and arthritis is not just common to older people. Younger people do have arthritis.
So how do they show differently to these sets of people? Is it the same pain, inflammation, swelling, redness, and all of that?
Okay. So let me start from osteoarthritis. I will just give you probably like 4 or 5 types of arthritis.
All right.
So the one that is very common is the osteoarthritis that each and every one of us are very much aware of, that we know. And osteoarthritis has to do with inflammation of the bone. Now, fine, inflammation of the bone, what happens there? There is stiffness, there is pain, there is swelling. Now, it's common to older people. Secondly, hereditary. So if your dad has it or your mom has it, there's a probability that you will have it. And funny enough, how it works again, let me say this. Sometimes most of us always feel like, okay, I want to have a big board, big bum and all that. That some people, they even go and do, I don't want, So when there's too much of weight on the knee, it affects the knee joint. So you are prone to osteoarthritis.
Weight on the knee.
Yeah, too much of weight. You have to reduce your weight. That's telling that if you are in the big side, so if you notice those that are on the big side, they do complain of knee pain.
And they tend to not know how to carry themselves so well.
Yeah. So that's why, you see the reason why exercise is important.
Everything still boils down to
you must exercise. And we have gout arthritis, GOUT, gout arthritis. So this is common to big toes, inflammation of the big toes. Another one that is common again is rheumatoid arthritis. I'm very sure people used to hear of rheumatoid arthritis and all that. That is an autoimmune, when your system is fighting itself. That is another one. So we have different kind of arthritis. But if I start calling the names, you won't know. But the one that is very common, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, those are very, very common. Gout arthritis is very common.
All right. So for the average person watching at home, right, they might want to know how to detect arthritis at the early stage, because I want to believe that early detection actually is the best. So what are the signs they should look out for to be able to detect that, okay, there's a possibility that this is arthritis?
Okay. So firstly, all pains are not arthritis.
Exactly. Just because they're in the joints.
All pains are not arthritis. So one thing you will know that this is arthritis. Firstly, early morning pain. When you wake up in the morning and you feel this tiredness around you, pains around the knee joints, immobility around the knee joint, stiffness, swelling, then you know this is arthritis. And most times, knee joint. Because that is the most common knee joint. Most times at the knee joint.
But this could be blamed on stress.
On stress. Well, you can say stress, but then it is not stress. Hereditary is part of it, like I said earlier on. Do you understand? Hereditary is part of it. You can have osteoarthritis, and weight is part of it. Do you understand? But stress is just minute. It adds minute of it. Do you understand? That's more reason why I said the first thing you need to do is exercise. If you don't exercise, I don't know how you are living.
Yeah, I understand.
Do you understand?
Yeah. All right. So basically, how you would know that, okay, there is a possibility this is arthritis is knee pain, and very early morning.
Most times in the morning, when you wake up in the morning. Most times in the morning when you wake up.
So,
doing your daily activities, find it difficult to do the normal activities you used to do. For example, climbing the staircase, you find it difficult climbing the staircase. You won't even go maybe like 4 or 5 steps, you start feeling pains around your knee joint, then you know that there's a problem. So in a norm, you are not supposed to climb the staircase and start feeling pains. So when you start feeling pains, definitely you know there is a problem.
All right. But I'm quite curious.
Okay.
Right? What is actually happening in the joints? Why is it causing that stiffness? Why is it causing that pain? What constraint is happening right there?
So I'll still go back to osteoarthritis. That was what I can use to explain so that you can understand. So at the knee joint, there is a fluid called synovial fluid. When that synovial fluid helps you bending and doing whatever you want to do around the knee joint, do you understand? So when that synovial fluid is leaking away, before you know, the bones start frictioning on themselves. And when there's a friction between the bones, do you understand?
Yeah.
You start having pains, they start crashing on each other, you start having pain, send signal to the nerves, to the brain that something is happening. So that's when you start having that pain. And before you know, swelling comes in, stiffness comes in, pain comes in, because of course it's going to send a signal to the brain. So then you know that there is a problem.
Wow. All right, so how does arthritis really affect daily tasks? Like, why does it affect climbing, walking, jumping, and all of that? And if we're having those pains, it almost can affect our daily lives, literally. So why?
So definitely, of course, it has to affect your daily activities because there's pain involved, pain is involved. And so one thing there is that sometimes someone can have arthritis and you won't have pain. So what makes you... Yeah, I'm going to explain to you. I'm going to explain to you. Yeah, very tricky. Our body are different. We have 3 types of body. We have the ectomorph, mesomorph, and the endomorph. You won't understand that, don't worry.
Okay.
But then for an endomorph is someone that is on a very big side. For an endomorph, if you have arthritis, you are prone to have pains than someone that is ecto, that is slimmer. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Though an ectomorph will have arthritis, but might not get that pain early enough than someone that is endo. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. So what makes it go to the hospital or what makes it complain is the pain.
Yeah, so if some of them cannot be identified through pain, how do we then know that, okay, it's possible that this person has arthritis if they don't have pain?
So if you can't identify, if you're not having pain, then you don't know you have arthritis. Then
but it's possible you can have arthritis.
Of course, you can't have arthritis like this.
No, I don't.
Are you sure? Because if not done the test, you didn't do any test to know probably you have an arthritis. Do you understand? But then what I'm saying is this, that someone can have arthritis, but since you're not having pain, you're free to go. What makes you go to the hospital is pains, not because of anything. Okay, just for example, I can't just go to the hospital and go and complain. They'll ask you, are you having pain? The first thing a doctor, a physician, anyone is going to ask you, do you have pain? And once you don't have pain, what will happen? They'll tell you to go back. So why do people have arthritis? Why when you have arthritis, what happens? It's pain. That pain is the problem. So once you take away that pain, that's when it's fine.
All right, so how do you know, okay, you mentioned early morning pain and all of that, yes. So how do you know that, okay, this is a possible arthritis symptom or just tiredness or something? Because I want to believe that sometimes your body can just act like that sometimes. Not every morning you feel like walking about or going about your daily activity. So how do you differentiate if it is tiredness or arthritis?
Like I said earlier on, when you wake up in the morning, so just imagine every blessed day of your life. On a Monday, you wake up with stiffness, pain.
Okay, it's very consistent every
pain.
morning.
So you know that something is wrong. And then when it happens, and the next thing you do, you start using aboniki and what have you. And I know
yes, really.
So it now takes us to another thing. When you have pains, the first thing you do is not to use aboniki.
Or rub.
It's very wrong. That is, you are causing more inflammation.
Really? There's actually a popular belief that when you put something that is hot, it it tends to help the pain.
No. So in medicine, when something is inflamed, there is redness, there's increase of blood there is swelling there. Then aboniki is hot, right? Then you now add that aboniki on what is inflamed. Inflamed times raise power what?
100.
So that's why we have what we call acute injury and chronic injury. So acute injury is an injury between a day, let me say a day and maybe 2 months, 6 weeks or thereabout, 6 weeks. Acute injury. So acute injury we use ice. But if it is chronic, then you can use hot. So they are different now. So you're getting it now.
Yeah.
We have acute injury, we have chronic injuries. So acute, for example, now let me give you an example. When you see footballers on the pitch, you see a physiotherapist when after maybe sustaining a footballer sustained an injury, you see a physiotherapist running onto the field with ice pack and with a bag. Why didn't they go with Mabonike or Rob or thing? No. That ice pack is just to help to cool,
The
reduce
inflammation.
swelling, inflammation around the joint or whatever the person is having the pain. Why not Aboniki?
But there are certain pains that calls for that balm and all of that.
Yes, that's when it's chronic. And there are some people they don't like anything cold. They are prone that anything cold they don't like. Some they prefer hot, some they prefer cold. So it's another thing again. When you're doing the management of arthritis, some prefer hot, some prefer cold. But then once you have an injury, the first thing to do is not to go and use Aboniki or rub. I'm saying it. It is wrong.
So what should be the first point of action?
Ice. Ice to reduce inflammation, first of all.
Wow.
Just imagine probably you twist your ankle and there's swelling there. So what people do, immediately they will go and put Aboniki. And you know our mothers are common to that thing. That's what they like. They just say it in Yoruba. Fi Aboniki, fi si Aboniki, si fi Aboniki, si. Yeah, cause more harm. So instead of you should use cold pack, maybe something cold water, ice block or something. Just put something to cool it down, to reduce the inflammation. You add Aboniki and cause more inflammation.
Well, I think that's why this program is really important, to take away the ignorant aspects of our beliefs. So it has been a very amazing one. But right about now, we're going on a very short break. And when we return, we'll be talking about the courses, the treatments, and the lifestyle habits in regards to the topic of discussion for today. So please stay tuned.
Are we off for now?
Hello and welcome back. We're still talking health here on Health Check on Voice of the People television. Well, I've been with Dr. Gabriel and we've been talking about the topic of arthritis. And he has been saying a lot of things, shaking a lot of tables, literally. He's just established that it is not really good to apply balm to an injury or an inflammation, especially in the joints. Please, we have to really take this into consideration. The first point of action is ice. Well, that's what we do on Voice of People TV anyway. We give you the right kind of information. But right about now, we're talking about the triggers and the risk factors. So, Dr. Gabriel, thank you very much so far. You've been doing a really amazing job here. So, what increases a person's chances of developing arthritis, apart from hereditary factor?
Age. So as you're getting older, of course, as you're getting older, your body or your bones can be when you were 2 years old, 10 years old, 20 years old, and what have you. So as you're getting older, from the age of 50, you're prone to arthritis. Weight.
But not everybody increases in weight as they go older.
Not everybody, but that's why sometimes you can start at early stage or early age of your life. If you're on the big side, you can have arthritis at early age. So it's not really winning from 50 years and above. You see some people of 30, 35. Of course, we see them all the time. And another arthritis that people don't know, which is common to most of us nowadays.
Yes.
That's cervical.
Yes.
So most of us, we are used to pressing our phone.
And we tend to feel it later when we adjust our positions.
Yes. So 5 years time, 10 years time, imagine every day of your life, out of 24 hours, 19, 20 hours, you're always like this. You're putting tension on your cervical region, on your neck. Before you know, cervical spondylosis. That's another arthritis on its own. And most people don't even know.
Yeah.
And even when you sit down and you don't sit very well, it's another arthritis. When you sit and slouch, it's another arthritis. Before you know. So there are a lot of arthritis.
Compound over time.
Yes, of course. And we have for the wrist also.
Yeah.
For those of us that type.
I'm tempted to ask, how do we then take better care of our joints?
There are a lot of things to do to take care of it. A lot of things to do. So first of all, let's start with arthritis, osteoarthritis, which is a common one. So one of the things you need to do is exercise. Let me start from that. Not high impact exercises, low impact exercises. We have high impact exercises, we have low impact exercises. So low impact exercises like swimming, walking, cycling. Those three goes a long way. Even during rehabilitation of knee injuries, they will tell you to cycle. Cycle goes a long way. It helps the knee joint a lot and the hips also. So cycling, swimming, walking goes a long way in rehabilitation for people with knee osteoarthritis. And of course, when you have pains, you use ice. Ice is very, very important also, using ice also. And you do low impact strengthening exercises to strengthen the knee muscles.
All right. So you talked about pains compounding to be arthritis or wrong posture. What about joint injuries? You know, some people growing up, they might have some kind of accidents that they didn't really plan. And over time, the pain might not leave permanently. Could it affect them later in life and cause arthritis?
Yes, of course. We call them repeated injuries. So once you have a repeated injury, with time, so for example, let me give an example. Probably someone fell maybe years ago and probably had a dislocation or maybe an injury, maybe knee injury or what have you. With time, before you know, with time, when you have another injury there, it keeps on coming. It keeps on coming. It doesn't go like that. It doesn't go. So those kind of people are prone to early arthritis also, repeated injury.
All right, so what does a proper diagnosis look like? Like, you know, tests, scans, all of that. The first point of noticing that pain, that stiffness, and what you talked about, the early morning pain. So what's the first point of action when you discover stuff like that? Should you go for a scan or tests, or what's, you know, what do they do?
So first of all, so once you discover all these signs, you see these signs, the first thing you need to do is just go to the hospital. It's not about Panadol Extra and what have you, and using Aboniki and what have you. You need to go to the hospital, see your physician. Then the physician is going to tell you to go for an X-ray or MRI. You know, X-ray is different from MRI. X-ray, you just will see the bones, maybe that fracture or dislocation. But MRI goes deeper into the tissues to see the nerves, to see the ligament, to see the tendons. So depending on how bad it is, so probably might tell you to go for an X-ray or MRI or what have you. So then they will now refer you to a physiotherapist for proper management.
Wow, all right. So the first point of action is to see a physician, and then he tells you the next point of action.
Yes.
Oh, all right, very interesting. All right, so at what point should someone consider seeing a physiotherapist for other, you know, issues like the cervical thing you talked about and all of that?
There's not even a point that you cannot even go and see a physiotherapist.
So you can see a physiotherapist for a random checkup.
When that pain is there, it's pain. Like, you know, every mention of something, pain will make you run to the hospital.
Yes. Yes, actually.
If you don't have pain, you sit down in your house now, you go about your daily activities. But with pains, you will not try it. You will not.
All right. So because what we're doing is not just to establish, you know, the body of this. We really want to know how to also work on it. So from here, I'll be asking you what are the treatment options for arthritis?
Depending on the level or the degree of arthritis and what kind of arthritis you have. Like I said, we have rheumatoid arthritis. It's different from osteoarthritis. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Gout arthritis is different from juvenile arthritis. There are some arthritis, the body fight itself, like I explained earlier on. Do you understand? And osteoarthritis, is just inflammation on the joint, maybe due to injuries, hereditary, and what have you. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So now, once you have all this, there are other ways to treat them. For osteoarthritis, which is the most common, firstly, like we said earlier on, use of ice.
Okay.
So when there is pain, when there is stiffness, when there is swelling, the first point of action is ice. And not that you put the ice for like 100 hours or within 10 to 15 minutes to avoid ice burn.
Ice burn?
Yeah.
Oh, there is such thing like that?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Wow. This is the first time I'm hearing of ice burn.
Thank God you're hearing today.
So, you know, pressing the ice on that particular region for too long can cause ice burn.
Ice burn, yes.
And that's another problem.
That's another injury on its own. So what we call vasodilation and vasoconstriction. So when you're using ice for too long, there's what we call vasoconstriction. So there won't be blood flow in that area. And you know what that means?
Yes. Wow. Really interesting. So, okay, let's go into something very interesting now.
Okay.
Some people
Yeah.
tend to see herbal solutions as the best, you know, because it's natural. God gave it to us. Just mix. And then, what do you have to say about what we locally call agbo
Okay.
as a treatment to arthritis?
You see this particular question, agbo, herbal drink and all that to cure arthritis. Well, as a professional, as I speak with you, I don't think agbo cures arthritis. So if agbo is curing or has been curing arthritis or do cure arthritis, I believe your mom, my mom, they should be giving everybody agbo now. They should be drinking agbo and they should not be coming to hospital. And funny enough, most people that come with arthritis, osteoarthritis, are mostly our mothers, menopause.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and because they're always on the big side. You know, like I said earlier on, most women always want big side and all that. When you're getting older, you understand what it means to have that big side. So, like, so someone like you now that you're on the slim side, you're enjoying. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, enjoying. But then that agbo does not even work. Is agbo that I know of? Agbo does not work. Agbo does, because I don't know how
So
agbo
does it escalate things?
Agbo, Abba. Well, I will say something. I don't know the chemistry of how agbo enter the body and goes to the joints and reduce inflammation around the joint. Or I don't know how agbo is going to work for an autoimmune system, or how agbo is going to work for gout arthritis, or how agbo is going to work for repeated injuries and all that. So agbo does not, I don't know, maybe agbo will enter the body or the bone and reduce inflammation. I don't know. But I need to, if I see someone that can explain to me, why not? And you give me proof. Fine.
Okay, well, let's hang it there. But
Okay.
I'm really curious about something though. Can arthritis be totally cured? Can it be permanently cured?
Can it be permanently cured? It can be managed. It can be managed. Arthritis can be managed, not permanently cured, because you cannot return your bone to how you were when you were 20 years old, 10 years old. You just imagine someone that had repeated injuries and the bones are already, the synovial fluid, everything are already cracked and coming out of the joint. It's not possible, but it can be managed and you live well all the rest of your life. Well managed, that you not even have pains. Well managed, but it cannot be permanently cured. No.
That's quite sad, but because it can be managed, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right, you talked about pain earlier, and you know, most people, we tend to reach the heterogeneous audience, right? So, but most people do not really know how effective or how important seeing a physiotherapist is. Really, we just go to the random doctor not knowing that there is actually a physiotherapist that can help in management of pain and mobility. So I really want you to talk about that. How effective is physiotherapy in managing pain and improving mobility?
Thank you for that question. So first of all, you know, I can put it to you that up to as I speak to you, a lot of people don't know we have physiotherapists in this country.
When there is it Ibobi? What do they call it?
Ijo.
Yes.
Yeah, they believe in Ijo people.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't believe that there's a professional medical, approach to this.
That has to do with physiotherapy. Even there are some other professions in medicine that most people don't even know. And I can tell you, probably I know of physiotherapy when I was probably like in my JSS2 or JSS3. That was a long time ago. And even when I wanted to study the course, I want to really divert into this. When I wanted to study the course, a lot of people were asking me, what is physiotherapy? Why not medicine and surgery? And I told them I don't want medicine and surgery. I want physiotherapy. So imagine as a 2M, when I was in JSS2, I already knew about physiotherapy. And a lot of people don't even, as I speak to you, they don't know. And physiotherapy is a profession that helps in management of pains. So the most important thing is pains. just to take away pains and mobility.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking how effective can saying this physiotherapists be in management?
Very, very effective. 100%.
Want to know what people are missing?
So let me tell you something. When someone has stroke, it's not the doctor that is going to work on the stroke patient. It's not the nurses. They will refer you to a physiotherapist.
Sure.
So what's the work of a physiotherapist? To bring life in your normal daily activities, to bring mobility, to bring hope for a particular patient. So just imagine someone that cannot walk, probably has quadriplegia, someone that has quadriplegia or that has weakness of the limb, and imagine after a few weeks or months and that person started working, won't you appreciate the physiotherapist?
Yes.
So it's exactly the work of physiotherapy, just to bring life, mobility, and remove pain totally.
All right. So let's talk about exercises now.
Yeah.
Are there certain exercises or movements that people should avoid? Or, posture and all of that? Should people avoid?
So which people? Is it?
People that have a tendency of suffering arthritis.
Like I said earlier on, the exercises are for you, if you have arthritis, high impact exercises, you should avoid them.
Okay, so most people do not really know what high impact and low impact exercises mean.
Okay.
So can you throw more light to that?
So we have high impact exercises and low impact exercises. Low impact exercises are swimming, cycling, and taking a walk.
Okay.
High impact exercises, running, jumping, jump twist.
Yeah.
Those are high
Things that
impact
put
exercises.
pressure
That
on your knee
joints.
All right.
Any exercise that's going to put too much of pressure on your knee joint, avoid them if you have osteoarthritis.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk about inflammation. Right. So are there foods to help with inflammation, or are there foods that can make arthritis pain worse?
So arthritis has to do with inflammation. So when there is inflammation, what are the things you need to do? What are foods that we can actually take, or veg? Okay, of course, there are. So turmeric is is an anti-inflammatory, what's it called? Fruit or whatever.
Yeah.
Turmeric is very good. Ginger, berries also is very good. Spinach. Then fatty oil like mackerel, sardine, and all that, they are good. They are anti-inflammatory. So you can also take them also.
All right. So you talked about people that are always on their phones, people that are always typing, and all of that. So how can someone help their workspace or set up their environments to reduce this joint strain, really?
So you have a phone and you're pressing your phone this way. You are constricting the neck joint. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So the only thing you need to do, what you need to do,
try as much as possible to be upright.
Upright. Then hold your phone this way. There are a lot of phone stands that people use now.
Yeah.
Even you can get a laptop stand. Instead of bending your knee, you can get a laptop stand that levels with your high. And that's why we have, there's another aspect of physiotherapy we call ergonomic physiotherapy. That's where posture and all that comes in.
Oh.
We have ergonomic, we have ergonomic chair.
Quite wide, yes.
We have ergonomic chair.
Yes.
So that's another aspect of physiotherapy, ergonomic physiotherapy. So your posture, the way you need to sit, what you need to do, and all that comes in. We're not going there today. No, that's another different thing entirely.
Yes, we should. All right, you talked about the wrists earlier.
Yeah.
So some people randomly do this.
You're doing it.
Yes. So can it also cause those?
No, that doesn't cause arthritis.
Oh.
This is just an habit. Let me put it that way. It's an habit. Some people do this just to feel free. Some when they are bored and all that. There is no research or nothing has proven that when you crack your knuckles that you will have arthritis. No, not that I know of as at now as I speak to you.
Because you
but
really
just
talked about pressure on the joints.
This is not pressure on the joint. This is not pressure. When you mean pressure, that's the whole of the body you're putting the whole of the body on that joint.
Oh.
But it's just an habit. We all are used to it.
We all are used to it.
It's just an habit. Just imagine it causes arthritis. Out of 100% of Nigeria, maybe 99.9 should have arthritis of the fingers. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But it is not.
All right. So there is this belief, I actually do believe it too, that cold can do something to the joints. So what would you say about that? Can weather conditions or taking lots of cold stuff cause arthritis?
Yeah, to some extent and to some people, it does affect them. That's why sometimes I think I remember someone was complaining of joint pain and all that, and she puts on the AC and all that. And I told her, try and keep yourself warm with your duvet or your blanket, and the pains relieve that. Yes. So there are some people, they are allergic to cold. Once there is cold, they start feeling pains.
So it differs with your body system?
Body system. That's why I said earlier, we have different body types. We have the ectomorph, mesomorph, and endomorph. Your body type determines a lot of things.
So really
what works for you might not work for this person.
Yourself.
Yes. And for me, for me, either cold or anyone goes for me. But some persons, anything cold, they run. And even though some persons that they can't have their bath with normal room temperature water, they must use cold water. Every day, they use cold water. And some persons, they cannot use cold water. They use warm water.
Yes.
It differs.
All right. So because you are a professional, I would like you to tell us from your professional view, what are the do's and don'ts for people with arthritis so that they can help themselves and all of that?
There are a lot of do's and don'ts. The do's, you must exercise, you must walk.
Low impact
exercises.
All right.
Low impact exercises, you must do that. If you have arthritis, you shouldn't twist. You don't want to jump and twist. Because it's going to affect the knee joint. Smoking. Let me explain something. One of the things that smoking does, do you know smoking reduces the blood flow in the body? When you smoke, it reduces the blood flow in the body. So someone that has arthritis and you're smoking, you need blood flow around that joint. What happens? Do you understand?
Yes.
Weight loss. If you're on the big side, you need to reduce. Contact sports. Any contact sport, you should stay away from contact sport. You know what I mean by contact sports? Maybe football, rugby, and all that. There are other sports you can actually do, like swimming, cycling, and what have you. I think those are do's and don'ts, at least for someone that has arthritis, that you should and not to.
All right. So let's talk about families now. Families that have people suffering with these conditions. And you talked about acute and chronic pain. So how can we help these people, as families? How can we help them in this acute or chronic joint pain?
So you mean family helping the people with arthritis?
Yes.
So most times it's not always good to do self-medication. So if probably you've been diagnosed, before you can say this is arthritis, you have to go to the hospital and you must run X-ray scan to be sure that it is arthritis. You can't just wake up one morning and decide for yourself or by yourself it is arthritis. You have to go and do an X-ray or MRI to be sure it is arthritis.
Okay.
So if I tell you that, okay, you have to be sure. I can't just tell you that, okay, these are things you need to do. But then if there's swelling or you're having pains and you cannot hold on to, you can use ice for 10 to 15 minutes, then go and see your physician. So that ice is just to reduce that pain for that particular time to get to the hospital to see your physician.
All right. I'm really very, very, I want to say I feel for the people, suffering these conditions right now. So we were wrapping up, but I would like to know one thing that you would want to tell them, to encourage them, to help them. What would you tell people suffering with arthritis? Some people might just feel like all hope is lost and all of that. So what's one word you have for them?
Arthritis is not a life sentence.
Not a death sentence.
Not a death sentence, sorry. Yes. Arthritis is not a death sentence. If you have arthritis is like, to me, I feel like arthritis is just like a normal thing. Because if you are getting older, you would have arthritis. Do you understand? Yeah. So once you have arthritis, just have this, I don't know, just be sure that you're fine, you're good. Once you see the doctor, the physician, they recommend drugs for you, they give you exercises, see a physiotherapist, you'll be back to life. We have a lot of people that have arthritis and you see them every day. You see them, sometimes you see some people with their knee brace, some people wear knee brace and all that. They're fine. So arthritis is not a death sentence. Arthritis is just, it's nothing. It's just the bones that are touching each other that inflame. And once we remove that inflammation, that's all. It's not a big deal.
All right, so on a general note now, your profession literally has to do with joints. We can say it has to do with joints.
Bones.
So, yes, the bones and everything. So what is that one thing you wish everyone understood about caring for their joints, really, both arthritis and everything? But on a general note, how do you think people should really care for their joints? Just one thing or two.
Exercise.
Again.
I won't stop saying it. You just have to exercise. If you don't exercise, I can tell you categorically, you come with different conditions of diseases, arthritis, what have you. I don't want to start calling names, but once you exercise, I can tell you that you can live long, live healthy than any other person. I don't know. I don't know how to put it. But one thing I will just tell you that just wake up every morning. Okay, try as much as possible every day, every other day, 15 to 20 minutes walk, and you see what happens to you.
So just walking alone.
Walking alone goes a long way.
Goes a long way. Wow.
Yeah. Just walking goes a long way. You don't have to go to the gym and like they used to say that people that go to the gym with six-pack.
They want to show themselves.
But then you have to show yourself. Going to the gym is not easy. It's not easy going to the gym.
It's okay. All right. The highlight of this episode really is exercise. Cannot be overemphasized. A very big thank you to Dr. Akinloye Gabriel Olubafemi, a doctor, physiotherapist, DPT from Osun State, the founder and CEO of Therapia Rehab, Lagos State. Thank you so much, Doctor.
You're welcome.
This was really an amazing, impactful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so if you or someone you know is struggling, please reach out to a friend, a counselor, a health professional, and please make sure to take care of your health and prioritize your body. And that's it on this week's edition of Health Check. So you watching, remember, arthritis may be common, but early detection and proper management, emphasis on proper management, can make a big difference. If you experience persistent joint pain, stiffness, or swelling, don't ignore it. Just seek medical advice. Because healthy habits like regular exercises, weight management, and proper nutrition really can also help protect your joints. Don't be afraid to speak up. Please seek help and make your health and total well-being a huge priority. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, please stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, and stay alive. And join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye for now.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions?
Is the failure of the government. What? Nena, ask me, what kind of peace is the community making with this bandit? This bandit.
Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government,
Safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Akpoti Uduaghan says Akpabio's lawsuit provides opportunity to prove her case. PDP to take legal action against defected Rivers Assembly members. Also, Benue APC hails NWC and Aliyah on digital registration. Court remands 4 foreigners over alleged kidnapping in Ogun. CNS leader urges Kogi governor and relevant authorities to secure release of abducted worshippers. And former Chief of Army Staff Buratai rejects baseless and malicious reports linking him to terror financing. On the foreign scene, Qatar's Prime Minister says Gaza talks at critical moment. In business news, CAC to shut unregistered POS terminals from January. In sports news, Villa ends Arsenal's 18-match unbeaten run. And in the world of entertainment, a man honors Majek Fashek. Well, now the news in detail. Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, PDP, Kogi Central, has declared readiness to prove her sexual harassment case against the Senate President Godswill Akpabio. She said this in response to a 200 billion naira defamation suit filed against her by the Senate President in Abuja on Friday, while confirming receipt of the lawsuit. According to her, Akpabio's suit now gives her an opportunity denied her by the Senate Ethics and Privileges Committee to prove her allegations before a court of competent jurisdiction. In a statement, the Kogi Central Senator declared that the court case now provided the platform she has long awaited. She insists she will prove that she was indeed sexually harassed and that her refusal to submit to the alleged advances triggered sustained political attacks against her. In the meantime, leadership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, says it will take legal actions against some members of the Rivers State House of Assembly who recently defected from the political party. This was made known on Saturday through a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Comrade Ini Ememobong. The party's spokesman urged all members of the PDP in Rivers State to remain faithful and resolute, as according to him, efforts are underway to rebuild the party along the path of inclusiveness, fairness, and equity. Well, still politics, the former National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, Kola Ologbodinyo, has formally withdrawn his membership from the party. In a letter shared on his X page on Saturday, which was addressed to the PDP chairman of his ward in Kababono local government area, Kogi State, he thanked the party leadership for the opportunities provided during his tenure and service. He also said his decision to leave the party was hinged on personal reasons, adding that this decision was made after reviewing his participation in the party. Ologbodinyo formerly worked as Director of Media and Publicity for the PDP's 2019 Presidential Campaign Council and has a background in journalism. He was also an aide to the former Senate President David Mark, who is now the current chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. In another development, the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Benue State, Benjamin Omale, has lauded the National Working Committee of the ruling party under the leadership of the national chairman, Professor Nentawaye Yilwada, over the transition of members' registration to digital. Omale described the digital membership drive as central to the party's strategy for victory in the 2027 general elections. The ruling party in the state had on Friday begun training for its e-registration exercise. Aside from the party chairman Omale, the event had in attendance the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Baja Alfred, who declared the exercise open, and several party leaders and aides to the governor, Hyacinth Aliyah. Well, turning to other stories now, Ogun State Chief Magistrate Court sitting in Abeokuta has ordered the remand of 4 foreign nationals arrested for alleged kidnapping, hostage-taking, and unlawful detention of several foreign victims. This came after a motion ex parte filed and moved by Marufu Ajani, a legal officer in the Force Legal Prosecution Department. The motion was supported by an 18-paragraph affidavit deposed to by Inspector Oyebisi Oni of the Interpol section, alongside a written address and documentary exhibits. According to a statement, the kidnappers have recently become more desperate in seeking medical attention, particularly for treating gunshot wounds sustained during gunfights with security operatives. A Chief Magistrate A.K. Araba ordered the remand of 41-year-old Augustine Boateng, 43-year-old Johnson Akpan, 26-year-old Dramani Langani, and 37-year-old Sims Raphael, all citizens of Ghana, Benin, and Burkina Faso, indicted for the crime. The suspects were arrested at the operational base in Harmony Estate in Ogun State by officers of the International Police Interpol, a Force Criminal Investigation Department in the same state. In another development, the Supreme Head of the Cherubim and Seraphim Unification Church of Nigeria, Emmanuel Agboglogbo, has called on the government and relevant authorities to intensify rescue operations and ensure their safe return of kidnapped members of the church. You may recall that several members of the Cherubim and Seraphim Unification Church of Nigeria were abducted mid-service by gunmen on November 30 in Iyagba West local government area of Kogi State. The victims have remained in captivity since the attack. Alogbo, who condemned the abduction of the church members, particularly called on the state government, Usman Ododo, to intensify rescue operations and ensure their safe return. In a statement by the church's spokesperson, Alogbo described the incident as troubling and a dangerous sign for freedom of worship in Nigeria. Well, turning to other stories now, former Nigerian ambassador to the Republic of Benin and one-time Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Ubaratai, has dismissed a recent online media publication linking him to individuals alleged to be terrorism financiers. In a statement issued by retired Brigadier General Sani Usman on behalf of the retired Army Chief, the allegations were described as false, unfounded, mischievous, and a deliberate smear campaign targeted at tarnishing Buratai's reputation. The statement stressed that the claims based solely on the personal assertions of retired Major General Danjuma Ali Kefi are entirely fabricated and have no factual or legal basis. The statement insisted that at no point in Buratai's distinguished 4-decade military career has he been ever investigated, questioned, or indicted by any security, intelligence, judicial, or administrative body in connection with terrorism financing. Well, let's take you to Kwara State now, where the police command has arrested 8 suspects linked to a string of armed robberies and homicides following what authorities described as a coordinated, intelligence-driven offensive against criminal gangs across the state. Officers also recovered 2 Lexus vehicles and other stolen valuables. Speaking during a news briefing at the command headquarters in Ilorin, Commissioner of Police Adekimi Ojo said one of the breakthroughs was the arrest of 52-year-old Olatunji Samson, who allegedly led a violent robbery operation at Maigida Estate on the 21st of November. He said the command received a distress call at about 9 p.m. on the day of the incident, reporting a brutal home invasion in which the victim and his private security guard were tied up and assaulted before the robbers escaped with a Lexus, $10,000, 2.95 million naira mobile phones, gold jewelry, and clothing items. He explained that acting on actionable intelligence, operatives tracked the movement of the suspects to Ibadan, Oyo State, where they attempted to depose or dispose of the stolen Lexus for 15 million naira. Well, from Kwara to Edo State, the police command has launched a manhunt for the assailants responsible for the killing of a police inspector during a routine stop-and-search operation. In a statement, the command's public relations officer, Moses Yamu, said all available intelligence and operational resources have been deployed to apprehend the perpetrators. The statement disclosed that the late police inspector was attached to the Ihiadolo Area Command and was killed, really, when one of the occupants of a heavily tinted Lexus SUV suddenly opened fire on the inspector at close range in a bid to evade a search by the police team at a checkpoint. Well, joining us virtually now to analyze the stories is Joe Abuku. Joe Abuku is a public affairs analyst and also a communications expert. Joe, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
It's a pleasure. So let's hit the ground running, shall we? Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduaghan, representing Kogi Central and, of course, a member of the PDP, has declared her readiness to prove her case that the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, sexually harassed her. Now, this is coming on the heels of a 200 billion naira defamation suit filed by the Senate President. Do you think the Senate President, Akpabio, should have just let sleeping dogs lie, and probably this matter would have just, become water under the bridge? I mean, what's your take on this matter?
Yeah, quite an interesting development. Many Nigerians felt that matter had been laid to rest because Senator Natasha was recalled back to the Senate. She had an event in her state where she even extended an invitation to the Senate President as well as colleagues in the Senate. So people were taken aback when news of this lawsuit from the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, made it into the open. As per your question, if the Senate President should let the matter rest, well, he has a name to protect. They travel internationally. This matter got so much coverage. It didn't just get covered in Nigeria. A couple of international media outlets picked it up. Senator Natasha granted several media interviews abroad. And given the profile of the Senate President, if your name is associated with such a very grotesque act, sexual harassment, the right thing for you to do is to clear your name. The Senate was to handle that matter in terms of its Ethics and Privileges Committee, but that didn't see the light of day somehow. So I recall Senator Akpabio's wife as well went ahead to sue Natasha. Probably that hasn't caught the eyes for him. So probably he feels the best way for him to clear his name and gets the credibility he feels he has is to file this lawsuit. I don't think the interest is in the 200 billion he has sued for the damages. I don't think any of us believes that Natasha has that much money to pay in the event she's found. If she's found guilty, I'm not saying she will be. But then for the Senate President, it's about restoring Senator. Yeah, he has his own supporters who think the Senator was just smearing him over the incident in the Senate chamber relating to sitting positions. So I can understand why he has to sue. It's his call. For some of us might have felt, well, just let the matter, let's just let sleeping dogs lie. But he has a name to protect. And with this lawsuit, that seems to be what he's moving.
All right. Very, very well said, Joe. Very well said. Now, it's interesting you brought up the Senate Ethics and Privileges Committee. Recall that the Senator Natasha had said that it was the Ethics Committee that had refused to give her the opportunity to prove her case. Now she says the court is going to ensure that she does it. Now, there is also the matter of an assassination allegation she made against the Senate President and former governor of Kogi State. Now, do you think beyond the defamation case that's before the court now, do you think really that the police also should take up that allegation by the Senate, Senator Natasha, that the Senate President tried to assassinate her? Do you think that matter also should be brought to the front burner?
So it's one of two things. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll think if the claims that Natasha made, the onus was on her to approach the police that, hey, my life is under threat by this very powerful, the number 3 Nigerian in the country, and another very powerful man who happens to be the immediate past governor of Kogi State. So that's on the one hand. If she felt the Senate President threatened or there was a plot to kill her, maybe it was incumbent on her to approach the police and provide the evidence she had to that effect. On the Senate president's part as well, if he felt this Senator Natasha had wrongly accused him of murder, which is a very grievous allegation and not one to be taken lightly, he also had the right to file a criminal defamation charge against Senator Natasha. Now, I don't know if the police need to come in if either of these parties make a formal complaint. I recall, and if I recall correctly, the federal government had filed a suit against Senator Natasha, which for some of us came up because the Senate president has the resources, has the reach, has the knowledge to file a lawsuit himself if he felt someone had criminally defamed him. It was strange. It was the federal government that took on that suit. I'm not quite sure the status of that lawsuit now, but the police should be interested, yes. If there's a murder allegation involving the Senate president of the country made by another very important personality, a senator of the Federal Republic, then it's something the Nigerian police needs to step forward and ask the right questions. And if I'll just dial again back to the broader lawsuit of the Senate president, I made an earlier point that these people, the Senate president might want to avoid a situation where he's at a conference, maybe in Washington or London or Geneva, and then there are protesters or even media people saying, hey, you were accused of sexually harassing a female senator, you're accused of murder. So for him, this is the ultimate step to move forward and show, look, I am innocent, this was just a baseless charge, a baseless claim rather, and the lawsuit is what will do that for him if his lawyers can argue and make a convincing case that the allegations made by Senator Natasha hold no water. The burden of proof in both instances, be it the sexual harassment case or the murder charge, lies with Senator Natasha. So we'll see what evidence she comes forward with. She said she's very happy. This gives her a chance to present her case. The Senate Ethics and Privileges Committee refused to sit or didn't quite see that case through because they claimed the matter was in court or something to that effect. So it would be nice to see how both parties argue this case and who comes out as the credible person at the end of the day.
Yeah. Fingers are crossed, I can tell you that, Joe. Let's see how this one pans out. Let's quickly take a trip to Benue State, right, where the chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Benjamin Omale, has loaded the National Working Committee of the ruling party under the leadership of the national chairman, Professor Yilwada, over the transition of members' registration to a digital platform. So there is so much ado about migrating from the manual to the digital platform. I don't know, are you as optimistic as the APC in Benue is right now?
Well, politicians are very optimistic. So the APC, the Benue APC optimism might be on a higher level than mine, but if the APC as a party has moved to digitally register its members, then it's a step in the right direction. Something we've struggled in this country, something we've struggled with is databases. So sometimes parties just come forward and say, oh, we have our membership is this strong. There's no credible database to back that up. Parties claim, oh, we've decammed thousands of people, thousands have moved into our party and all. So the national chairman of the APC is someone who comes from a data background. He used to, turns out Benue State happens to be my state as well. He used to be a university lecturer in Benue, where I think his field had to do with data and all. So that's the way to go. If you recall, I think it was in 2022, then President Buhari, after an APC convention or conference, I think, had boasted that the APC had a membership strength of 41 million. Now, if you unpack that, that's saying one members of the APC, because 41 million multiplied by 6 gives you over 200 million. And if you look at a country where those between age 0 to 25% of the population, which means they can't hold party membership, then you begin to question those numbers. So this is the direction parties need to go into. Parties need to begin to digitally capture their members, have a credible database. Even members of the public can go. Without publishing names, I should be able to go on the APC platform or the PDP platform or the ADC or Labour or Showore's party and see that, okay, this party has this membership strength. Now, membership strength in terms of registered members might not necessarily determine that a party holds the best chances in an election and all, but it helps the party to plan. It shows credibility. It shows that parties are not just banding numbers around. In Benue State, where the party seems to be applauding the national chairman of the APC, if you recall, the current governor emerged through a primary system known as the direct primaries, which meant every card-carrying member of the party was eligible to vote in the primaries. It wasn't the delegate system. And the votes he emerged with as a party flag bearer were more than the votes he used to win the general election.
Yeah.
So got people asking, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really quite follow. And then if you look at Benue again, it might not be so, but there are factions within the party in Benue State. I mean, the chairman who's applauding the National Working Committee of the APC happens to be the one loyal to the governor. There's a faction affiliated to the current secretary to the government of the federation. So it seems like this is a game of people looking to be embraced by the National Working Committee as the rightful faction of the party. But if you put the politics aside, it's a good step in the right. It's a step in the right direction if parties begin to do e-registration and not just phantom numbers or paper trail manual trail of papers that can be validated.
All right, a good step in the right direction. I'll take that. I'll take that. Now, if you remember, Joe, right, shortly before this thing about kidnappings became commonplace in Nigeria, there was a gale of defection. You know, you see, especially in the South, where you had governors and, you know, most of their people, their kitchen cabinet, defecting from one party to the other, mainly from the PDP. Now, it looked like when this thing about Donald Trump threatening Nigeria, that if you don't end insecurity, we are coming, it looked like, you know, that thing about the people defecting from one party to the other, it took a backstage. I don't know if you know, you understand what I'm saying. But it looks like this thing is beginning to happen again. Not so long ago, the governor of Osun State said, oh, I'm resigning from the PDP. And he didn't tell us which party he was going to go to. People are saying maybe the Accord, because the Accord parties will win him. But what's happening today now, this is the latest gist, is that a PDP, actually a former National Policy Secretary of the PDP, Kola Olobodinyo, has formally withdrawn his membership from the party. He is not telling us where he's going to. However, there are permutations that it might be the ADC, because his former boss, David Mack, happens to be the chairman of the ADC. So what do you make of this whole thing, and what does it leave, where does it leave the PDP actually in all of this?
The PDP, in fairness, they are in a pretty bad state, and that has been a long time coming. So you are looking to jump ship, because even though the party supposedly had a convention in Ibadan recently, the matter is still not resolved. There are still lawsuits here and there. There's another faction claiming to be the party. There are certificates of expulsion being issued left, right, and center. So with Kola, who has been a very solid member of the PDP, he was once national. He held very high hopes that the PDP lingering crisis will be resolved. But you got to give it to him. He held out for long, and it doesn't appear there's any end in sight. So if he has decided to leave the PDP, we can't blame him. On where he goes next, we just have to hold our breath. Yeah, he might go, people think he will go to the ADC, where his former boss, whom he once acted as media aide to, Senator David Mack, is the acting national chairman. That's what many people think. That's where he is likely to go, but never say never. But then again, on the bigger issue you spoke about, the gale of defections before Trump's warning. Yes, that seemed to be happening a lot. Many governors were of PDP, some who were even supposed to be planning PDP's convention, did leave the PDP to join the APC. The word around town is there's some subtle and not so subtle pressure from the presidency for them to come back to the APC. Then with the divided PDP, nobody and for re-election, they weren't sure if the faction of the PDP where Anyao belonged belongs, I don't know if he's still there or not, would forward their names to INEC when it came down to party primaries and candidate selection. Now, and I know for a fact the governor of Taraba State, for instance, had announced his defection, his resignation as a member of the PDP, and put a date forward that he was going to join the APC. That didn't happen. We don't know if it's down to Donald Trump's threat or local political issues. I mean, there are some whispers that a very powerful man in the state, a former defense minister, pulled him by the ear. We don't know for sure. We'll get to find out. Governor Adeleke as well has resigned. We don't know where he's headed yet. If probably there's no vacancy in the APC because they were really adamant about him not coming over. The ADC has already picked a candidate, so nobody's sure. And even the governor of Bayelsa, who is in seeking re-election, he resigned from the PDP. It took a while before he joined the APC. And that raises a fundamental question about the legality of it. Because electoral laws say we don't vote based on the party platform. So if you go for a governorship election, for instance, you're not seeing A's picture of Mr. A, and you're seeing the party logo of party A or party B. So did we contemplate a situation where a governor or anybody who was voted into office on a particular platform can choose to resign their membership of that party and then hold out, still remain governor, hold out for a week, for 2 weeks, for a month, before deciding the next party to go to? That's something our constitutional lawyers need to let us into, because it doesn't look quite right. If people are voted into office on account of party platform, and then they're leaving that platform, they should be jumping. I mean, there should be no void of, oh, so-and-so person has left this party, but as of now, he has no party, even though he's governor. We don't have the independent candidacy thing in this country here, so we can't have independent governors or independent legislators. So there's a gap there that needs to be plugged in, and it's a matter for lawyers to argue, someone to approach the courts to get clear interpretation. And back on Kola, we'll wait and see where he goes, but many people are guessing he'll join his former boss, Senator David Mark, in the ADC.
It's interesting you brought up the constitutional matter of a member of a party leaving that party after winning an election for another platform. In fact, the PDP is talking tough. Says it's going to take legal action against some members of the Rivers State House of Assembly who recently defected from the political party, right? This was the crux of the matter when there was this tug of war between Sim Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, and members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. The Supreme Court took the victory away from Sim Fubara, and these guys have officially made it known that yes, we have defected to the APC. I don't know if you will say that this is Fubara being vindicated. Also, do you even see anything coming out of this threat that the PDP is making at the moment?
Well, they say if you want to win the lottery, you have to buy a ticket. So the PDP can't just sit back and hope that they need to approach the courts and that you don't know, they might get justice, they might not, until you try, you will never know. But you see, these issues speak to fundamentals of our democracy in Nigeria. We've been on this experiment, or on this journey, we can't even call it an experiment any longer, for 26 years. And with every passing day, it seems like politicians are not learning a lesson. They keep making the same old mistakes of decades back. Every party primary is riddled with issues and all. There's no accountability on the sides of those who are in office. There are many things that give one concern, like, are we really practicing a democracy, or is this just ruled by civilians, people who are not military people, just sign up for a party? But democracy comes with many factors that we don't seem to be seeing. Now, the PDP, the legislators in Rivers had attempted.
Are you there, Joe?
became a matter.
Joe, I'm sorry to butt in, but we had some network issues at some point, so we lost your line of thought. If you can go back a little bit and start from what you were saying, start from the beginning, please.
So what I'm saying basically is there are bigger questions around the democracy we practice when we look at this scale of defections. I mean, the indiscriminate nature of them. Where people, our democracy, our electoral laws, I mean, Section 109 of our Constitution, 1999 Constitution, I mean, sets out that if a legislator leaves the platform upon which they're elected, they vacate their seats, except where there's a very glaring case of factionalization or crisis within the party. Yeah, to some extent, you can say there's some crisis within the PDP, but it's not the PDP. The crisis within the PDP at the national level should not be reason why PDP legislators in Rivers State should change ship and all. So that, on the face of it, I'm not a lawyer and I stand corrected. For me, that looks like a breach of our constitution and all. But we need constitutional lawyers to step forward and ask for very clear interpretations of this thing, because it doesn't look like our democracy has been strengthened. There are many, we still have, you look at local government autonomy, for instance, many state governors still control local governments, they have it in their pockets. You look at party primaries, they are not seamless, they come with lots of issues. The same party will have a nationwide primaries in some states, will adopt this format, in other states will adopt this format, trying to rig the system, discipline within the party. So there are many things that call for concern that the democracy we are practicing is still not on its feet yet. We are still crawling, and we can't call this a nascent democracy any longer. 26 years is enough time to straighten the lines, to get things right and all. The PDP, I agree with them. They should go to court and challenge the defection of those Rivers legislators. Even if there's a crisis at the PDP at the national level, we are not aware of crisis within the PDP at the Rivers State level where these legislators draw their membership or where they come from and all. So it doesn't make sense for them to, all of them to leave the party they were elected into office. And yeah, you're right. It sort of vindicates the governor in terms of what he had already said these legislators were about. So I agree with the PDP, like I said, they should go to court. They should demand for their seats, for the seats which their party won to be restored to them. Whether that will happen remains to be seen.
You have been fantastic, Joe. Thank you so much for coming aboard today.
Thank you for having me.
All right. I have been speaking with Joe Abuku. He is a public affairs analyst as well as the communications expert. You're still watching News Hour on Vop TV. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Now the rest of the bulletin. The National Orientation Agency, NOA, has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening national cohesion and building a shared sense of identity among Nigerians through sustained leadership training and values reorientation. The Director General of the agency, Malam Lanre Issa Onilu, said he said this at the ongoing capacity building program on the Nigerian Identity Project and the National Values Charter held at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, Kuru. Represented by the Director, Special Duties and Zonal Coordination, David Akoji, the DG said the Nigerian Identity Project is a strategic national priority aimed at strengthening unity, citizenship, and responsible leadership. The program features high-level facilitators, including Dr. Otivi Ibuza, a former Chief of Staff to the former Deputy Senate President, Professor Adeniyi Abiodun of Bayes University, Professor Umar Musa, Director of Research at the NIPSS, Professor To Jo an immediate past Vice-Chancellor of Benue State University, and Professor Elias, a directing staff at NIPSS, and Dr. Kolawole Uju, among other distinguished scholars. Analysts say the training underscores the ongoing collaboration between NOA and its partners to promote a unified national identity and strengthen value-based leadership across institutions in Nigeria. And now the National Broadcasting Commission is reminding broadcast executives of key provisions in the Broadcasting Code. This follows a one-day interactive session between the NBC and senior broadcasters from across Nigeria held in Abuja. Our correspondent attended the session and now reports.
The NBC held a one-day interactive session with senior broadcast practitioners in Abuja to remind them of their sacred duty of patriotism to Nigeria and as well adherence to the National Broadcasting Code. The Director General of the NBC, Charles Ebuebu, set the agenda of the meeting.
We are here to look at the emerging trends when we talk about news, the reporting in the country, and current affairs presentations, where we have been having, a few issues. We're also going to look at emerging issues in the industry, and then we need to address what needs to be done in able to address those issues and have a standard compliance record.
His counterpart at the FRCN, Mohammed Bulama, lamented the lack of knowledge of the broadcaster's responsibility that has permeated the system in recent years.
There are a lot of young people out there and then who keep coming in also, almost on a yearly basis, And like it was clearly observed, a lot of us have never even seen the broadcast court. Never ever, Even in FRCN, my eyes were opened during our interview for promotion sessions. A lot of people were asked questions on the NBA court and they don't seem to know. And you will expect that in an institution like the FRCN or NTA, everybody will know that. So I think there's a very, very serious gap that we need to fill.
Imoni Amariri, however, reminded the NBC of its duty to train and retrain broadcasters.
When we were growing up in this profession, we had the benefit of regular trainings. Some of them facilitated by the NBC itself, but that appears to have disappeared. And I think it's something that we ought to look at.
Similarly, Isioma Ebo of Voice of the People, VOP Television, while commending the practitioners, emphasized the responsibility of the journalist to safeguard the oneness of the nation.
I want to also say that we are doing well in terms of reporting what is happening in Nigeria. A lot is actually happening. A lot. But just like my colleague said, if we don't have a country, there will be no radio or TV station. So we have to protect our country first.
For Ambrose Oko of Channels Television, the issues of broadcast license renewals has remained an albatross on the neck of media houses. To him, it was no longer sustainable and should be done away with as is done in other climes.
The issue of renewal of licenses, I thought you would have also mentioned that, because this is about one of the countries where that is still being practiced. In the US, France, in Vietnam, I can remember a few countries. There's no cost for renewal of license. And the stations are bleeding now. We don't have money.
All in all, various speakers at the event agreed that it was proper to review the National Broadcasting Code in order to accommodate emerging media trends. They also agreed that despite their different political leanings, broadcasters must think Nigeria first and have unity and peaceful coexistence while doing their jobs. The Director General of NBC, Charles Ebuebu, agreed that the Commission would employ dialogue before punitive measures under his watch, while cautioning broadcast practitioners to be self-regulatory as responsible citizens.
When you're facing the camera, you owe a great responsibility, and you're not allowed to pass your emotions, whether you are angry about the subject or not. Nobody is not saying you should say the truth. You shouldn't say the truth, rather. It is, let it be a verified fact, not an opinion, not your anger, an expression of your anger, not an expression of what you think without verification. It is rather pleasant where you self-regulate and keep to standards, and we don't have to keep knocking on your head.
From Abuja, this is Ernest Asobwe.
And now the Nigeria Immigration Service has again declared zero tolerance for corruption, extortion, and any behavior that puts the agency in a bad light. Controller General of the service, Kemi Nandab, stated this at the flag-off ceremony of the agency's fourth quarterly nationwide campaign against corruption for enhanced service delivery in Abuja. The CG said that the NIS has set in place a mechanism that has minimized corruption opportunities and extortion, insisting that corruption has no place in the Nigerian Immigration Service. Well, in another development, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has raised the alarm over the growing incidence of smuggling, sale, and distribution of regulated food products currently found in markets across the country. The agency disclosed this in a statement signed by the agency's Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, on Saturday in Abuja. NAFDAC said the products, including pasta, noodles, sugar, and tomato paste, are expressly listed on the federal government's customs prohibition list and are not permitted for importation. The agency also directed all importers, supermarket operators, open market traders, and other stakeholders in the food supply chain to immediately cease the importation, sale, and distribution of products on the customs prohibition list. It warned that failure to comply would attract strict enforcement actions, including seizure and destruction of prohibited goods, suspension or revocation of operational licenses, and prosecution in accordance with relevant laws. Well, coming up next, foreign, business, sports, and entertainment stories. After this short break, stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. So, Tanzania's police have banned rallies proposed for next week following a violent crackdown by security forces on election demonstrations. This came as a growing anger within the East African nation has seen some insisting on returning to the streets on December 9 for demonstrations described as peaceful and indefinite. In spite of attempts to suppress information, in a statement, police spokesperson David Misime said that officials had seen the calls on social media, but noted that no identifiable person has so far submitted formal notification for the planned demonstrations. Citing police guidelines, the statement said that given the unlawful tactics that have surfaced, the proposed rally no longer meets the legal requirements to be authorized. Polls on October 29 had erupted into days of violent protests over claims that President Samia Hassan rigged the polls and was behind a campaign of murders and abductions of her critics. She was declared winner with 98% of the vote. Well, still in Africa, the police in Pretoria, South Africa, has said that 11 people, including a 3-year-old child, have been killed by gunmen who stormed a hostel in Salisbury Township, which the police said was illegally selling alcohol. Police spokeswoman Atlenda Mathe said she could confirm that a total of 25 people were shot. She added that 10 died at the scene, 18 kilometers west of Pretoria, while another, who was among the 14 taken to hospital, died there. According to Mathe, the 3 gunmen entered what she described as an illegal alcohol spot within the hostel at about 4:30 in the morning and indiscriminately fired at a group of men who were drinking. The attack was the latest in a string of mass shootings that have shocked the crime-weary country of 63 million people, which suffers one of the highest murder rates in the world. Away from Africa now, Qatar's Prime Minister Mohammed Al Thani says that negotiations on consolidating the United States-backed truce in the war in Gaza are at a critical moment. Al Thani, whose country has been a key mediator in the war, said during a panel at the Doha Forum Conference in Qatar that mediators were working to force the next phase of ceasefire forward. Referring to the violence subsiding after the Gaza truce took effect nearly 1 month ago, the Qatari Prime Minister said the talks were at a critical moment and the mediators have just paused. He explained that it was not yet a ceasefire, stating that the ceasefire cannot be completed unless the Israeli forces fully withdraw and stability is back in Gaza, with people going in and out. Elsewhere, Australian authorities have urged evacuations at the highest danger rating for thousands of residents in New South Wales as over 50 wildfires burned through thousands of hectares of bushland in the nation's most populous state on Saturday. The alert was for the Figans Bay and Woe area in the state's central coast region, with a population of over 350,000 people at about 45 kilometers north of the state capital, Sydney. According to media reports in Australia, as many as 16 homes were lost, as bushfires burnt across the region, with the state's Rural Fire Service telling people through its website to leave now if the path is clear towards Woy. In a statement, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also urged residents to look out for each other and follow advice from authorities. The Bureau of Meteorology said that heat wave in New South Wales, which brought temperatures of 42 degrees Celsius, exacerbated fire risk in the area. And in business news, the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, has warned that unregistered point of sale, POS operators would be shut down from the 1st of January 2026. In an announcement to that effect, the CAC described the surge in unregistered POS terminals as a reckless practice, stating that it has also placed financial technology fintech firms enabling illegal activities on the watch list. According to CAC, the reckless practice violates the provisions of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020 and the Central Bank of Nigeria agent banking regulations. It advised operators to begin registration immediately, saying that compliance is mandatory. The agency further stated that the fintech's reckless practice often puts Nigeria's financial system and citizens' investments at risk. Still business, the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers has taken another major step towards strengthening professional standards. The institution held its 2025 membership induction ceremony, welcoming a new class of certified professionals into its ranks. The event brought together industry leaders, government officials, and key stakeholders in the real estate and valuation sector to celebrate the inductees, who are now formally recognized to practice at the highest professional level. A correspondent reports on the highlights of the ceremony and what this induction means for the future of Nigeria's real estate sector.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Membership Induction Ceremony is an official event where new entrants into the profession are formally admitted as members of the institution. New members who have completed the required training, examination, and professional interviews are officially inducted into NIESV. They earn the right to practice as professional estate surveyors and valuers in Nigeria. The event underscores NIESV's mission to enhance service delivery, improve real estate standards, and regulate professional practice across the country.
This is an event that I presided over. It is an important event in our institution. That is when we welcome new members into our institution, and I'm so happy about the quality and the number of members that we have inducted. 539 new members joined the profession. That is a big day for us, and we are happy to celebrate them.
The possible challenges is people try to know them. That okay, yes, we are out, we're into the market, we're here to serve you. But with good sensitization and the market driven, there's no problem. The vision is to see how we can fit the market with our professional dexterity.
Like as a surveyor, I've been in this game for a very long time, for almost 40 years now or more. As you grow, you have challenges. When the number is fewer, it's easier to manage challenges, try to control and coordinate and control. But as you grow, you see a lot of people who are not serious-minded, who are not committed, and you have to do a lot of job to remove the chaff from the grain. There are temptations. People will offer you money to give them what they want, and you do it, you get the money. Those people, when they need something that is serious, they don't cut to you. But they know that you have a price. You can compromise.
You know, the real estate profession, it's a noble profession. The profession of estate surveying and valuation, it's a noble profession that has to do with service to people, and not just people, to the nation as well. And aside from that, it's a profession that integrates people. You get to deal with people and get to manage them. And at the end of the day, it's something I had passion for, and of course, I feel fulfilled getting to serve people.
Today seems to be one of the most exciting days of my profession as an estate surveyor and valuer. It's one of the moments we all look up to, a very exciting day, a day where we behold the estate profession as the bedrock of all of they have to do. The milestone of this is, it is one of the basis rock as a trust, one thing we look up to as an estate surveyor and valuer.
My expectation is to see how you can bring your expertise, what you've learned, your experience over time and practice, how you can bring it in and see that professionalism is brought into this profession. Because over time we've noticed that because of lack of professionalism, the reputation of the profession has been, is something that people now doubt. So my expectation is to come into this profession fully with the weight of experience and what we've been taught during our national continuous development, and from the weight of experience of our guest speaker today, to bring them together and see how we can move the profession to the next level.
The 2025 induction ceremony of the Nigerian Institution of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers was indeed a significant milestone. It's more than celebration. It's a celebration of value, a celebration of integrity and credibility. Vop Tv Precious Agmano reporting.
Precious, thank you. Sports news now. The World Athletics has granted the Abuja City International Half Marathon a bronze-labeled status, according to a significant achievement for the race in just its second edition. This feat followed its rapidly growing stature after a highly successful first edition in 2024. Head of the technical committee of the race, Yusuf Ali, disclosed that about 30 elite athletes from Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria are taking part in the race, which has a top prize of $8,000. Ali said the race is also introducing prize money for students ranging from the top prize of 1 million naira. Well, in entertainment news, the Artists Managers Association of Nigeria, AMAN, has honored the late reggae icon Majek Fashek with a posthumous award. AMAN said the award presented during its 30th anniversary in Lagos recognized the singer's significant contributions to the Nigerian creative industry. Majek Fashek, popularly called the Rainmaker, had previously won multiple awards from the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, in 1989 with his famous hits including Send Down the Rain. Well, congratulations to the late Majek Fashek. And on that note, we wrap it up on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Uguche.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth. Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome on board, and it's a wonderful morning to you out there. Welcome to another episode of The Morning Boss on Voice of People Television. Of course, you know, here we amplify your voice. Here we'll give you reasons for you to actually stay glued to your TV screen. So join me and my colleague, of course, as we take you through the ride. This morning, I am Savior Udo.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Top on our radar this morning.
Defense Ministry update. New minister promises troop welfare, coordinated operations nationwide.
Political defection, 16 Rivers law